Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the AIC South Asia Qualifiers Day 2, where the stakes were already high and the teams are rapidly decreasing. But once again, introducing ourselves, this is your host, Oryx, joined by my co-caster, Riddle. So, first of all, Riddle, welcome over to the stream. As we already saw yesterday, teams domination, but today they are going to have their homework done as they've already gone through the first day phase, and today matches are going to be against one another against.
Again, rightly said. Thank you for having me, Torix. You said it perfectly right now. Like the yesterday's games were like a bit of stage nerves. Some teams were have getting in the zone, like they're adapting to one another, understanding each other very time by time, playing against one another, like getting into the rhythm. But today, I feel like the level of play is just gonna get even better and even more complex. And now the teams have finally figured out how they are playing. So the players are right now completely pumped up, and I'm sure they are looking to deliver here today.
Definitely, I agree on that situation as the teams are ready to deliver their blows for today's matches, as well as we're going to move into the like upper bracket fight for four matches against the team in the best of a three fight, as they are going to try once again the winning teams from yesterday into the upper brackets and the lower brackets, trying to once more get into the position for themselves into the finals, into a good position and a good prize pool for themselves. But as we're talking about the prize pool, let's go over and see what is the prize pool, what are the stakes for this whole tournament, and it's going to be none other than a $50,000 prize pool, with the champion having the 18,000 mega prize pool. Second position gets the 14K. Third position gets the $8,000. Four gets 4,000. 5 to 6 gets 2,000 each, and 7 to 8 with that 1,000 each prize pool dollar.
Correctly said, Torix. Torix mentioned it perfectly. So, like, while we had a few teams getting eliminated yesterday, we saw them play a valiant game. Like, they showed amazing spirit, and they completely made the competition feel like it was a high stakes competition, because each team made them work for the victories. And you cannot mention it enough how well these teams have played from start to finish. And right now, while they walk away with this 1 grand each, it's still like they walk away with our hearts and support. Like, these teams is the teams that did get eliminated yesterday, they showcased a lot of courage, and a lot of good games came through them.
Definitely a lot of difficulties came through them, and a lot of hardship also came through them, but they still managed to get that forward. They still managed to step forward into a more of a game for themselves. And from the round of 8, we were seeing the Venom Esports, Amartis, BF Dementors, V Armada, Impunity Cambodia, Icon Esports, VO Picks, Starry Hopes, Venglorious, Venom Esports, Impunity Cambodia into the lower brackets round against a team Agon Esports versus Vangloria. So throughout all these matches, we saw four teams: Venom, Impunity, Agon, and Vanglorious losing out their first matches. But in the quarterfinal section, in the UB semifinals, we are seeing a Martyrs BF Defender, V Armada, VOPX, and Starry Hope moving forward right now as in the lower bracket quarterfinals, we're going to see Venom Esports and Wayne Glorious trying to fight for themselves into the stage of the semifinals, trying to get hope for that position in the semifinal slot. As the UB semifinals, those are the upper bracket semifinals, are those teams that are going to go towards the lower bracket if they lose today, and once more given a chance to be in the final section.
Perfectly said. Right now, like, the stakes are high from all ends. Like, the teams that are in the upper bracket, they're looking to seal their deal, they're looking to lock themselves as the upper bracket finalist. Meanwhile, the teams in the lower bracket quarterfinals, they're eagerly waiting to see who they will face off, and perhaps lock in their chances to making it to the final four teams of the South Asian grand final qualifiers. Like, the stakes could not get any
Definitely.
higher at this point.
Definitely, they are trying to get that semi-final bracket for themselves in this whole of a fight. As the upper bracket, they have already secured their positions into the upper semi-finals, but for the lower bracket, there is one more chance. And even for the lower brackets, yesterday in the round of eight, there was a chance for those teams that lost the first round of eight to get into the semi-finals right now, as they are right now into the qualifier, which is Venom Esports and Ven Glorious. But for the semi-final schedule, we are going to see the upper brackets fighting against Marty's BF Dementor versus the V Armada into the first match, and the second match is going to be VOPX versus the Starry Hopes right now. In the best of a three, yesterday their dominations were amazing. We saw all of these teams winning their matches, as in first two match. They were not, the other teams were not even given out the second chance of playing the third match.
Yes, indeed. Like the matches were like one-sided from all four of these teams. Like both all four of these teams like completely outplayed their opponents in the first round of the upper bracket. They really just showcased how well prepared these teams were. And once again, we'll hope to see the same here today, because it's gonna be a bloodbath today. Like because all the Titan teams are gonna go up against each other in both of these first and second matches.
Definitely, the first two matches, both of these teams are actually gonna go into a bloodbath. As we're gonna see Modest B of Dementor versus V Armada into the best of the three situation, and at the same time, VOPX versus the Starry Hope section into the fight against each other in this case scenario. But the question is a riddle throughout these whole matches, throughout this whole scenario, which one of these teams are going to be given out a second chance, and which one of these teams are going to show us a pure domination throughout these whole matches into the section and get their slots for the finals.
I cannot really make a rough prediction, honestly. Like we'll have to watch the games themselves, because all four of these teams are level-headed, in my opinion. All four of them showed amazing performances yesterday, so it's going to be a very hard for us to like give a rundown of who
Definitely.
is going to make it. Because on paper, I think these all four of these teams are equal of one another, in my opinion.
Definitely, I agree because all four of these in the paper are equal against each other, as we saw their pure domination against the other teams, against other teams that are right now in the lower bracket. They are still given out a second chance, but only two of these, or two of those teams are from the yesterday matches, as they were thrown against each other in a pickle of a battle to get a more position into the quarterfinals. And from the two teams we saw, Vainglorious and Venom Esports securing their position into the quarterfinal section. But right now, whosoever is going to lose from the semi-final bracket into the upper bracket corner, they're going to be put into the quarterfinal this time around. They're going to be given out another chance once again. And we talked about it yesterday, that in the semifinals, that in the finals, the teams are not be gonna be given out a second chance, but in the lower bracket section, they are given out a second chance once again to get their position for the semifinals or for the finals in today's matches. And those whoever teams get the position for themselves into the final slots, those are the teams that we are going to be see get into a fight of a top three position.
Yes, indeed. Like rightly said, right now, like the stakes, while they are high in the upper bracket semifinals, they, while the teams may fall and they might feel like they're out of the competition, but they will have a second chance in the lower bracket to redeem themselves, regroup, and perhaps have a second shot at it. Like there's still a possibility for all six of these teams that we have seen right now progress through from day one. They all six of them have a shot at getting to the grand finals. There's no one who's out of the race at this point. We can only say a team is out of the race if they lose a lower bracket matchup. So it's like if you drop down there, you need to run the gauntlet. You need to pull through with every single series win.
Definitely, I agree with you. And it can be any of the teams from the upper bracket section against the team of Venom and Vain Glorious. As Venom and Vain Glorious, they're already into the lower brackets. But once again, we are going to be moving over to the matches, and we are seeing the face off against Martyrs BF Dementors against V Armada. Both of the Bangladeshi teams are going to be fighting against each other in this single of a face off. And whosoever is going to move forward, the stakes are really going to be high, as they're going to be securing their slots into the finals position. I have to say, Riddle, but those who's going to lose, which one of them, either it's any of them, they're going to be thrown into the lower bracket. And as they're thrown into the lower bracket, they're going to be facing against the vain glorious team into the ninth match.
Yes, indeed. So right now, like the both of these teams are, I'm pretty sure, well aware of each other. Like I'm sure they have played against each other in the past, and they have known one another tricks. So like we can expect either some like domestic, local drafts we would like to see from like the Bangladesh sides, because like I feel like I'm sure these teams have a lot of things planned in their mind, but I'm thinking they're saving it for the international competition. They don't want to reveal these picks right now to their own local competition, because I'm well aware like these teams are right now well prepared. And as you can see on stage right now, these players are right now here ready to rumble. They all are looking pumped up for the game, and everyone's in a serious mode right now. They know how important these matches are, and like you can see each of these players how much it means to them to get to this point, and right now they will all showcase it here in the map.
Definitely, very well said. As they are pumped up, as they have a shine in their eyes to represent out their countries against each other in the scenario. And as we know, both of these teams are from the same country, but only one of them may just move forward. Aside from the fact that the lower bracket, if they won that one as well, and they're going to be given out a second chance. But once again, we saw the spark in their eyes. We saw the seriousness into their attitude, as well as they were standing there facing off the cameras, and we can just assume that they are ready for the fight. We are seeing them ready for the fight. They're going to be going into their stages. They're going to be getting into the matches as well. And as they're getting into the matches, they may even be revising out their strategies on whether they're going to go towards the top lane, the mid lane, or the bottom lane, as well as they're going to be facing off against each other in a LAN event, right face to face against each other. And as we see them face to face against each other, there is always a tension that the other player is right in front of you, and you have to be really careful on what your move is going to be in that situation.
Yes, indeed, you rightly said. Right now, like when they're on that stage, the players on both sides, they can feel the tension. They have the pressure on both sides. So if when we are in the game, the
Definitely.
players get a bit excited when they make a great play. Like when you see the players, they tend to get all excited and jumpy. They're shouting, they're commending each other. And on the same side, when you hear that your own opponent is right now feeling themselves, you get that pressure. So it's not just the pressure of the players on what each other, it's also the pressure of the audience that they're playing in front of. So it's like the pressure is through the roof. And so the team that will play like that can maintain their composure in this high pressure situation, they need to they're the ones I think they're going to go through. Like right now, playing at a LAN event, it's all about maintaining composure in the pressure situation.
Calm composure and maintaining your composure, very well said. The only two things that you need in that in this whole of a scenario is those things. And if you're calm, if you're composed, you can analyze your situation better into the whole matches. As we already know, if you're playing onto the phone in your home, you're very much comfortable, you can give out your full 100%. But on the LAN events, on the face-to-face events, it's a different thing. You have the pressure of the whole audience that is watching you right now. Their whole hopes are with you, and at the same time, there's the right opponent beside you. In which case, you have to be sure that you don't show your emotions, don't show your pressure that you have on yourself towards them into the same position. As if you show your pressure onto them, they might even read you, and at that time they will know what your strategy might be. So you have to be really calm. You have to be in a poker face that the other team cannot anticipate what your next move is going to be into this whole scenario, and that may what just give you an uttermost advantage into this whole game, into this whole LAN event. As there's two teams. Imagine, even we're over here, like in our homes, calm and composed. But if we are together in a stage, it's really going to be difficult of talking face to face at that time.
Yes, like I can I don't know how I cannot imagine myself in those players' shoes right now. Like if I was the one standing on that stage right now, I would be like in so much pressure, because there's an audience watching me, there are people who are supporting, there are people who are supporting my opposition, there are players, like we're looking at each other from a distance, like you can feel the tension from like multiple
You
places,
can
like you
feel
are
it.
not like just the players. I have a lot of respect for these players that have got into this stage right now, and they're standing there proudly and representing each other.
I definitely agree, and I salute them for even getting out this far into this whole fight, as they've shown their domination, as they've shown their potential into this whole game, from the quarterfinals, from the bracket matches, to everything towards the semifinals right now into the upper brackets. And that is a big thing on its own, that you're representing your country into the international level against four different countries right now. As the local event was over, they are right now representing their countries in a whole a different level. Right now, there's four different countries that are representing each other. There's Pakistan, there's Bangladesh, there's Myanmar, and there's also the fourth country. And correct me if I'm wrong, and complete my phrases as well, riddle
uh,
for that. And
Cambodia, impunity Cambodia.
Cambodia,
While they
thank
did
you
fall,
so much.
yes, while they did fall yesterday, they still remain in our hearts. They showed an amazing performances yesterday. They made sure that no team could like just walk over them, and they just like showed amazing performances right from the get go. Even in the upper bracket, they really challenged V Armada. Despite the loss, V Armada felt challenged in both of the matches, and I
Definitely.
have to say we're going to miss them a lot, and hopefully we might see more of them in the future.
A big salute to them, as well, as they were representing out their country into this whole fight. And there was only one of the representative from their country as well, so a big salute to them into that section, as they were the only team that even qualified for this country selection against four different countries, and that is a big thing on its own. So a huge respect to that country, a huge respect to Impunity Cambodia as well. But right now, talking about the I have to say Bangladeshi country, the Myanmar country, and even the Pakistani country. These three representatives are going to be fighting against each other. As there's three total teams from the Bangladesh that have gone into the quarterfinals and the semifinals, but there's only one of the Myanmar and one of the Pakistani country as well. So the pressure is high for the Pakistani country and the Myanmar country, as well, as they have to represent their whole country in this scenario, as they're the only team that is right now left into this game. And if they lose, they're out of this match, out of this tournament, as well from this side as well. The only country then that is going to go forward is going to be Bangladesh, as they have a better chance, as they have a better man supporting right now. But talking about the first match, it's going to be a BF Dementors versus V Armada. Are you excited? Because we saw yesterday's of their performance. We saw Marta's BF Dementor giving out a good fight against the team Venom Esports, as well as Team Venom Esports definitely lost the first match, and Amartis BF Dementor may have moved into the front lines, into the second section, into the semi-finals. But against them is V Armada, where we saw a beautiful domination from that team as well. And both of them, in fact, is from the Bangladesh. So their local composition are may just not work against them.
I'm not sure. Like the both of these teams showed amazing innovation. They like really switched up their play styles in throughout the matches. Like they showed various play styles in like in two games. They showed so much. So I'm going to be even more surprised if they were able to bring out something completely different in this series today. Like I'm sure they're well aware of each other's tricks, and they're well aware of how they play around like the local meta. So I'm hoping to see a mix of international taste with a with a spice of local meta as well. Like I just want to know like what is the game plan between these two teams, because right now they are like both of these teams I feel like are level headed. They both have a equal shot in my opinion, and it's going to be very exciting to see who pulls through at the end of the day.
Definitely, it's a question for the whole game as well. That who is gonna push forward throughout this whole section of a fighter, through this whole section of the upper brackets and lower brackets. So, which one of those four teams are going to be lucky enough? Three teams are going to be lucky enough to get into the finals to make sure that their position into the finals are secured. Is it going to be all of the Bangladeshis, or is it going to be one of the martyrs? And even the Pakistani region as well. So we have to wait, and only the time can tell out this difference into these matches. As we already talked about the Armada and Mardis BF Dementors, and your opinion was that they have to show a little bit of a spice of an international composition on top of their local composition right now. So we have to see if they're actually going to do that, if they're actually going to add up that spice and everything nice on top of that, or they're going to use those locals or definite the international composition. Because if they even go with those international compositions, their strategy for the international, if they even move forward, may just be revealed at that point.
I it's like either you just play your local style and keep your team comps in the bags, or you bring them out now and test them if you guys are even like if it even actually works on stage. Because the thing is, like, things you guys practice in scrims and practice matches, like sometimes they don't work out on stage. So it's a matter of like, do you resort to your comfort picks, or do you like completely innovate and throw a curveball to the enemy in the drafts?
Definitely. Very well said. If you are going to fake out your composition onto the enemy, making them think that they can win and hit them where the metal is hot, or you're just going to use straight up go all out into this whole case scenario, a simple composition that you're going to use that everyone knows it's a really hard to hit situation, or maybe even a really heavy tanky defensive situation for the enemy side. So whether it's that or it's a really squishy, it all comes down to the teams and how they actually played. Even with the squishy composition, with their strategy, they can advise a good composition for themselves, in which cases they may have the favor, they may have the upper hand into this whole case scenario. But where they're going to have the upper hand, there is always a chance that the other team may have a better analysis than your whole situation. And if they have the better situation, if they have the better analysis, I think it's over for them. It's over for you at that point.
Yes, indeed. So it's like good analysis, good drafts, and good decision making, and overall good gameplay as well. Like that's the core part of how you actually win the game here today. Like right now, like these things, all four of these things that we have mentioned, if these four things are on point from either of these sides today in the matchups, then I think we'll have a convincing winner on either sides. Like right now, it's like the competition is so level headed, so it's like you need to perfectly tick every box in order to just ensure that you're gonna be the one coming out on top at the end of the day.
I definitely agree. You have to make sure show out your cards right now. A little bit of them, not all of them, as you may need them for the next matches, and you may need for the next level of the matches as well. But for right now, you may need to show a little bit of your hand to make opponents go into the oblivious section, to make opponents oblivious of your next move, as you've already shown your cards. If you've already shown your moves, they know what to anticipate, and at that point you can even anticipate their anticipation and overcome their anticipation, and make sure that your anticipation works out even more. And I just tongue twisted that very well for some reason. I don't even know how, but there was a lot of anticipation in this whole scenario, I have to say, a riddle.
Wow.
But it's all a game of
I,
anticipation, and it's a whole game of your mind and strategy, if I'm being blunt
you're
about it.
you're you're even playing mind games with me right now. Like right now, like there are games going on at the caster desks as well as on stage right now. So it's like the tensions are high over here at the caster desk as well as the stage. Like right now, we are feeling as pumped as you guys are right now, waiting for the big clash to go down between VR Marda and BF, Marda's BF Dementors. Like right now, I can't wait. Like I after seeing the performance these teams showed yesterday, like this is the matchup I'm waiting for a lot right now. Like the match, I just wish I can get into the lobby right now. I just can't wait. Right, the draft. Can we get the draft started? Like really, really can't wait. The excitement is just through the roof.
excitement is through the roof, and even the pressure is going to be through the roof, as we will see the teams being pressured, as we see the audience being into a pressure side as well. And whether it's through their team, for their teams, or for the opposition teams, as they're going to get pressured by how they're actually going to go forward, as how they're actually going to see the other team make out their way. But into this whole case scenario, you're kind of being pressured right now. We are kind of being pressured out. Who's gonna win out the first competition? Is it the V Armada, or is it the other team that is gonna be the Martyrs, the BF Dementors? The stakes are really high, and if you're not able to win out, you're only gonna be given out a slight one chance right now. And even if you lose out that one as well, it's at that time over for you. You're going to go home with just the title that you got into the South Asia qualifiers, into the country qualifier section.
I mean, it's still it's a big achievement that getting here at this point. Like, it's a big achievement, but I feel like all of these teams have the hunger, they have the drive to go through even further. They want to like get to that final three spot. I'm sure like all of these teams are not just gonna go out quietly. They all want to get to that glory point. They want that glory, and in a way, if I were to summarize the strengths of both teams today, I would feel like I would like to say like if Martyrs BF Dementors get ahead in the first game and they completely mentally pressurize V Armada, then I feel like it's their series to take. Unless V Armada have the grit in them to just pull through regardless of how much pressure Martyrs BF Dementors apply on them. They need to like if they hold their own, then I think this we're gonna have a very exciting back and forth series. So it's like one team who plays very good around pressure versus the team who can always pull through on high pressure situations.
Definitely, I agree. Who is going to strike first may just win out this whole composition of a match, as a whole composition, as if you won the first match, the pressure at that time is already built up onto the other team. The other team that is right in front of you is already going to feel out that pressure, that they have to be really careful. They have to go into the passiveness. They have to go into the defending side this time around to make sure that their spot is not taken. They're not be given out a complete disadvantage at that same time. And as they're being pressured, they may also lose some analysis point into that scenario and make silly mistakes that can be harmful for them into the later game.
Oh, silly mistakes are not possible today. If at this upper bracket semi-final stage, silly mistakes are not something you need to like. You cannot put them in the picture because these teams, the four teams you see here today in the upper bracket semi-finals, these teams know how to capitalize on silly mistakes. What you give them a slight bit of opening, and they'll just snap the game back into their favor. Like all four of these teams are capable of that, and I feel like silly mistakes are not something you need to put in the picture today.
Silly mistakes are a no acceptance this time around in today's stages. As you already mentioned, if they actually make silly mistakes, the other team is just gonna barge through that door, barge through that silly mistakes, and uh, over pressure at that time onto you guys. And when you're over pressured, you the people are tend to make even more mistakes. There's a slight handful of people. There's a slight handful of players, I have to say, that can capitalize those mistakes for in their favor, as well as we saw yesterday's, in which case I believe it was, I think it was the Starry Hope, so Oriental Phoenix, in which case scenario we saw them giving out the Slayer Dragon, the Dark Slayer, for to the enemy, but on top of that, what they capitalized in that situation was two towers from the team Egon Esports. And that was a big thing in its own, that you're giving out one Slayer, but you're taking out two towers from the enemy side, from the enemy composition, leaving them vulnerable into that particular location.
You could say in a way they even planned it. Like they were like, I think this was something planned in their mind. They were like trying to like set it up perfectly so they would bait out the entire Gone Esports team to the side of the Slayer lane, and then utilize the the numbers advantage on the Slayer side, and utilize that pressure on the other side of the map, and perhaps gain more objectives. So in a way, these teams like to play around. They always have a game plan. Like if they always know how to trade off things, whether it's a dragon, whether it's a slayer, in terms of a turret, in terms of kills and pressure around the other side of the map. I All four of these teams know how to answer back within seconds. Like none of these teams sit quietly and just watch the enemy team roll over them.
I definitely agree that none of them actually let the enemy team roll over you. And as today's stakes are high, they have to be really careful about this part as well, where they don't won't have to even let a slight roll be done by the other team, because as if they're started to roll out, it's just gonna get worse as. Uh, it only gets so powerful. The roll as you start, it starts with a slow pace, but as it starts rolling up, it slightly get bigger, and that's how a big snowman is also being built. And as the snowman is being built, it's really difficult to destroy it. So it's really sturdy at that point. It's really hard for you to destroy it at that point. So you have to be really capitalizing that situation as it starts to roll. If you are not able to hold out on your own at that point, I think you're in a peer pressure at that point, and you tend to make even more of those mistakes that can make the rollout even more big. And if that rollout is even more big, that may gives you the more disadvantage for yourself.
Yes, indeed. Now, like the matches today, we have a lot of what do we say, high stakes on them. And as we are into the draft for the first game of Martyrs BF Dementors versus V Armada, we can see the first ban comes through as Volcats off the table. So we're gonna see a lot of OP picks getting taken off the table, because I'm pretty sure all of these characters are high carry potential and high impactful, and I feel like none of these teams want to give each other these
Oh my god.
picks.
There we go. UA pick on the band side. That is just amazing on its own. As we also saw UA playing out in the yesterday composition, and as UA was playing, she was overpowering every single player. She was doing a huge amount of damage, a ton of damage onto the enemy side. In which case, the other team, all the chances from their side was to leave that position, leave that particular area, go into the backside, as it was a hit and run case into this whole scenario. One shot, one like skill from the UA was leaving them with a half health. So a UA pick onto the band composition is a really good situation into the early stages, as you're not going to let them pick out the overpowered characters, that you're not going to let them pick out a good composition for themselves. You're going to force them to use those normal phases composition, normal heroes composition for yourself, and maybe even out the strategy into the first match as you analyze both of these teams are going to be analyzing each other in this first game.
Yes, indeed, and we can see that this it's a safe support pick. And on the Martyrs BF Dementor side, they take Mina. It's a safe support, and it's a good first pick. Like I believe this is like one of the best support picks you can have right now. And we Armada answer back with their Dragon Laner in terms of Wisp, and we could see the second block in going for their jungle as Pain. Once again, Pain was another champion that was getting into the back lines yesterday and causing a havoc for multiple teams. Multiple teams had to struggle against this pick, because the pick potential on Pain is just way too high.
The pick potential on Pain is a way too high, and I definitely agree on that. But alongside a Wisp, I think that can be a good composition. As the Martyrs BF Dementors, they're still waiting out for the composition from the team V Armada, so they may just counter that situation for themselves. They may actually get a counter for themselves into this whole case scenario. But look at that, Lorian and Tachi composition without even a second of thinking. After seeing the first two composition, they just straight up picked Tachi and Lorian into that composition. How it's gonna help out them into the later stage, we will find out, as we don't know yet what their strategy is going to be.
Yes, indeed. And once again, looking at the comps from the side of Martyrs BF Dementors, they're running a similar draft style like as Vain Glorious ran yesterday in the lower bracket matchup against Aegon Esports, where they would pick up their support, their mid laner, and their Slayer lane, and would hold on for the jungler and ADC for the second ban phase. And you can see like it's starting to build up as a common trend here again. And with that being said, we Armada answer back to those picks with a Ari for Ari in the Slayer lane or perhaps jungle. Now this
Irish.
pick can be flexed in the jungle or in the Slayer lane. I'm not sure if it's gonna have the best impact in terms of team fights, but I think it's gonna be a very good split push pick.
A mage Lorian onto the third bracket and Irie the warrior onto the third bracket from the V Armada. How the mage and a warrior composition is gonna rule out their situation. Are they actually gonna go against each other in this whole case scenario? The time will tell. But as we see Itachi also being picked up from the team Martyrs, BF Defenders, as there's another warrior. And talking about Mina, as we're also doing it, Mina is in fact a tank. So starting with a tank from the team Martis shows that they're gonna go towards the passive side, and from the Wisp pick off from this angle from the team of Armada, we can actually assume they're gonna straight up go for that long range fight, for that marksman fight, as Wisp is already a long range character. It's going to be a long range fight from against the team, but once again the second band phase comes in close, and Team Virmata, without even thinking from the second time, they've already chosen their pick off onto the band section. But onto the other hand, Team Martis BF Defender, after seeing Virmata's band picks, they're going to be taking their band picks in according to that.
Very well targeted by Martyrs BF Dementors. In the second ban phase, they take off Crixie, they take off Liliana. They're just trying to hurt the mid lane champion pool for V Armada, because you can see the V Armada did not pick a mid laner in the first pick phase. So you can see that that's the remaining pick. So very well played by Martyrs BF Dementors by targeting the mid lane champ pool and forcing the V Armada to take a risky support pick because they have no idea what to pick in mid right now. The mid lane pick is just so like it's been squeezed out completely by Mars BF Dementor. And so we are Martyr lock in Zip for support. And meanwhile, on the other side, Martyrs BF Dementors, they utilize their remaining picks as Laville off for ADC. I think it's a good counter pick against Wisp, because Wisp, while she has a long range, Laville has a decent range herself, and she has a lot of AoE damage consistently flowing through. And it's a Varus last pick lock in.
That is.
Now, Varys is traditionally a Slayer lane champion, but I feel like they're gonna utilize her in the jungle, or maybe perhaps this could be a Tachi jungle. And
Definitely,
so
and
either they're
look at
thinking.
that. Where is a warrior once again? The mage is being picked off as Iggy into the final spot of the V Armada as well. So we're seeing mages are from their section. Two mages, in fact, Wisp and Iggy. But talking about Zip, Zip can be lethal in this whole case scenario into the first fight, as it's a support character. It can give you the buffs, it can give you the healing that you may need as well into this whole scenario, make you more damage, make you more tanky into this buffs and debuff section. But as it's giving out the debuffs and buffs, who is going to be that main attacking player, main attacking hero from the team V Armada that is giving out the cover to the Zip? As it's the support character, it cannot live on its own. It has to be secured by another player. And going with that supportive composition from the team V Armada side, this can be particularly a fun composition. This can be particularly a fun gameplay into the first match. We're gonna see a different composition, because yesterday we did not even see a single support characters from their side, but this time around in today's matches, we are seeing a support composition. And as we see the support composition, we can just assume that this may be their international composition. This may be just the spice. This may be just their trump card being a little bit shown or something like that. It can be either one of these things, but only the game will tell how it's actually gonna be into their favor. But there we go. We're back into
And
the
as
game.
you
The
can
game
see, we're back
first
in the game.
has started.
And first blood's already given. We are Mara take off the first blood in the dragon lane right now. Like you can see the fights going back and forth. The both teams are pushing one another around. We are Mara picking off the kill in the first minute, like before the first minute. Like I think they just took it within the 30 seconds, the first 30 seconds. I think there was a counter invade happening from the side of V Armada. V Armada were looking to answer back and ended up picking off Martyrs BF Dementors. And you can see around like the pressure is right now, I think, under the Martyrs BF Dementors right now, because they didn't expect this to happen. Because I feel like the comp that they have drafted, they're the ones that should be aggressing forward.
Definitely, the team Modest B of Defender is that team that should be aggressing forward right now, as they're the one that need to aggress. If they are not able to aggress into this scenario, the things are only gonna get worse for them. As we see V Armada having a support character and giving out a hero level onto that, and making it more potent into the later game can be difficult for you to take it out into the later game. It's going to give out more buffs, debuffs onto you and onto his players as well. But the first dragon and slayer has spawned. Let's see which of those teams are going to get it, as the death is waiting out into the bush, as the team of Martis B of Dementia is going out for the dragon. One of them, Ankh, is going straight up for the dragon, as the rest of the players, as the rest three of those players goes out for the fight against V Armada in hope for trying to hold them into the backside. But look at that, Ankh finally getting that dragon buff for themselves, getting more damage onto them, fighting against the V Armada, in which case Death finally has been taken down. As Death is down, Zero is also being targeted, and there we have it, second player also being destroyed, eliminated, back into the respawn section. And the match has just started. The early elimination is not going to give them that much advantage to progress further into their objectives, as they're only going to get gold and the kills for themselves.
Yes, indeed. Like right now the goal lead is not that big right now. Like it's just a 300 goal lead right now. Like the goal is there in the pockets of Martis B of Dementors. They have answered back their early aggression very like valiantly right now. Like they took the dragon, they took a few kills off in the first dragon, a pistol dragon fight. But right now they need to make sure that they keep pressing forward, because the comp on the side of VR Armada is gonna outscale them into the mid to late game, because as the game gets longer, Pain is gonna deal so much burst damage that the Level on the other side will not be able to take it so quickly, because like I said, Mina is an engaged support. She's not gonna provide any sustain for Level. And once again, there's a fight going on, and Wisp goes in aggressively on Death. Death is perhaps trying to get a kill, and look at the Pain goes in. Pain is gonna assassinate the Ankh is gone. It's just Zen left now. Like look at the turret juggle, and whoa, it's another trade kill. I think VR Armada did not juggle the turret aggro very well, and that was a dead Nova.
That was a death Nova from the team V Armada side to the Martyrs, eliminating not one but two, making the competition almost same as them. And as we're seeing the Martyrs B of Dementor having the upper hand as getting the dragon, we haven't seen a single player, we haven't seen a single team going towards the Slayer side. The Dark Slayer is still alive, still over there into that same position. And as we see the team V Armada trying to get that blue buff for themselves, trying to get that Sage buff for themselves, Team Martyrs was already there trying to intercept them, trying to make sure that they may just steal that Sage buff for themselves, but they were not able to do that, and that is the case. And Sage buff goes towards the V Armada this time around, but right now Team Marius, things are not looking good for them, as the gold difference is still 300. It's a measly 300 gold section difference, but how the team is actually going to utilize it into their favor, it's all up to them. And as we see the team V Armada having more levels from the team Martis B of Dementors, as almost all of them is a level 7 aside from the single player. But on to the other hand, we're seeing Martis B of Dementors having two players level 7, one player almost level 9, and the rest of them level 6. But the level 6 players then have been taken down. He has been shut off into this section. And as we see the team V Armada trying to slowly pace out their positions into the upper lane, as they're trying to find against Ankh. Ankh is super low, and even the tower is a super low in this whole scenario. They're gonna destroy the tower. Finally, a Shogun destroyed the tower. Ankh is right now in the pickle. He has to move into the backside, but he's going to be taken off again by Zero. 4 kills, 4 eliminations from the team of V Armada, and on top of that, 5 kills from the team Martis B of Dementors. I'm seeing a consistent difference of 1 kills from both of these teams, as the V Armada staying into the backside, and even the gold is slowly and gradually increasing in favor of the team Martis B of Dementors.
I think we need to commend Ankh on holding off the 4 members from V Armada all by himself. He really showcased the strength of Varus very well. Like he consistently hit the passive rotation. Like he kept on sustaining, kept on surviving. He survived for such a long time, and he managed to take down a few members alongside him. So overall, while he did lose the turret, he did a very good job grabbing a few kills for himself, and it's only gonna help him a lot in the mid to late game state.
Definitely into mid lane, mid to late game, it's definitely gonna help that out into the defender side. But as we see, the team modders actually getting another dragon buff for themselves, and the first layer hasn't even been slain yet. How is it even gonna evolve at this point? But look at that, team modders, BF Dementors getting out that stage buff for themselves, getting more mana into this whole case scenario, and after that, getting that mana, they're straight up going for that aggression against the V Armada, in which case the mid tower is not going to let them progress forward, as they're going to move into the jungle side, as they're going to try to hide into the bush side, into these bushes, into these scenarios, as they're going to recover their health, as they're going to maybe recall themselves back into the spawn area. And in the 40 seconds marker, we're going to see the Slayers and Dragon once more being spawned and evolved into the same state. And whosoever is going to get that next Dragon and Sage, they're going to have that uttermost advantage into the attacking section, into the damage section, I have to say, Riddle. And the only team that is going to get it, they may just straight up go for that aggression.
You said it. You described it perfectly right now. Like right now, these objectives, I think they're gonna crucially like define the game right now, because these objectives can close the goal gap very well. And look at it, once again the Pain goes in, Pain one shots the Varus, Ank is down, and there's another fight going on in the mid lane. The Death is like surviving with a sliver of the health. But right now, the Martis BF Dementors have the opening. Right now, they need to use this pressure they have applied against V Armada to grab an rejected, and Zen is very low. And the Iggy Bomb just snipes him down. And V Armada take the turret, take the kill, and they are closing the goal gap to a dead even score. And perhaps even increasing a goal lead in their favor by 300 and, yep, a 300 goal difference, I think, right now.
A 300 goal difference indeed, as they have an upper hand this time around. And the kill section, it has been taken to a complete equilibrium right now. And as we see, two towers being destroyed by the team V Armada right now. They've got the tower, they got the objective into the upper hand from the team Martis, BF Dementors, and as their characters are also squishy, but on top of that, the team V Armada is not looking good, as well as their characters are also squishy. Their heroes are also squishy. Talking about Sky can hold out his position, and as we talk about Sky, he's just chilling with his low health as well. He's not moving into the backside. He's not worried about his health in this whole scenario. He recalled back into the safer side, into the respawn section. He got his health back, and he's going to move forward slowly and gradually. But right now, as for now, Team Modest BF Dementor is going to have 1,200, 300, dude, 900 gold difference. What is going on? They're going to have almost a 2,000 gold difference against the team of V Armada. And this gold difference may just be a potential for them. This may be that cue that they need to get more items for themselves. And even the Slayer is spawned into the mid lane from the team Modest BF Dementors, in which case the mid tower is going to be destroyed. They are going to collapse the whole V Armada composition in this scenario, in which case Zero and Death both are being taken down. Even the mid tower is also taken down. There's only one tower left into the mid lane that is left to take out, and as soon as it's taken out, we can say the team Modest BF Dementor is gonna go out for that aggression. But looking at the team composition, they have lost their Slayer into this section. They knew what to do at what point. They knew that the team was not coming into the mid lane, so they may be into either the top lane or the bottom lane, trying to plot their move against us as well.
Yes, indeed. And right now you can see Martis BF Dementors, they're not stopping. Zen just goes in. Zen goes in with the ultimate right now, and he's not stopping. You can see the damage just coming through from Ank now. Like I said, like he grabbed a few kills earlier, and now look at him shine through, just picking off members one by one. The true damage from Varus' passive and ultimate is just so much that like sometimes like the defensive stats on that have been built by V Armada, they're just not enough, because their champions overall are squishy. They're carry based champions, so like the defensive stats on them are like measly for Varus' true damage. And here you go, they take the Holy Dragon on top of that. Martis BF Dementors are just pressing the gas pedal all the way through and just not allowing V Armada to have any openings to get back into this game.
Definitely, Armada. I don't see any opening for them right now to get back into the game, as five of their towers so far has been destroyed. There's only four, and even from those four towers, we can see the top lane, last tower almost being almost destroyed, as it's really low on health. And in the 50 seconds marker, the Dark Slayer, the Infinity Slayer, may just spawn, and as soon as he spawned, whosoever gets it, they're straight up going to use it to do a great push against the other team. So whoever is going to get it is going to have the uttermost advantage. But look at that, the top lane are finally being taken by the Modest BF Dementor, as well as they're taking down the tower. 5 versus 5 fight situation is happening. Noah has been taken down. Noah has been destroyed, in which case scenario Shogun is also taken down. Zero got a huge damage on him, but was left alive. And as we see the team Modest BF Dementor slowly making their pace into the red core tower, they have also destroyed it. They're going for the mid tower as well. They're going for the mid lane tower nearby the base, in which case Ankh definitely received a huge damage onto himself. The fight is a 3 versus 4 situation in favor of the team Modest BF Dementors right now, but the situation of the tower is that the tower is going to give out a huge damage onto the team Modest and making sure that they may just die early into the stages. But talking about the items, I can see the item composition from the team Armada is really great. Aside from that, team Modest BF Dementors is not having that much of a choices for themselves. They choose what they wanted to. They choose a specific things for themselves. But whereas the critical damage and critical rate is more to the Armada, we're seeing Armada still panicking, still struggling in this whole situation.
We are murdered. I think they're just scrapping for components right now. They're not actually completing items. They're just trying to scrap components, get a few additional stats on board so they could level up the playing field without like actually having raw damage built into them. Whereas I think Mart's Weird Dementors, they're just building core items and just utilizing the strengths from their core item builds and just pushing through. And once again, another kill comes through for Martyrs BF Dementors. Martyrs BF Dementors are deploying the Infinite Slayer into the base, and this might be the end. I think it's going to be it right now. And Pain goes in, but Pain damage is just not enough. And look at the Noodle. Noodle is just dealing consistent damage, while Wisp goes in with the ultimate and catches out the Itachi, but it's not going to be enough because the remaining members on the side of March Defenders are there.
It's
and
over.
Unfortunately, the 1v3 is not on the cards, and the minion wave is coming through, and this is going to be it. Martyrs BF Dementors go 1-0 up against V Armada in this best of 3.
Definitely, it's going to be over in the favor of the Martyrs BF Dementor. As we saw the Armada, one player just being respawned, and he did not even have the chance to even come close by to his base tower. And as soon as he came close, it was over before he knew it. Martyrs BF Dementors getting out a beautiful win, a beautiful domination from their side into the first match. It's just amazing. And after this first match, we can just assume their composition. They knew what to pick. They knew what to ban, and that what made them so competitive into this whole scenario. And right now, with a win into their favor, Team Armada, they're going to have a peer pressure onto them into the next match. Will they be able to hold out that pressure? Will they be able to maintain their calm composure? Only the time will tell. Only the second match is going to tell us that.
Like we discussed earlier, Torix, like we mentioned how like one team will fall under the pressure and they will either completely crumble or pull through, and the other team, while if they were the ones under pressure, they're gonna pull through. And we saw that in the early game. Martyrs BF Dementors in the early game invaded the jungle of V Armada, and they were the ones who got killed for it. They were the ones behind on the back foot. And guess what? The first Abyssal Dragon fight comes around, and immediately Mars Weird Dementors turn it around back in their favor. And the goal lead for a long period of time in building up to the mid game was even. There, like it was dead even. Like there's a few hundred goal difference. But there was like
Definitely.
Mars Weird Dementors completely played it out like as if they had it completely under planned. They made sure that they were prepared for every single thing V Armada was gonna throw at them, and they pulled through regardless of what happened in the early game skirmish.
They knew what objective to take, which objective to prioritize into their favor, and that will lead them to their gold difference, and that's what led them to their damage and preference damage as well. Because the more damage that they got, the more aggressive that we witnessed them slowly become. As soon as the mid game happened, as soon as the point of the mid game started, we saw their passiveness change into aggression. They got the Slayer, they got the Dragon, they got the buff for themselves. Even the items were into their favor in that point. As you said, they were not taking out the junk items. They were slowly and maintaining their gold, taking out the crucial items for themselves, for their buffs. And that was what made them so like a damage healthy in this whole case scenario. They were doing a huge amount of damage. They were not giving out the a chance to the V Armada into this whole case scenario. But the first match has ended. Let's see the best part of these matches, the best part of the first match, into the highlights, and see where the team V Armada fall behind and where the team BF Dementors actually pulled it through this whole situation. Because in the starting sign, we saw the V Armada taking out the advantage for themselves into the top lane, eliminating the team Martis BF Dementors. And even after the situation nearby the Dragon side, we saw the team Martis BF Dementors actually having a 2 kills. But Ankh, the way he actually held his position into this whole case scenario, getting a 2 kills before losing the second, the first tower, it was just amazing.
Yes, like you said, like look in this current highlight, there are three people there. Ankh is doing everything perfectly. Like he's buying so much time. Look, he burst down one member here, and he was just buying so much time. Like he got a double kill out of this, and so he basically just traded the gold for the turret in terms of a double kill, and then immediately another collapse came through in the mid lane. And while there were moments where V Armada was getting a few picks back on the side lanes, I feel like overall, like the map control and the objective control was still in the favor of Martis BF Dementors.
Definitely, Modest BF Dementor into the early stages. They had the 300 gold composition. We saw it slowly change into the favor of the team V Armada into the almost a mid game. But as soon as the mid game strike down, as soon as the Slayer and defenders were killed, we saw a huge difference of the gold in favor of the Martis BF Dementors as they killed out 3 dragons, 2 Slayers, and on top of that, the team of V Armada didn't even went for a single Slayer or a single Dragon. Maybe they would have stood a better chance if they had gotten the Slayer buff or the Dragon buff for themselves as well. They may have had a chance in defending out their position as well. But once again, Team Modest of VF Dementors, as they shut down all of the team, as they eliminated all of the team composition before eliminating the base tower. It was just amazing, I have to say, Erdil, and the way that they actually outperformed the V Armada. They anticipated, and as I already said into the first caster section, that the anticipation is real throughout this whole game. The moment that you can anticipate the other player's anticipation, you will know what to do and how to make a move.
Yes, I cannot follow up with that. Like that's just like how do I follow up with that? Anyhow, but like you said, like just the competition, like you could see it was visible in the early game. Both teams were pushing one another. Like there was no one-sidedness that we noticed in the games yesterday. Right now, despite the game, it might have turned around from the mid to late game. Like it just became way too obvious that Martis BF Dementors had sealed the deal. But in the early game, to building up to the mid game, like you could see there was hopes from both sides. Like you could feel like it's very close, regardless of how much objective control, turrets that were being taken, kills, etc. This was level head for the longest period of time. We noticed that the kill score kept going like one, like it was just one kill difference, or like the score was either level headed or like it was
Definitely.
one kill difference.
Definitely, the score head, the kill difference was just one, or it was almost the equilibrium. But it's the same thing. As soon as the mid game strike down, as soon as the composition from the team Martyrs BF Dementors got stable, they knew which objective to take for themselves. And let's see the team stat right now, the team face off, in which case Team Martyrs BF Dementors got a total of 19 kills. We went from 1 kill difference to a huge 11 kill difference against the V Armada into the Martis BF Dementor side. And on top of that, 7 towers against 3 towers, 2 Slayer versus the 0 Slayers. And even the gold composition is like a 5k difference right now, with 47 627 gold against for the team Martis BF Dementors. And for the team of V Armada, it's just a 42 626.
Like you could see the goal graph, despite so many kills and tower slayer difference, the goal graph was only difference of like 5k. So you could see the VR Armada was trying their best to get back by buying components, clearing out waves, clearing out jungle creeps. Like while they may have not received any of the bigger neutral objectives, they managed to like maintain a decent goal difference. And like you could see in the item slots that they were buying components and trying to level up, like keep the stats level headed between the two teams. But unfortunately, a completed item will do more than just components on one side.
Completed items will do more than just components on the one side, and that is the same as objective as well, because if you get the objectives, the other player will receive a pressure onto their side, whether they're going to go towards that objective or a different objective, try to defend their position or go for that straight up aggression. And that what makes them think a lot and lose into the later game section as well, because slowly and gradually, if you start taking out the objectives, you're going to put them into a peer pressure, you're going to put them into the peer section where they're not going to be able to find their hope, their light, their shining light that they need to push forward. And that's what pushes them more into the darkness side, because if you start to lose hope into that section, I think it's over for you at that time. And what you have to do is not lose hope till the very end, as we have already discussed it about yesterday, that only one wrong move and one good move from either of these teams, whether it's the losing end, whether it's the winning end, can either put them into the winning boots or in the losing boots as well. Because even if in the last section where the team of Armada was fully taken down, if they had the chance of being revived into that section, they may have taken up seized that opportunity into their favor. They may have taken out the BF Dementors elimination into their favor. They may have gotten those kills for themselves and straight up pushed into the final hopes of getting those towers, getting those base tower for themselves. And that may just have been the push that they needed. It all could have been done. Could have been happened, but that all may just have happened into the multiverse as well. As we're gonna move into the next match, anything can happen. There's a different possibilities, but the next match, it's either going to be that match point for the team Modest B of Dementors, or it's going to be an equilibrium for the V Armada. Only the time is going to tell at this point.
Correctly said. And right now, I would think VR Mada really need to switch up the draft, because when I saw that draft on paper, it was designed not to take any team fights. The draft that Veer Mada was running on their side, those with those picks, they could not team fight at all. And as compared to the composition from the side of Martis BF Dementors, like they had a completely team fight based comp, and they were utilizing it very well. Meanwhile, like I don't know why, I think it was just the mental pressure that got to VR Mada, which is why they started taking team fights within Ari. Like Ari is not one of the best team fighting champions at, in my opinion, at this current stage. Like she's right now, like I would say, better utilized if you want to apply map pressure on the side lanes. But with that, like you cannot do much unless she gets a single-handed like one-on-one duels, which was not the case, because we have
That
Martis we have Dementors. They were just constantly forcing three or four members on one side, just trying to take group fights, making sure that like they just don't allow any avenues for split push.
they were not allowing any avenue for split push, and I definitely agree on that. And as soon as the pressure was built onto the V Armada, we saw them move into a panic situation. We saw their whole strategy move out of the window section. They were totally crumbled into this whole scenario, as they let even their supporter take the fight, as you already mentioned, that they even threw their supporter into that fight, where if you are going to throw the supporter, make sure you have a backup into the whole case, where that supporter can give out the backup to that person, backup to that hero, and in hopes to getting more kills. And if you had done that, maybe things would have come out differently. Maybe things would have come out into your favors. But for right now, Team Martis BF Dementors, they're gonna have that first a win for themselves. And as they are gonna get that first win, the pressure is definitely going to be a real on to the V Armada. And can V Armada come out of this situation for themselves? Can they actually make sure that they can overcome the scenario or not? I have to ask you, and you've been analyzing the situation, the whole situation with me as well. Even yesterday, we saw the V Armada may have pushed out a forward because yesterday they were not giving out that tough competition. Today, we are seeing a tough competition from their side, a tough competition onto their side that they're put into a pressure. Yesterday, there was no pressure onto them, but into the pressure side. Can they actually pull them off back from the darkness? Can they pull themselves off back from that lower bracket into the upper bracket scenario? Can they actually win this situation into their favor?
Only time will tell. I like we need to get back into the game and see how the draft completely switches up, because the first approach we saw it, it's out of the window, it did not work. Now it's a matter of what does V Armada have in plan. How are they gonna answer back? Like, are they gonna resort back to the same old draft, or are they gonna completely improvise, completely reshape their whole draft and come through with a completely unique approach in the second game? Or are they under the pressure and they're just going to repeat the same draft and perhaps try for a better execution, or crumble and just give the second game to Martis BF Dementors again? Because Martis BF Dementors, they're in the driver's seat right now. Like, they're the ones gonna push through. They're the ones on board right now. They are the ones in the driving seat. They're gonna be the one driving the series right now.
They're the ones in control, and that's what you mean by that. And I agree, they can either give up the second match as well in hopes that they may have a chance in the lower brackets, but there is also a chance that they may just change out their composition. But even taking out that same composition, I think that can be lethal for you at that point, that the other team will know how to counter it at that point, unless you can make up a new strategy, unless you can make up a whole different scenario for yourself, in which case you may have the advantage into that. The ban composition is really going to matter in this face off this time around, how they're going to ban the team Martis BF Dementors, the players, because if they're not able to ban their unique players, to ban their what is it called, the players that they're comfortable with, they're going to be in a peer pressure at that point. And we saw even UA banned, even the Hayate was banned, and even after that they were not able to get that first win for themselves into this whole scenario. But can they actually pull themselves off by this thing, or which of those situation is going to happen?
Personally, I feel like after looking the first game, I would say V Armada need to take off the Varus pick. Either they take it themselves or they take it off the board, because Ank, in my opinion, was like the guy who was just shaping up the fights with the true damage. Because like I said, their draft was not designed to team fights. There was no front to back composition on the side of V Armada. Their composition was designed to split push in a 1-3-1 matter. But they were not in that position. They were not in that position. They were constantly trying to jump in with 4 or 5 members. And what does Varus want? She wants to deal AoE damage with her ultimates. She wants AoE damage with her ultimate. She wants AoE damage with her passive. And Martis BF Dementors gave the Varus exact same space she needed to get into the fights with V Armada and completely shape up the fights in her favor.
They were in the control. I have to say it again, as you already said it. They had the steering wheel for themselves. They were driving out the whole game into their favor from starting till the very end. But I have to say, a good try from the team of V Armada as well. But right now, the time is going to be crucial for them. If they're not able to win once again, I have to say they're going to be thrown into the lower brackets, and that may just be it for them, because in the lower brackets, you will only be given the final a chance. If you're not able to hold your composure against the teams, you're not going to be able to win. And if you're not going to be able to win, this will be the time. This will be the day that your team is going to leave back, that your team is not going to move forward, that your team is not going to progress or forward into these country qualifiers. And we will say goodbye to this team in today's matches, or not. Only the time will tell. Or is the lower bracket teams that is already there is going to be saying goodbye to the matches? The time will tell about this thing. But for the second phase off, I'm really excited for the teams of V Armada composition. Are they actually going to switch out their composition, or are they going to actually use the same composition as the last time? Because you already mentioned, And we already talked about it, because if they use their same composition, it's an easy win for the team Martyrs to be of Dementor. So they have to really think out of the box at the situation. They have to really off throw the pace of the Martyrs to be of Dementor. They tried in the first match as well as trying to use the supportive character, but that did not work out. Maybe they're going to use a different character this time. Maybe they're going to use a different composition, a different strategy for themselves in this case scenario, or something. We don't know that for sure. Only the teams that know that, and they may even be discussing about it right now as we talk about their strategy.
Yeah, I think right now, like, we Armada need to look into this game and just see where it went all wrong. Whether it was the drafts, whether it was in-game decisions that weren't calculated or thought thoroughly. Like right now, I feel like there's some changes that need to be done in the draft and in the game as well. I believe we Armada, while they did get that early advantages in the first game in the Slayer lane where they were able to grab the first blood, they didn't build off of it. They just kept giving up space and giving up control around the river to Martyrs Beef Dementors, and Martyrs Beef Defenders kept capitalizing on it again and again, again and again, just grabbing control around the area. Basically, they just did not put up good competition in terms of map contested.
Map contention was not really good from the team Veer Mata side. We saw the early aggression from their side. They got the early kills for themselves, but as they were giving out the chance to maybe the Martyrs be of Dementors, they took that opportunity, and that was what we were talking about, the boulder that we were talking about into the first segment. That if it starts to roll, there is no stopping. If you can't capitalize that boulder into the very early stages, it's only going to get bigger. It's only going to find more pace on itself. And it's really going to be hard to stop at that point. And that what happened with the team of Armada. They were not able to hold out that boulder that is right now for them is the Martyrs B of Dementors. And slowly and gradually, they picked up their pace. They picked up their whole case scenario, slowly moved forward, eliminated, annihilated the team of Armada, got those 5 kills for themselves into the very end, even spawning the Slayer right into their bases. And that was a bold move, getting into the base and straight up spawning the Dark Slayer. That was a big thing from their side. And that was made them, the V Armada, lose even one more tower, made them not capitalize the situation. Even there was a slight chance that they had, that was out of the window at that point. There was nothing that they could have done. The 100% game was gone towards the Martyrs B of Dementors at that point, and they knew what to do at that point. Even if the team was able to respawn in time, all they had to do was not focus on them, focus straight up onto the base tower, destroy it, and get the win for themselves as well.
Yes, like I feel like when the game state reaches that point where you have two tier turrets taken off on either of the lanes, like you just are right now at the cusp of winning the game, because you once you open up that base from any of the sides, you have that window, you have that opening, you have that map pressure built up, and it's going to be like constant map pressure because these turrets don't come back. There's nothing stopping them. It's just the nexus. So one fault mistake, one bad decision from the enemy team, and you can capitalize it on all fronts. And just like that, Martyrs Beard Dementors, once they opened up the Slayer lane, they made sure they would power through it, and they utilized their infinite Slayer so well and effectively that they were deployed in the base after clearing out the tier 3 turret from the Slayer lane, and just kept on applying the pressure on the Nexus and just not allowing Via Armada to improvise or reposition or relocate themselves around the map, or like pull off a possible flank and catch out the backline, and just not allowing them to basically leave their own fountain.
Definitely. Even before that actual Slayer was spawned into their base side, we saw that the team Modest B of Dementors with that confidence that even after losing two of their players, even after losing a lot of their health into the top lane fight, they were still aggressing. They were still trying to capitalize the tower for themselves, getting more kills into that scenario. The fight was a 3 versus a 2 situation. They capitalized that situation into their favor, got those kills, 5 kills, deleting the tower, destroying the tower into their favor, getting more gold, more buffs, more damage onto them, spawning the Slayers into the spawn side of the team. Armada capitalizing that situation, making sure that before the team of Armada was even spawned, before they were even coming back into the game, trying to defend out their position, the match was over. And we witnessed that a single, first-handedly into that area, that the team that actually did it, they were that confident. Even in the mid game, where they were going towards the dragon, they were not focusing on the Armada. They were just leaving them as if they are going to come close. Then we're going to take the fight. We're not going to chase them out. We're not going to go towards them. We're not going to make let them feel that they're kind of a threat for them. But at that same time, that what made the team Armada frustrated, made them panic into that situation that they're not aggressing. We have to go for that aggression. In which case, they aggressed, and that what made them lose out their position, their players, and even the supporter, as we already said, was thrown into that frustration in a fight. And as soon as a supporter was thrown, they knew that the team right now is on the off balance. They're not on a scale. They're off the scale right now. They don't know what they're doing. We have to capitalize the situation, and they actually did it. But right now, once again, Valcross has been taken into the ban pick, and onto the other side, we can see Arthur, I believe so, alongside a
Yes,
second ban
I
pick from the V Armada as well.
So Aya, Arthur, Volkat, and Yui once again off the table from both sides. Right now, we are looking at a similar ban trend. Like the bans remain a bit similar once again, but you can see now we are Mara
Oh,
prioritizing a high priority champion with the Hayate. Hayate is back on board. I was surprised we did not see another. Like I was very shocked. Like, oh, first game we don't get to see Hayate and Yui. That's unbelievable. And with that being said, Martis BF Dementors answered back with the same ADC pick with the Caffeine. And let's see what's the second pick? It's going to be a Crixie. It's a mid lane pick off for the side of Martis BF Dementors.
okay.
Mid lane and ADC. So they have picked up their carries and now they're going to build around them in the remaining drafts. So how does V Armada answer back? They are well aware of the carry champions on the side of Martis BF Dementors. So V Armada have all the resources to possibly like counter these champions. How do they do it?
How do they do it? It's a matter of question indeed. And the only thing that they can right now do is to maintain their calm composure. If they start to panic after this two picks from the Martis BF Dementors, I think that can push them in out of the window, as they have not shown out their true hand as well. The team of Martis BF Dementors, they haven't taken out their third pick yet. And onto the other side, we can see Lubu and Tachi being picked off straight up. Virmada is not thinking about the team Modest B of Dementors into this scenario. They're not waiting out for their picks off first, but they're choosing their picks off. Look at that Omen. That is going to be a threat against a V Armada in this whole composition. But once again, we're seeing band
Yes.
composition being picked off, and as soon as the band composition is picked, we're going to see that the teams are going to go back into a fight. In this case scenario, Martis B of Dementors checking on those two mid lanes, Caffeine and Crixine, to the very first supporter side. We can say how confident they are after winning that first match.
Yes, indeed. Like there, you can see the confidence is just showing. Like that's just being shown by Martis B of Demeter. It's picking up their two carries in the first pick phase. They didn't hesitate. They just completely picked them up without thinking a single
Definitely.
second about what the counter picks that could come through from the V Armada side. And right now, going to the second ban phase, you can see V Armada just trying to take off their like pocket picks on the side of Martis B of Dementors, because we can saw Elendor, we could see Scud being a pocket pick from the side of Martis Beer
Tulan.
Dementors in yesterday's game. And with that being said, Martis Beer Dementors answer back with the two lanes. This is probably going to be the first two lane of this tournament so far.
Definitely, it's going to be the first two-run of this tournament so far. But this time around, into the second half situation, we're seeing the team Armada is not making an upper move this time around. They're not going for a hasty pick. Tulan is the only one that is being picked off right now. But as we're talking about the other players as well, as we're talking about the other composition, which of that a player fifth person is going to do, it's going to be Yena from the Armada. a really a think composition from their side. They really thought about it before picking it up. And
So
right now, it's all up to the fifth. Liliana, the
it's
last composition ban player, is right now being picked. How it's going to affect against the team Modest BF Dementors, we have to see. Even after Liliana pick, we also saw Hayate maybe into the last ban phase. He was into the last ban phase, and the only time that we see Hayate is either he's picked off or he's either banned. It's either one of these two situations.
Yes, like perfectly said. And seeing right now the draft on the VR Mata side, they have picked up a very bruiser heavy comp with the Lubu, with the Tachi, with the Yina. Like all three of these champions are looking to brawl around the map. So I could imagine that VR Mata are looking to build up a complete team fight comp as compared to the last game where they had a mix of split push and team fights. So I think the game plan right now on the side of VR Mata is that they want to take fights around the map. And with that being said, Martyrs BF Dementors, they answered back with, I think they're now switching up the drafts right now. They're
She
like playing to the cards. Yes, Chi. Right now, like they're just answering back with a like a split push comp. They're the ones gonna play now a split push comp in that position. So we've
definitely
just
they're
switched
gonna
sides
go
right
for
now at
that
this
split
point.
push.
We've
At this
switched the
time,
sides right
the
now.
red
Like
team is blue team, and their whole scenario of the whole composition is also switched up. Even Team Modest VF Dementor is also was curious about the V Armada composition in the last section, that they even picked out almost identical comp for themselves, a similar comp, if I have to say, for themselves, and try to work it out for themselves as well. Maybe it's gonna be a good comp for them. Maybe it was not a really pleasant comp for the V Armada, but this may be a pleasant comp for the Armadas or VF Dementor as well. But we have to see when the match is going to start how the teams are actually going to be affected by this.
only time will tell. And as we will get into the lobby, looking at the drafts right now, it's just I feel excited because this is like going to show the same teams on different play styles. Like basically they're playing into each other's play styles right now. Martis Dementors, they're on on the split push draft style, which they, I believe that it is their strength, but they did not do that in the first game. The first game they played a very team fight focused comp, and right now I think back on their comfort picks, and I could say the same for VR Mada. VR Mada played a split push comp and started doing team fights with it, which did not work out. And hopefully this time around they have a team fight comp, and they hopefully they'll be able to execute it very well this time.
Definitely, only the time will tell if they're going to be able to execute it perfectly into their favor side or not. But talking about the composition, talking about their positions right now, only one player from the team, Mod is the BF Dementor, is into the top lane section. Aside from that, all four of them were all together. This time around, we're seeing the team Mod is the BF Dementor is actually aggressing with all of their players, like we saw in the last match. With the team of V Armada, but V Armada this time around is also doing the same thing as the last one that they did, pushing with all four of their players as the one player, taking up the top spot, taking up the top lane for himself into the later game, into the mid to long game. How this is actually going to affect the team, we will see, we will know. But talking about the team Modest VF Dementors, they're actually, it's a case of a hit and run. They're hitting the players, they're doing the great damage onto the team V Armada, and as soon as they do damage, they straight up go back towards their safer side, towards their like a spawn side, in which case they have a better chance of surviving, in which case they have a better chance of even picking up the kills if the team V Armada actually aggress.
Like you said, right now you can see Martis BF Dementors, they're trying to force fights, trying to get early picks so they can generate the pressure around the turrets. And unfortunately VR Mata is not giving the room for it, and that'll be an easy first dragon. Now this is, I think, a repetitive mistake from the last game, because VR Mata, they, the ones, you could say the downside they had was that they were not giving river control, or like they were not trying to contest the river control at all. Now meanwhile, this all of this was going on, Lubu was managed to take the Slayer on the side of V Armada. So V Armada, while I was kind of criticizing their efforts of not gaining river control in the bottom side, they answered back by taking the objective on the top side. So I guess once again, I think V Armada have a plan, and they're slowly executing it right now in this game.
Finally, this time around, V Armada is going for the Slayer. They got the Slayer buff for themselves and the Slayer for them as well. But how is it going to be into their favor? That is the bigger question. Is the Slayer buff enough right now for them to hold out against the supportive composition from the team Mardis, the BF Dementors? We will see that as they're all together. The fight is a 5 versus 2 situation, in which case Shogun and Zero has been spotted by all of the team Mardis, the BF Dementors. The rest 3 players that they're in the bottom lane, they're going slowly and gradually into the bottom lane. Maybe they're going to go for the towers to try to defend the towers, eliminate it, get the objectives are for themselves, and as they get the objectives, the gold difference is going to happen. And once again, we're seeing a 300 gold difference from the team of V Armada and Mardis, the BF Dementors. The fight has not begun. The fight actually begun, but the eliminations hasn't started yet. V Armada, neither the team Mardis or BF Dementors has taken a kill so far. The damage was done. The beauty of the damage, the beauty of those what do we call it? The call outs from the teammates was done, but not the elimination. Once again, we're seeing Death being in a pickle as he's a really low half health right now, and he goes into the backside, into the safer side with his tower cover. And in the meantime, with 9.6k gold on the V Armada and 10k gold on the Martyrs, once again, the goal difference is really minor, and those minor differences can make the game into the mid game, as we saw in the previous section.
Yes, perfectly said. Right now, you can see Mars BF Dementors, they're right now heavily prioritizing this bot side. They're like not leaving this area at all. Constantly sending members, 2-3 members there, just making sure they are the ones under, like, applying pressure on this place, not allowing VR Mara to, move forward. Meanwhile, there's like a invade also going on the other side of the map, and once again, Zero and Shogun just taking off the gold and buffs from the Tulin. The Tulin pick is being heavily targeted by V Armada as well. Like, you can see, V Armada is right now trying they're trying to get some game plan. Like, they have a game plan right now, and I can see it working out somehow. But I feel like their main strength comes through team fights, and which they have not taken a single one of them right now so far. And longer this game goes, I feel like Mardis BF Dementor's comp will get stronger. I believe that's the
Definitely,
case.
they're working right now for their comp in this case scenario. As you already said, they know what they're doing, and there we have it. Noodles actually eliminating Noah, and at the same time, Death was eliminated right behind him. We're seeing Anthem, Shogun, and Zero being the only person that is alive right now. Shogun onto the top lane, and the rest two are into the bottom lane. As one goes towards the mid lane, as we see Zero goes towards the mid lane in the hope that the tower will defend him, gets that healing orb for himself. But there is 4 players from the team. Mars BF Defenders, Dementors, they're gonna straight up aggress, but he changed his, he shape shifted into a fox, and now he's gonna be not just stronger, but also faster. The Sage buff is also gonna be taken by Ankh. Ankh is gonna give out that Sage buff to himself and the team. Slowly and gradually, the Slayer is finally here. The Dog Slayer is here. We're waiting out for the dragon that may just spawn, but talking about the dragon, wait, Mardis BF Defenders already got that dragon kill for themselves. Right now, the only dragon or the Slayer that is alive is a Dog Slayer, and which one of the team is going to get it, they're also going to be into the same. If the Mardis BF Dementor is going to get it, they're going to have the upper hand into the game section. If the team V Armada gets it, it's going to be almost the same. But look at that, one player, that is a Sen, just waiting out for that kill steal, but was not able to do it. V Armada got that Slayer kill for themselves. 2 dragons from the BF Dementors and 2 Slayers from the team of V Armada. The fight is almost equal. The composition of the elimination came from the team Mardis BF Dementor, so their team composition is really great. We can say from that the teamwork is really OP, overpowered from their situation. But the solo gameplay, is it going to be enough? Is the solo gameplay enough? As into the later game, we may just see them move solo in a different spot, fighting solo single-handedly against all of these players.
Like I said with the drafts earlier, the strength of V Armada comes through team fights, and so far Mars BF Dementors, they're the one initiating the fights, regardless of if I have defined their comp as a split push comp. They're the ones taking the fights. They're the ones taking initiative in every way possible, and I'm surprised. And this might be a caught Zen, but Zen utilizes the mobility from the side of uh, Key. The mobility on Key is too high, so he'll escape. But good pressure applied by VR Marder, and I think they're gonna look to prioritize this
Oh,
Abyssal Dragon. And good attempt once again by Caffeine to survive, but unfortunately, it's just damage too much from Anthem and Zero. And there'll be another kill coming through from the side of Viarmada. Now you can see Viarmada, they're split around the map. Like the members are completely split. Like I don't know if this miscommunication. They have no fixed decision on what they want to do right now. A lot of them are rotating towards this Dark Slayer, but I feel like that's not their intention to take. I feel like they're right now looking for a fight, but Marsby of Dementor, they're not giving him that opening, because you can see the Key is pushing heavily downside right now, and they have to send their Hina to answer to her. So once again, the team fight possibilities out of the window for the side of VR Armada.
definitely the team composition, the team fights are out of the window this time around. In which case, Team Mada's BF Dementors having the upper hand into the team fight. Team Weirmada, we're seeing them trying to fight into a solo composition, but look at that. Death straight up came towards his death, but he actually survived and even made sure that his team actually comes into the play. But Zero got taken down. Zero is eliminated. Nova has been taken off as well. Death is also dead. Anthem is super low. He's gonna be taken down. Shogun is the final hope of the team as he's the solo surviving player. Only what the thing that he can do is he can hope to go into the backside, into the spawn side, where he can wait out, where he can hold out the position against the team. Mod is the BF defenders in hope that his team composition revives. His team composition comes up forward in hope for saving them into this situation. But Team Mod is the BF Dementors. They're not even giving out any chances. Just look at that. Another tower being destroyed. So far, 4 towers have been destroyed by the team Mardis BF Dementors, and even the Infinite Slayer has been taken off. This Slayer can be a potential threat this time around against the team Armada, as we're going to be seeing the team Mardis BF Dementors and maybe spawning it into the top lane. And if they do it, that may just be it. We already saw the last match ending in Mardis BF Dementors into their favor as they moved from the top lane as well. And this time around again, once again, Team Modest BF Dementors, they're heavily aggressing onto the top lane as we see the rest of bottom and the mid lane. Their towers are still alive, but once again, the fight is happening. The 5 versus 2, 5 versus 3 situation, in which case the Shogun is really low. The fight is happening, in which case Red Outer Tower also has been destroyed. Noah has been taken off. Noah, as soon as he's taken down, Shogun is going to follow right behind him. 2 players have been taken off. Death, Anthem, and Zero. The hopes are all towards these 3 guys and hope to defend out their towers. We're also seeing 1 player, in fact, that is Zero in the top lane, making sure that they're also doing the aggression, making sure that they're also going for those eliminations, the tower objectives onto the team Mondas Esports as well, eliminating not just 1 but 2 towers.
Look at the burst.
3 towers have been done. Look at that, the burst is amazing. Zero has been taken off. Shogun finally respawned back, and the team Mondas BF Dementors, they have spotted their Slayer. They have spawned their Dark Slayers into the bottom lane. And this may just be it, as the final tower, as the core tower has been destroyed, the base tower. It's all up to the base.
Oh,
and it's
Pain
all up
goes
to
in.
the team
Pain is
of
all the way through mid, and this might be it.
Look at that.
It might be it right now. Like, they have the Dark Slayer with them. They have the damage, and I think this could be the way this series goes. Like, I feel like VR Armada have completely dropped the ball once again. They fell under the pressure. Like, the slight turnaround that the Martis BF Dementors had in the mid game, like the river control, it like completely pushed them back and into that zone where they could not possibly, get back into the game. Like, they kept resorting back to that split push where they're sending Zero to take turrets on the sides. Like, I haven't seen a single team fight come through from the VR Armada side, despite them drafting a team fight composition. And looking now at the state of the base from the side of VR Armada, this is going to be a free Abyss Holy Dragon for Martis BF Dementors. Once again, Martis BF Dementors have completely bleeded out VR Armada. And looking at this game state, I feel like it's just matters before time. Martis BF Dementors will take this series. And I can already, like, I can see VR Armada just not having a way back at this point, because there's just no way. Like the goal difference is too big. The 10,000 goal difference.
The pressure is too much. The goal difference is too much. The only hope that we Armada can actually do right now is to hope that they actually eliminate five of the Mart is be better than hoping to over into that. And even at that time, they have to go from the top lane as their only hope is from the top lane. But look at that, Modest BF Dementors are finally getting that infinite layer. Once again, they're gonna spawn it into maybe the top lane as top lane and bottom lane both are totally open into the scenario, but maybe they're gonna go for that complete annihilation, in which case Nova has been taken down by Noodles. Noodles taking it down, getting it straight up into the base side, but two players has taken the liking of the fight as well. Noodle eliminating one player, but then actually surviving. Zero is in the same position, holding out his position against the team mod as a BF Dementors as he and Anthem is the final hope for the team. These two are the only hopes for the team as they're going to be holding out themselves against all five of them. And on top of that, the Infinite Flare is also there. The Infinite Flare is definitely going to do a huge damage, and there we have it. It was a matter of time before we Armada lose their composure, and there we have it. An easy win for the team Martyrs, a BF Dementors, a second win as well. A beautiful win, a great win, and even eliminating almost all of their towers. This shows their domination straight up from the very start. Even with the same composition that the team of V Armada picked out, almost a similar composition that the V Armada actually picked out in the very early stages, the first match, they showed them that how this composition is done.
Perfectly said. Right now, like I am surprised. Like we Armada, like they pick up a composition the first game. They try to play a comp that I feel like Marta's Beard Dementors, they perfected that comp. They try to play that same comp against them. It does not work out. Fair play. Okay, fine. It did
No.
not work out. You played against the team that the comp. Go into the second game, you resort to your comfort picks, and you still not manage to like pull through. You lost to the same composition you tried to run again. Like it's so surprising. I feel like the stage pressure, the mental pressure is just getting to the players on the side of V Armada. V Armada is just this is not the same team that I saw on day one. I just can't believe it. Like it was not even a competition. Looking at it right now, this was not a competition.
That was a mind game, I say, from the Martyrs BF Dementors into the very start, as they picked out their similar composition and hoping to throw them off as well. That, yes, you may not be able to eliminate us with that composition, but yeah, we're definitely going to use this composition against you in this time around. And they actually pulled it off, and they showed how sticking together can also be helpful into the later stages as they got the dragons into the very early stages, and the team even Veer Mara trying to get those slayers this time around. The second game they tried, they knew what to analysis on that situation. They knew what their mistakes were into the first game. They tried to overcome it with their composition change, and on top of that the slayer buffs as well. But it was still not enough against that supportive composition, in which case the support is going to give out the major buff, and on top of that dragon and slayer buffs on top of to yourself. It's just amazing over towards the team Amara's BF Dementor, as they showed a true domination in this match, into this scenario of a game, and even eliminating out almost all of the players of the team of Armada into the very end section. It was just amazing. I have to give it to Zen, the way Zen actually straight up aggressed into their base, straight up went into their base into two players, and after that spawning that Dark Slayer, the fight was over. Even as the team of Armada was trying to defend out their whole position into this area, it was still not enough. A team of Martyrs of Dementors showed them the aggression, showed them the beauty of that composition, the supportive composition that they actually pulled it off. And with that pressure already built up from the first match, it was all a matter of time. It was all a matter of holding out that position with the supportive composition until the other team gets frustrated, until the other team starts to get frustrated and over-aggress to yourself.
I mean, like, perfectly said, perfectly described. But and looking at right now, Marta's BF Dementors right now, I'm not sure. Like if I'm right now VOPX or Starry Hope, I'm worried because this team has come here to play and they are delivering. from all fronts. They're like picking team fight comps, winning with them. They're picking split push comps, winning with them. They're the like Martyrs Beer Dementors. They don't care what they're playing. They don't. They just want to win. They have an answer to everything. I feel like this team has that potential to go all the way through to the grand finals.
Definitely, as they have a potential to go towards the grand finals as well. And like how their mindset is, how their thinking is, there's a huge chance that they may even win that grand final as well. But once again, Armada is going to be going towards the lower bracket this time around and hopes to be having another chance against the One Glorious of getting that semi-final slot for themselves. But once again, we're moving on to the MVP, in which case it's none other than the Noodles. 7 deaths, 7 kills, 1 death, 5 assists. 83,000 damage, 896. So that shows almost 84,000 damage. MVP points is 11.9. Kill participation is 80% throughout his team. So 80% of his whole composition, of his whole fights was done through his team. It was done by this guy. Roll goal difference is only a measly of less than 1,784. So even with the MVP of the other game, with that 784 goal difference, what just happened? They just annihilated, dominated the other team with a huge margin.
Yeah, like I feel like Noodle just outclassed them on the day. Like right now, Noodle was all over the map, consistently dealing damage with Caffeine. Like he made sure his presence was felt throughout the game. Like he made sure that look at this. Like Hayate, it's such a high priority pick in this tournament. Yet VR Mara Anthem, just he could not have that same impact that Noodles had with Caffeine. Like you can see he had the 100% kill participation on his side, but it was just like the damage, it was just lacking. Look at the damage difference, like around 42,000. And while the gold and kill participation is like slightly even and in favor of V Armada, the damage was just too much on the side of Noodles.
Definitely, Noodle having that upper hand into this whole case scenario. And even look at that. Mart is the BF Dementor this time around. Killed the 15 of the Viermata, and on to the other hand, Viermata only managed to kill one of the team mod as a BF Dementor, and that was actually Noodle as well. We saw the one elimination on Noodles, even being the MVP. He was the guy that got eliminated by the Viermata as well. So an
Oh
ironic
my
moment
god.
there, but 8 towers versus 3 towers against 2 Viermata. 2 slayers from both sides, 39,000 golds on the Viermata side and 48,000 on the Martis BF Dementors. So this shows that a huge difference. But once again, I have to go towards the kill section. The one kill that actually happened throughout this whole game, throughout this whole face-off against both of these teams, it was none other than Noodles. Noodles did manage to get out those kills, to get out those assists, and as we already said, it's a matter of everything in the last segment. We called it out yesterday. Even kill the count here. He got killed and he's the MVP.
Yes. Like, hey, you can have 100% kill participation if you have the only kill in the game. 100 kills. I just can't believe. Okay.
And
Now,
that was
I
on
was
the
like,
MVP as well.
yes, on the MVP and champion. So it's like a mini win. B Armada can have a mini win. They can have a small win out of this. They killed the MVP. But I feel like V Armada needs to have a mental reset. They need to refocus, reshape themselves,
Definitely.
and probably show a better performance against Vain Glorious in the lower bracket up quarterfinals. Like they could not show up right now. I feel like they need to reset, get those stage nerfs out of the window, and perhaps try again in the matchup against Vain Glorious in the lower bracket quarterfinals.
They have to re-strategize their composition, their whole strategy. Yes, I agree. But once again, with all of that, Team Maris B of Dementor is going into the final slot. A huge, congratulations to them, and good luck to the V Armada once again against Vainglorious. But once again, after the first match, it's about time we go on a short break. So we will see you after the short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back, guys.
Comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn. The Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures' evolved forms later in the game can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the highland and jungle, dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the Highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn, the Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to AIC South Asian Grand Finale. I'm Nitul Islam with my boy Zain. How are you, Zain?
Oh, I'm pumped up for these games today, man. Like yesterday was a hell of a day, and today we'll see some more do or die games. And most importantly, we'll see our top 4 teams. We'll get to see which teams are going to be our top in this South Asia Championship. So I'm really excited to see that. I think one of the teams are already headed towards the upper bracket finals, and that
Upper
will
bracket
be
finals,
yes. Yes, and now we'll get to see another team who will be getting into the upper bracket finals as well as top 4. So the next game we have today will be against Terry Hope versus OPX. Now, do you know one interesting fact about these 2 teams?
What is that?
that both of them are unbeaten in this tournament so far, because they played one game with one team each, and they both defeated them with a 2-0 score. Like they didn't even lose a single game. So they're here unbeatable. They dominated their previous games. Both of these teams, Terry Hope were undefeated against I believe Vainglorious, and OPX were against Aegon Esports. So now they're here. They both knocked out the Pakistani teams to the lower bracket, and now they're here to face off against each other in a really dominant style. And maybe the best team wins, or maybe we'll see a third game, because I'm hoping that they will clash each other really, really hard. And this is going to be an interesting series of 3 games.
Definitely, very well said. And I want to mention one thing, and that is Stereo Hope was unbeaten in the Myanmar region, and they are the champion of Myanmar regional finals. So they're not a random team that came in like an underdog and performing well. Not like that. They have been performing well since the very beginning. So they're really good with their plays. They know what to do. They know when to strike and when to play defensive. And yesterday, when we saw they were against Vanglorious, they were dominating the whole series. Like they ended the first game within 9 minutes, and the second game was within 11 minutes. So both of the games were early finished, and they were amazing with their plays.
Yeah, that's that. And as you mentioned, yeah, it is kind of true that Stereo Hope are really dominant. They play super aggressive, and they try to end the game really early. So they have that strong side of them. And also we have the other team, which is OPX. They're also like a very nice team, because they always have this kind of calm kind of attitude, and they maintain their game such nicely that they know what they're doing. And we see the face off we OPX versus Terry Hope, Myanmar versus Bangladesh in today's series 2 of in the upper bracket semifinals. So may the best team win. Once again, I'm saying that thing. So yeah.
Well, we can say one thing about OPX, and that is they're really good with their plays. Like they are so much dominant with their plays. They were the Bangladeshi champion in the last tournament. It was 2 or 3 months ago, if I'm not wrong. It was
Yeah.
ABC tournament by Arena of Valor, and they were they were the undefeated champion in that tournament, but this time they're in the top eight, and now they're in the upper bracket top three list, because the one team that got knocked out to the lower bracket, and that is none other than I believe We Armada. And not to mention We Armada, We OPX, both of them are from the same institution, that is We Esports. So this is the kind of moment where we the fan of we sports are hoping for the best to we OPX to win this tournament, or maybe win this match to advance to the upper bracket finals, so that the fans of we esports can cheer them in the finals. So yeah, this
Yeah.
is gonna be a hardcore matchup between Stereo Hope and we OPX. And I want to mention one thing, that is OPX and Stereo. Both teams have shown us that they are really good with their early plays. So this time this will be difficult, because one of them should play defensive in the first 5 minutes, or maybe both of them will play aggressive, and one will definitely fall, because this is a game where the last man standings counts. You cannot survive at the same time. So either you will lose, or you will make your opponent lose the game. So yeah, I'm really hyped for this. And which team will you be vouching for?
Um, as personal favorite, like as me being Bangladeshi, obviously I wish OPX would win, but I wouldn't pick a side, because I want both teams to play at their best. And me being able to witness such a great game is very, I believe that's an honor to witness this kind of scenario. So I wish both
Mhm.
good luck to both of the teams, and whoever wins at the end of the day They both came here and they both became one of the best teams in the top 8 of this series. So good luck to all of them, and they all deserve, to win, and they all deserve the praise. So whoever wins and goes forward is up to them. But as we see the brackets right now, Martyrs, Dementors are already sitting in the upper bracket finals now. From We OPX and Stereo Hope, whoever wins will be facing off against Martyrs BF Dementor in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket quarterfinals, they have Venom Esports and We Armada versus Vainglorious. So Venom Esports is waiting
Mhm.
for somebody to lose this game so that they can have an opponent, and they will be facing that opponent off in the lower brackets. And whoever wins among those 4 teams will proceed to the lower bracket finals and face off against whoever wins in this game, and then they have to play with Martyrs BF Dementor, and whoever loses that game goes to the lower bracket, and then they have to face the winner team of the lower bracket among the 4 teams. And yeah, so I would say the teams in upper bracket, especially Martyrs, BF Dementor, and between OPX and Sterry Hope, there's still a chance if they get beaten up, if they lose one game, if they lose one series, actually, they still have chance because they're going to go into lower bracket and then they can come back stronger because Marty's already secured themselves a third spot, I believe, because even if they lose at the upper bracket finals, they still have the lower bracket finals to, you know, go into the finals. And if they win the upper bracket final, then that's going to be super clean for them, a straight road to the grand finals. So what do you think? Will Martis BF the mentor? By far, what they've shown us, how will they perform? Do you think they can go to the grand finals without losing a single series?
What I have seen so far by these Stereo Hopes and we OPX, I think I think this series will be taken by Stereo Hopes because, well, they're really good with the drops. They know how to make it work and all. So I'm just gonna root for them in this first game, or maybe for the whole series. But then again, I would like to see the whole draft before make a prediction over it. And one thing I gotta mention that is if OPX loses this series, they will be facing off Venom Esports in the lower bracket, and that
Yes.
is the Bangladeshi team versus the Bangladeshi team. But if OPX wins, that will be another Bangladeshi team versus the Bangladeshi team in the upper brackets finals. So this is getting really hype. Either way, you're gonna face a Bangladeshi team. So this would be
Yes,
really easy
exactly.
for OPX as they already faced both of the teams in the regional tournament. So yeah, regional qualifiers to be exact. And I'm really excited for this match, and I'm really hoping for both of the team to show their best and then move forward, or maybe going to the lower bracket. And while we were talking about that, the peaks and bans are almost done. Like 50% of the draft phase is already over, and we are seeing OPX picking Hayate, Mina, and Liliana, whereas Stereo picked Lorian, Irie, and Beldon. What do you think about the picks?
Um, I believe if you look at Stereo-Hope's bans and the picks, they're
Mm-hmm.
going for an pick they're comfortable with, and their bans are like that high tempo meta heroes. Like they've banned Aya, they've banned Volcat. So I believe these are really good meta heroes. Like Volcat is one of the highest win rate heroes in this tournament and is really strong right now. His ultimate, which gives him lifesteal, is literally makes him like unkillable. And then there's Aya, the best
Mm-hmm.
support of this game, who's also like a very pain in the ass. So they're out of the tournament. So, Stereo Hope is trying to get rid of the meta heroes, I believe. And meanwhile, OPX are picking their comfort heroes as well. Like we've seen them play Hayate, we've seen them play Mina and Liliana before. So I believe this is going to be a carry Hayate and Liliana mid. Whereas we have Stereo Hope with Lorion mid. And this mid lane is going to be kind of interesting because I wanted to see a Liliana and Lorion mid against each other. I believe they'll have a support near them, but still, it is interesting to see these two face off against
I,
each other. And
I
we
think
OPX are
I
really good with Hayate.
Mhm. I think OPX will be playing Hayat mid this time because Hayat is really good against Lorian, and I think they're gonna try to outsmart, try to out from Lorian in the mid lane. So I think Hayate will go mid, but then again, I don't know. I don't know. OPX might be trying something in the first game because they really like to poke their opponents in the first game, then strike back in the second and third. But they're really good with their plays. That's why most of the teams cannot actually defeat them, or maybe they cannot take the advantage over that situation. So yeah, let's see what they pick in the last two picks. So this is gonna be really exciting, and we are seeing the jungle pick coming in from Sterry Hope. What do you think about this jungle pick?
Cricknack. We haven't seen any Cricknacks in this
Mm-hmm.
game, so I'm kind of interested to see how they will execute this pick. So, meanwhile, we were saying on the OPX side, they have an Annette and Pain pick. Okay, they have an Eldenor as well. Now I'm confused whether this Eldenor is gonna be the Slayer lane or the jungle lane because Elendor, my bad, sorry, not Eldenor. Elendor can play both Slayer lane and jungle lane. I think there's a new meta where Elendor is doing that thing, and people are using that a lot because it's really, really good. So maybe Sterry Hope is trying that strat. And yesterday I saw the team Aegon Esports try this combo, but somehow for some technical issues the game got disbanded and they had to redraft, so it got banned again. But maybe Stereo Hope is trying that meta. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how they execute this meta because I'm willing to learn more about Elendor and Elendor's roles. So yeah, and with that further ado, what do you think about this draft? Between these both teams, we OPX versus Terry Hope.
Well,
Who do you think has a better draft?
well, I'm a huge fan of Hayate, Lorian, and Irie, but those heroes are separated here because Hayate is from OPX and Sterry Hope got Lorian and Irie. So I'm a bit confused, but I'll be rooting for Sterry Hopes because I really like the plays coming in from Jeremy. He played really well in yesterday's matchup against Vanglorious, and so I'll be rooting for this guy. He is really good with his plays, and not to mention that. Freaknut will be dominating the jungle area and will be doing some really high potential damage towards his opponents. Look, we are
Yes,
already into
and
the game, and it's not
oh,
even 1 minute,
they're
and
already
we're gonna
starting
see
a
the
fight.
first blood.
And there's the first blood, but both
And
teams got one kill, so that's a trade-off, and they're not done yet. They're going for more. Reflect is quite low, and he will try to escape to save his life now. We see Sterry Hope getting back, but they secure one kill, and I believe the first blood was for Sterry Hope, and we at PX just didn't let them go with that kill, and they didn't return empty hands. So that would be a kill trade for them in this mid lane in 1 minute mark. And what do you think
yeah,
about this early aggression?
it was a 1-1 trade. It was a 1-1 trade between Mr. Champion and Jeremy. So I was just saying that I like the player coming in from Jeremy, and Jeremy will be in a lot of trouble because he lost his life in the early stage, but he will try to recover it from here, and he is trying to gank none other than the Slayer lane hero from OPX. So, but he will not be able to do so, and he's going back
And
towards the mid lane. And look at that gank coming in.
oh, look at Hero.
Oh,
Oh, he
Hero
almost like
almost
wrecked
went
everybody.
out, but yep, but he
Yeah,
was baiting actually because his team was on the way, and we are
yeah.
seeing the Abyssal Dragon, and they're just poking the Abyssal Dragon, but I think they're waiting for OPX to come in and
Oh,
look at
look at Beast, look at Beast.
Beast.
He's getting taken out, and he will be taken out. That Liliana is super squishy and wouldn't be able to
Mhm.
handle the pressure from all of their teammates. And now Worthless is here to try to save something, but I don't think he's able to do that. And now they will be easily taking that Abyssal Dragon. And now you have to keep in mind that Abyssal Dragon is really important in the early stages of the game. Worthless, he's receiving quite a bit of damage from Reflect, but he will be alive and he will save his life. And now look at Stereo Hope, the movements they're playing. They're like surrounding all of the members from we OPX, and now they're trying to go inside the tower to get Pika, 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 Pika. He seems to be in danger. Oh, he cancels the TP. Worthless, he's still here. Pika, Pika almost dies, and Charmin comes back to get the kill. And now Charmin is still sticking around. There's Jeremy and Reflect there to contest Charmin, but Charmin, will he do something? No, he won't. He will just stay back. And now that was a really nice play from OPX. Oriental Phoenix just showed them that they can't just, Sterry Hope just can't be cocky and step out of their way to do some damage to them, because they know they're strong as well, and OPX just showed that, deliver some of their powers. So I hope Sterry Hope doesn't make mistakes like that and just give away their lives. So what do you think about that, being overstepping and getting inside the tower and dying? And that TP stop from Beast was also amazing. Not Beast, Charmin was also amazing.
Yep, that was, but definitely I gotta mention one thing, that is Pika Pika actually survived with 1% HP, and that is, I don't know, man. Like, how can you let a 1% HP guy go away? And that is none other than That is none other than the Hayate. That is a really important hero you need to take out in the early stage, and you let him get away. That's not how you play. Maybe Stereo got something other in their mind, as they are already ahead of 1K net.
Oh, look at that.
Now
Delta,
they're pushing.
Delta getting jumped inside the tower. Beast almost taking down Delta. Now Delta was a really big target for them, because look at his level. He's level 7. Now if he died there, that would have been huge. Now, meanwhile, in here, they're 3-on-1. Worthless is being chased by 3 enemies. Jeremy will pull him up towards back. Where are you running? You can't just run away like that. We can't just hit, and we aren't here to hit and run on you. We're here to take you down, and they will do so. They will just take him down, tear him down, snatch him from his tower, and won't let him escape. And that's the pure dominance coming in from Sterry Hope. OPX doesn't have any answer for that. And now looks like they're not done yet. They're going for Charmin as well, but Charmin will be using his teleport to get the hell out of there.
Meanwhile, the bot fight was happening. Young Kong actually got 1 kill on none other than Wee Beast. He killed him in the top lane, and he secured that how good they are. And well, the Beast actually went too far in the tower, so he was punished. He was punished by the punished by the Young Kong. And look at that, Jeremy
and
is
looks
on
like
the move.
we're also, looks like we're gonna see another fight, and now Pika Pika receiving quite a bit of damage. And Jeremy, look at him! Jeremy is just smashing everyone to the ground, and now they're gonna jump inside the tower. Reflect will secure the kill, and now they're not done yet. Mr. Beast, not Mr. Beast. There's no Mr. on the Beast, but Beast, he looks like he's in danger, but he will just teleport out of there. And now they also managed to kill 2 members from OPX. Meanwhile, OPX will secure the Slayer though, but this is just a normal Slayer, so there is nothing except for like a little bit of buff, a little bit of damage buff, and a little bit of gold for your team. Meanwhile, SH, Sterry Hope, they're being so aggressive here. They're not done yet. They're gonna take 1-on-1 tower every single time. OPX is trying to defend the towers, but they won't be able to do so. They do deal quite a bit of damage to Yongkang. Yongkang is not safe yet. Skyer comes in, and Skyer will take down Yongkang under the tower. He will receive some tower. Charmin is here as well. OPX, they're trying to get back on them. They're trying to get the revenge on them. They seek the revenge. They find vengeance, and now look at that. Charmin dies in the corner, and that kill will be an amazing kill secured by Hero. Hero, he's quite low, he's not safe yet, but he will escape from there somehow. Hero, how are you doing that thing? And now Sterry Hope just taking everyone down one by one. Two of the members from OPX are already down, and Sterry Hope, they're not done yet. They're still sticking around the area, and looks like this is gonna be the end of the fight, or maybe not, because we see OPX is still chasing the Worthless. Is there Jeremy? He's not done yet. He's literally pulling everybody to the ground right now. This man is going ham, and looks like this is gonna be finally the end of the battle.
Yep, I like
So what do you
the
think about
play
this
coming
Stereo
in from
progression?
OPX, because I like the play coming in from OPX because as soon as Worthless came back in, he started joining the fight, and he actually pushed players from a Sterry Hope back to their base. Well, not to their base, but they were able to stop the fight for that time. But Sterry Hopes are really aggressive with their plays. As I mentioned before, they were aggressive even before the 5-minute mark, and now it is 7.5 minutes in the clock, and now they are showing how good they are with their plays. Look at that poke. One poke and 1/3 of the Worthless HP is gone. And look at Pika, he's also
Now you have to,
on 1/3
yes,
of her HP. And so Jeremy and X0, can they deal a lot of damage, and can they push inside the tower?
And now the Slayer and the Dragon, both of the teams will try to go for them. The Slayer right now, while his team is trying to push OPX out of the area, and I think they will secure the Slayer, and they are taking the Dragon as well. So that's a double elemental beasts for Stereo Hope there, and this is gonna give them a huge advantage. We can see they have a 6, almost 7k network lead, network difference between them already. So OPX are losing their control right now. Now there's a team fight going on. We OPX are trying to go get them from behind. Hero almost fell, but he isn't dead yet. Hero is out of the show and out of danger right now, and 2 people from OPX is already dead. Skyr and Pika falls in this fight, and they're gone for 30 seconds. And now looks like somebody else is gonna die, and it will be Worthless. Yongkang securing the kill of Worthless, and this is being really disastrous for OPX, as Stereo Hopes are just stepping onto them one by one and killing them just like that.
And the Dark Slayer is in the mid lane, and that is not a good sign for OPX, because OPX will be dealing with a lot, because Stereo Hopes are pushing top and mid lane at the same time. And look at Hayate's position. Hayate will be going down,
Jeremy,
just like that.
Look at Jeremy.
Will be
He's gonna take down one by one. Charmin, Charmin comes in. He's gonna deal quite a bit of damage, but he will take down Hero. But that's literally not enough, and this will be a GG for OPX.
Look at that. A 9.5 minute game coming in from the Stereo Hopes. They're really good with their plays, really good with their positioning. They started the fight even before 5 minutes, and they destroyed OPX from the inside, and they didn't compromise on anything. Like, they were super hyped about the game, they were super clear about their draft, and they were super clear about their gameplays, and they destroyed their opponent just like papers. Like, you burn a paper, it burns in a second, and they destroyed OPX in seconds, in every seconds to be exact. And they didn't let them do anything. They didn't let them farm. They didn't let them go into the lane and farm or recover from the situation, from that early goal disadvantage. So that's how good Stereo Hopes are. And as I told you before, they are still now undefeated till the Myanmar regional championship. So these guys are oh my god, these guys are beasts around here. So they will definitely be doing a lot towards this tournament. And I don't know, man, I'm not sure about the second game yet, because OPX mentality is being destroyed by Stereo Hopes, and I don't think OPX can make a proper comeback out of it, because their early aggressive team, and now their strategy has been overwritten by this team, by none other than Stereo Hopes. So they need to find a better strategy within 5 minutes, or maybe they will go to the lower bracket and face Venom Esports.
And now we're here seeing the highlights from this amazing game. Like as you mentioned, Stereo Hope just grasped the moment where they thought that they had the game, and they never let go of that moment, and they kept their cool, they kept their advantage till the end of the game, and they didn't even let the other team have a chance at their place. So OPX didn't even stand a chance against Stereo Hope. They keep getting those objectives, they keep getting those layers, they keep getting those dragons, and build up a huge difference between them, and that led to the win. And without a doubt, Jeremy played a really amazing game. The way he initiated, the way he caught the enemies were absolutely perfect and opened up a lot of space for them. And Hero, with those damage coming in from the back line, absolutely amazing. Like I mentioned, Stereo Hope are really strong, and they're introducing new heroes in this tournament, which were never seen. Even the heroes that are not in meta, they're using it with such a nice combination. They're using it with such an ease that the other teams are able to do anything, are not able to do anything. Literally, they just have to give in and withdraw to these heroes. And as you can see how dominant they were, and they just got this layer and straight up went for the throne, and they were able to end. Like, other teams would be if it were any other team in here, they would at least hesitate or respect the other team, or maybe back off a little, go a little defensive when their spells are on cooldown. They'll try to play defensive a bit. But if you look at Seriho, they didn't take a break. They never took a break. They just went ham. They just keep going straight and straight. They broke every single wall that OPX had and secured the game at a really early timing, that is 9 minutes and 30 seconds. And this is what we call a strong team. Not strong in early games, but strong in every aspect of the game.
Definitely, and I started to think that this might be the team that will be focusing on more wins and less lose, and maybe they will be the undefeated champion so far. So I don't think there is a team that can override this aggression. So let's see, we are moving towards the second game, but I hope OPX can come back from the situation. And look at the MVP, it is none other than Reflect. He got 4 kills, 0 death, and 9 assists. That's a lot, and he dealt like 57,000 damage. And he played the Lorient, he played the mid lane, and as I told you before, Lorient is really good with their plays. And yeah, that's that.
Reflect with those plays, as I mentioned before,
Mhm.
Hero was dealing quite a bit of damage, but Reflect wasn't very far behind as well. Reflect, look at him. He dealt so much damage, 57,000 damage into 9 minutes game. That's quite a lot, actually. I've seen people play 15 or 16 minutes in the game and they don't have this much damage, but now, look at that. And the score he has is absolutely amazing, 409.
Mhm.
That's he's inside. He has participation in almost 13 kills. And look at that compared to OPX's Beast, who is also a really good player. I've seen him outperform many mid players in this tournament, and he has a score of 142. And compared to Reflect, Beast looks like he was a quite a bit far behind, and he didn't have the best game here, Liliana, because he kept dying. You know, he has 4 deaths, and that's quite unusual of him. Like I've seen him die 2 less times in the previous games. He tries to play safe, but this time around Reflect put such a pressure on him that he couldn't but um lose the tempo of the game. So yeah.
Exactly, and as we saw that OPX got only 5 kills in the whole game, and Sterry Hopes got 16. That is more than 10 kills. That is 11 kills ahead of OPX. So they are really good with their plays. They know what they're doing, and they will be striking back again. So I don't know, man. Yesterday when I saw they were playing against Vanglorious, I thought maybe Vanglorious are not having a good day. Maybe they're just panicking in the lane, because a lot of teams are really good in online, but when they goes for a LAN event, they don't feel confident enough. They don't feel themselves, and they crumble just like that. But it is make no mistake, Sterihov did not crumble in the LAN event, and
Absolutely
they
not.
are just making their opponents crumble. On the other hand, and OPX are the victim of them in this series. And that was the first game. It feels like it's gonna repeat itself just like yesterday. Like Stereo ended the first game in 9 minutes, and they ended the second game. Probably it was 10 minutes and 44 or maybe 38 seconds. So well, it was below 11 minutes. So I think this time they will definitely go for that 11-minute mark win again against this OPX Phoenix, Oriental Phoenix.
um Yeah, and I personally think in order to counter that strategy, OPX have to come up with the strategies to stop them in the early games, like you mentioned. They're really aggressive. Like the way Stereo plays, they like to push things and push the opponents back, and they try to control the area as much as they can, and they try to control the tempo of the game, and that's what they did this game. Stereo literally controlled the whole tempo of this game, and that's made them take not only the dragon but also the slayer at the same time. And this is something I've never seen in this tournament before, so this is the first time seeing a team taking both of the objectives together at the same time. This is just how much they've zoned out OPX right now. This is just how much how much they're controlling the map, how much fear they've put into OPX. In order to stop that, OPX have to be active in the early games, and they have to draft some good heroes that can, take the map control, maybe control the area and take the crowd control as well. So OPX have to really revise their strategy right now against Team Stereo Hope, because they're not a joke. But personally, I think OPX should be able to overcome this, as they were the previous champions of Bangladesh Championship. So they have what it needs in them. And in MOBA games, it's never too early. Somebody, maybe now Cherry Hope is dominating the whole game, but from the next two games, OPX can come back and just beat the shit out of them. You never know. This is MOBA. Anything can happen. It can change any moment. Like as you mentioned, Vainglorious was a victim of Stereo Hope, but I've seen them yesterday on the last game against their brothers Aegon Esports. They've played different drafts, different strategies, different play styles every single game, and they showed such an splendid performance that I still do hope OPX will be able to do the same. And yeah, if that's so, that's what is gonna make them go forward. And what do you have your what's your opinion about this? How do you think OPX will be able to come back in this series?
Well, one thing I gotta mention, maybe OPX, if maybe OPX played differently, like they should play defensive, and maybe they will be able to do a better thing in the game too, as they're really good with their drafts. They know how to counter opponent, so maybe they will come back with a really quick strategy before going into the second game. Well, they need to play defensive and they need to counter the picks. Like in the first game, they were banning the heroes they don't like to play against, but there are heroes that study hopes are really good with. You need to study them. I guess they did study them, but they were waiting for the first game because they were not sure about what or how strong story hopes are. So maybe this time they will definitely ban the heroes that cherry hopes are comfortable with, and maybe that's how they're gonna counter them.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. And
one thing I gotta mention,
uh-huh.
that is OPX are in a lot of pressure right now, because either ways, if they lose this one, they will be facing the champions from the Bangladesh regional qualifiers. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they are comfortable against Venom Esports, because they lost the match against Venom Esports in the regional qualifiers. So they will be really in pressure, because if they lose that one, that is game over for them. But if they can go into the final game, or maybe in the upper bracket final, they will be facing another Bangladeshi team, but maybe they will have a better choice, or maybe a better chance against that team. I don't know yet, but I think again, playing against Venom Esports in the lower bracket is no joke.
But yeah, as you said, playing against Venom Esports in the lower bracket will be a bit hard for them. But we also have to remember that OPX are the previous champions. So after that, I'm pretty sure that they had a lot of confidence boost, and they've been practicing ever since for this tournament. And even in this tournament, when they got qualified, and they maybe lost, they maybe got the second place and lost to Venom Esports. But we also have to remember that they're also a champion, and also runners up is not a weak spot. So they're the second best team in the Bangladesh currently. I can say, yeah, based on the qualifiers. So the second best team of the Bangladesh is also a really strong team. Like there's a lot of teams in Bangladesh, right? There are more than 30, 40, 50. I don't have any specific count, but there's a lot of teams, and they outplayed all of those teams, so that means they have something in them. So maybe what's stopping them is, they've never played against Terry Hope, so they don't have any strat or any plans against them. So the first game was to read the opponents, and in the second game maybe they'll be able to perform better. Even if they lose, they will be able to perform better than the last game, because this time around they know how aggressive Terry Hope is, and they know how Terry Hope plays. And it's a competitive game where you have one winner team and one loser team. It's either somebody's gonna lose or win. So there's that, and there's a 50-50 chance that OPX wins this and OPX or maybe OPX loses this. But whatever that is, we're here to cast the game, and enjoy the game together. And I wish best of luck to both of the teams, but I really do wanna see OPX win at least one game and may take this game to the third game so we can enjoy the game more. And specifically, to be precise, as a team from my country, I want to see them be better than this, be more like what they've done, what they were in the previous qualifiers and what they were in the championships in the previous tournaments. So they gotta be at least better than them. Myanmar's strongest team, Sterry Hope, yes, but we also have Bangladesh's strongest team against them. So yeah, I do support them. I do hope that they do better in the next game.
Well, let's talk about a fact that is, well, there are four Bangladeshi team in this tournament in top eight. There are two Pakistani team, one Cambodian team, and one Myanmar team. And the single Cambodian team actually lost their game yesterday, and they are eliminated from the tournament. They're back to their country, and it
Yes,
it feels like a country has like lost their way around there. But it doesn't mean that you gotta stop playing. It doesn't mean that you gotta stop supporting this game, because if you were a supporter of Cambodia or Impunity Cambodia, like, your team lost the game, it doesn't matter, because they will come back stronger. They will get enough time to recover it from here, and they will be watching these games and they will be studying it. So why not you just go support your favorite team? Maybe they're not your favorite, but you
absolutely.
can make a favorite team. You can watch the gameplay of other teams, and maybe the team will be your favorite, or you will become a fan of them. Just like I became fan of Stereo Hopes yesterday after watching their outstanding performance. So why can't you just go watch the game? Maybe in LAN, maybe in online. It doesn't matter where you watch. Just go watch the game, show some love, and maybe you will be cheering for them, and or maybe they will see your cheering. Well, a lot of players. I'll share a secret to you guys. A lot of players out there, they after their plays, they come and watch the stream, and they really like to see their fans, or really like to see the cheering from their fans. So if you use bad words, if you use slangs to your favorite team, or maybe not your favorite, maybe you hate that team, but when you use slangs or bad words, it feels really bad for them. Like, they don't feel comfortable with those words. But if you cheer them, they will definitely watch you, and they'll definitely be inspired by your cheering. So go on, cheer your favorite team, or make a favorite team by seeing their play styles, and maybe they will definitely show you how good they are. Just like Stereo Hopes is showing the fans from Myanmar that how good a Myanmar team can be, and this team is the solo team coming in from Myanmar, and he is dominating the tournament. He is dominating the whole series. So just like that. And one Pakistani team got eliminated, but another one is still on the menu, and that is none other than Vanglorious. Maybe they will come back stronger in the lower bracket, because they will be facing Armada, and I think Armada is a really good team as well, but I think Vanglorious will come back stronger in the lower bracket, because it's a do or die situation for a Pakistani team, because they are the one that eliminated the other Pakistani team, that is none other than Aegon Esports. So yeah, there's the lone
Yeah.
survivor at the moment, and I think
With
there
that said,
are
I think
three.
our
Mhm.
second game is ready, so we'll be moving on to the
Yep.
draft right now. So yeah, we are
And
talking about
Aya Ban
Aegon
coming in
Esports.
from Stereo Hopes.
So I want to say, like, when you mentioned, like, they'll be facing We Armada, so that kind of had me. I thought it came in my head that, um, you know, Armada, they've beaten Aegon Esports, and Vainglorious yesterday beat Aegon Esports and eliminated from this tournament. And Aegon Esports was the champion of Pakistani qualifiers. So, um, Vainglorious was the second place. So they've taken revenge against Aegon Esports for not being able to come in this tournament as champions of Pakistan. So they already eliminated them. Now Vainglorious proved that they have been working hard and they have been paying attention and they got better than the Aegon Esports. But are they good enough to face against We Armada? Because We Armada is one of the best teams of Bangladesh and they've eliminated Aegon Esports, with such ease in yesterday's tournament. So maybe we'll get to see that soon. But let's talk about that later, and let's focus on this game. And this game
Oh,
we have
there's
Stereo
that
taking
Tulan
Lumber.
pick. I really
Yes, there's
like
the
this Tulan
Tulen.
pick.
Yes,
And
I absolutely
Tachi
love Tulen as
alongside
well.
Tachi and Tolan is a deadly combo out there, just like Yui and Arthur.
Yep.
So this will be really good. I think Tachi will be playing as the tank because it's a good warrior as well. But I don't think you should play it as a warrior when you have Tolan. But then again, it's a tanky pick, and Tulen deals a lot of damage, and the Hayate they ban the Hayate themselves. And look at that, Fennec. We have a Fennec. This is the first time I'm seeing a
Okay, the
Fennec in
Fennec.
this tournament. Hmm.
Yeah, Fennec Marksman and Brunhilde Marksman as well. Okay, we are seeing some new heroes in this tournament, and that will be Fennec and Brunhilde. I haven't seen anyone play Fennec and Brunhilde before, and I think these both are marksmen, right? So they reveal they're both marksmen. And you talk about Tolen. I also love this Tolen pick because Tolen is one of the most versatile heroes. You can make him play anything, literally. And so this leaves up to he can play mid, he can play jungle, he can play whatever you want him to play, and he's such a good hero. He deals quite a bit of damage. And you have Tachi as well, who's also a really nice tank, or maybe whatever you want Tachi to play. She can also be a support. And they have a Lumber who opens up a lot of team fight situations for you, where you have your team he kind of pushes towards opponents, initiates the fight, and opens the field for his carries. Like Fennec, for example, will have a really easy time dealing damage and hitting his spells on his enemies, because there's Lumber for you to set that up. And with that said, we'll see some more bans coming in, and that will be
But
Elendor and
Jeremy
Yue
will be
and
playing the
Kira.
lumber, and he showed how good he is with that lumber because
Absolutely.
he was like a wild beast that came out of the I don't know, Amazon, I guess, because he was doing a lot of damage. He was the tank. He was one tanky boy, and I guess, he didn't die in the match where he played the lumber. So he was really good, and he was the MVP of that game. So I'm guessing that Jeremy will be showing us some more additional plays coming in, and maybe he will be destroying their opponents with that hero. And not to mention, we got Ayaban, Volcat, Elandor, and Omen from Stereo Hope. And whereas we're gonna see Haya, Yui, and Kira band coming in from we OPX. So maybe the OPX don't want Yui to be played by Stereo Hope, so that's why they banned that hero, and they don't feel confident with the tool and in their team because, well, when you have a Yui in your opponent, Tulan's abilities won't be able to do a lot of damage because Tolan will be taken down in mid by Yui. Yui is really good against Tolan, and Stereo Hopes are really good with their plays as well. We're gonna see Illumia. This is the first time I'm seeing Illumia as well. Have you ever seen
Yeah,
Illumia before in the tournaments?
I haven't actually, and like if you look at the OPX's draft, they have Tachi as their warrior, right? And they have Brunhild as their marksman, and they picked Baldum as their tank, I presume. So
Yeah.
this Baldum pick, I think it's Lumia is to counter that pick. I'm not sure what Lumia does because this is my first time seeing Lumia as well. And I've seen Pain. Pain is one of the strongest heroes in this meta right now. He's a jungle assassin hero who deals quite a bit of magical damage. And those magical damage will be really, really hurting these heroes like Tachi and Baldum. So that's quite sure. And Hope knows what to draft, and they have a pretty precise drafting. And their heroes are so versatile as well. Like we've seen them play a lot of heroes in this tournament. And OPX looks like they will be changing their draft a bit as well in this game. And now this is kind of interesting because they have Brunhilde and they picked a Wisp as well. And now I think this Brunhilde will go mid. This Brunhilde is supposed to play Wisp, right? Supposed to play ADC, right? So they have two ADC right now.
Tolan will go mid. Tachi will go to the warrior lane, I guess, and Veldum will go to the jungle. And Brunhilde, I'm not
Baldum is
sure
not
about
the
that,
jungle,
but
I
maybe.
think. Baldum should be the tank, so he should be doing the support tank role, like the rotations. Maybe Tachi will do the rotations. You know, Tachi is really good with the rotations. I would love to see Tachi on the rotation, and maybe Baldum will do the tank front lines, initiations. But I'm interested to see who will be the ADC for this team. It's either going to be Balhinda or Wisp, and who will be the mid as well. Maybe Talon will be the mid. So if Talon is the mid, then I guess it opens up a jungle area for Brunhilde. Brunhilde can also do jungle. I've seen Brunhilde do jungle before, so that's that, you know. Or maybe Brunhilde
I
can do mid, and
think
Talon
I
can do mid,
think
jungle.
I'm a bit confused about the OPX draft, but I think they're planning something new. If this game goes over 12 or 13 minutes, OPX will definitely win this one because their heroes are late game heroes, and if Wisp and Tachi gets farm at the same time, they will be dealing a
Okay, that's
lot of
interesting.
damage.
Because I think this is gonna be a Wisp jungle, and Wisp jungle seems to be really interesting. Like Brunhilde carry and Wisp jungle, all right? That's something new to me actually, and it will be something worth seeing. You know, like as you can already see, Wisp taking out those Sage buff, I believe, and with that he will be trying to attack towards other jungle creeps. Now, what do you think about this Wisp jungle?
I want to mention one thing, that is these guys are really good with their plays, but they're they're actually making a difficult meta for themselves because, well, you don't play like that. Like they're really good, not to mention that, but I gotta mention one thing, and that is they're just ripping the meta upside down. Like you need to do jungling, you need to go to your
Oh, look at them!
lane and
They're
do
going
that
ham towards
properly. And
Jeremy. Yep, worthless. Dealing quite a bit of damage to Jeremy, but Jeremy is still alive. Jeremy is not done yet. He's just coming forward. I don't know why he's doing that. And now Yongkang is here. They try to jump on them. There's a lot of things happening in this mid lane right now, but nobody is dead yet. And looks like they will just back off, throw some spell at each other, and then when they feel like it, they will just return.
And what I was mentioning, that is you need to be in your lane at least for 2 minutes before you start going into the other lane and fight for your team, or maybe fight to get some advantages. But in here we're seeing that they're starting the fight even before 1 minute mark. So already Stereo's got the abyssal dragon, and this will be really tough for OPS because the Stereops are taking the buff as well, and they are dealing a lot of trouble in the whole map. And now Yongkang is the lone survivor here, and he will live to fight another day with 20% HP, and Mr. Champion was unable to finish the job, whereas Saikan is also there, but he couldn't finish the job either, and Reflect will be there to protect his teammate.
Yes,
and
and
I gotta
well played
mention
by you.
another thing. Yep, I gotta
Uh-huh.
mention another thing, and that is Worthless and Wisp, which is none other than Mr. Champion. They should be
Oh,
sticking
worthless.
together.
Okay, Hero is getting chased now, and he will
Ooh.
try to escape, but will be taken out now. Worthless, that was really nice bait from him. He took out Hero out of the position just to get him killed, and Hero will have to pay with his life. He doesn't die for that long, but he is dead after all. He is the ADC of the team, so getting a kill of the ADC is really nice, you know.
Mhm.
And
Definitely,
that will be
and
the first blood
uh,
for VOPX.
yep, and Reflect is really farmed up at the moment, and maybe he will be dealing a lot of damage towards his opponents because he's trying to move towards this bot lane because I think he wants to gank this wisp and he wants to push them back from their position.
Yep, they
Look at
do.
that.
And now looks like they're gonna be invading the jungle. And now look at that! Look at that Young King jumping around in here. They're trying to catch somebody, but Charmin inside the tower. They are looking for Charmin. Charmin just getting knocked out one by one, and Worthless is receiving quite a bit of damage. SH, they're so inside the tower, but they aren't able to get any kills yet so far, and they will just immediately retreat. Now that was a nice try from Sterry Hopes, but they weren't able to get anything out of it. And now OPX should be able to reset and then focus on the map. Pressure Sterry Hope right now. As you mentioned before, OPX did revise their strategy and they already made Sterry Hopes fail two of their attempts on trying to step on to the faces of OPX. So OPX are dealing some good things right now, and now Sterry Hope are trying a lot of things right now. None of them seems to be working for them, but they are stable. They're not losing a lot of things. So yeah.
If you look at the goal lead, Steady Hopes are leading by 600 or 700 gold, but they didn't kill anyone from OPX. But OPX got the first blood alongside the Slayer. But though Steady Hope managed to get the dragon, the Abyssal Dragon, but I don't know why is OPX so down on the network, and Steady Hopes will get the Abyssal Dragon again. And now Jeremy is moving
Yep.
towards bot lane. He will be hiding himself in the bushes. But how long? For how long they will be hiding there? Because he's hungry. He's hungry to get some
Oh,
kills.
Jeremy
And
jumping
look at
inside the
that scene.
tower. Pika Pika. Pika Pika receiving quite a bit of damage. The OPX are falling one by one, and now Sterry Hope is showing the aggression again. Once again, now they will take down two members from OPX, as OPX doesn't have any answers for this. What do you think about this aggression, Nitul? OPX was holding out so much, but now they've just fallen, and they don't know what to do. They're
Well,
losing
I
everything.
think OPX. I think went too far with it because they were, I guess, underestimating the team Stray Hope. That's why they didn't move an inch from the tower. They needed to go back to the second tower so that OPX can be saved from Stray Hopes, but they didn't. And another fight is going on. Look at that. They're jumping from one hero to another, and now Worthless is in a lot of trouble. Reflect is dealing a lot of damage, but now he cannot be killing anyone. But oh, X0, he's facing a little trouble against this beast, and Tulen is moving towards their opponent, but he will not be able to finish anyone off, and this fight will consider as a zero kills, zero game to be exact, because no team gained, each team gained nothing from this fight. And now OPX, they're going for the Slayer. Can they finish it in time? Because
Yeah, this is Wisp.
they will
We're
get
talking
that.
about Wisp here.
Mhm.
Wisp takes down the Slayer really fast. Like he's one of like, if you know him, he shoots like hell. You know, so he takes down towers and objectives really fast. Like a Slayer and dragons are nothing to him. Like look at that, and that's why I think they put OPX try to put him in jungle. And now look at him, he's level 11, so far ahead compared to Elendor, who's like sitting at level 10. And maybe Finnick is also level 11, so that's quite interesting. And now I want to see these two teams go up 1v1 against each other.
Yep, and
Looks like
this.
Worthless will be caught, but he's safe.
Mhm. This game is about 8 minutes now, but it feels like it's been for like 20 minutes because the phase is going so slow. Like it's 8 minutes and
Yes,
one
and
team got
now
only
they're gonna
3
fight
kills.
over the Holy Dragon here, and now Skyar gets jumped on, and Jeremy is not gonna leave them alone. Jeremy is still chasing, but he's receiving quite a bit of damage from the Wisp here, and now they will finally be able to take down the Holy Dragon. That will give them quite a bit of gold, but can they do anything else? And now look at here, Beast here 1v1ing Reflect in the mid lane, and he will be taken down. Reflect with ease, and now they might try to go for the Slayer, and we have to mention this is a Dark Slayer, so this is gonna be really important for them because their team's gonna receive a buff which is gonna help them in the team fights. So will they be able to do it though? They're not committing for it yet, and look at that! Yongking just jumping inside and killing Pika Pika with just like that, like he doesn't even exist. And now Yongkang is super strong right now, and with that kill, with that Pika Pika gone, they should feel confident enough to get the Slayer. But will they be doing so? Because they have their big spells on cooldown, so I don't think they're gonna commit for it. They're gonna make sure that they're safe before going into the Slayers because their carry is still in the base, refilling his HP, and now they're in the mid lanes, trying to find some opening in the mid lane here. And Jeremy, he's thinking about it. Jeremy is thinking about it, and he will be jumping on to Worthless. Worthless, is he dead? No, he is not. He is safe. He will just walk out of there, and there will be nothing else to stop him. And now OPX is trying to come towards this top tower to protect it. And now look how split they are in the maps. What do you think about this strategy? Like, instead of sticking together, they're just split everywhere around the map. What do you think about this, Nitul? Oh, Yongkang, he jumps inside the tower once again, and he will take down just like that. Look at those hooks coming in from Yongkang. He's just literally jumping on their shoulders like a vampire and sucking their blood out of them. And now they should be able to go for the Slayer.
This is the moment we were expecting that to happen because Jeremy is gonna block them from taking the Slayer, but will he be able to? He will
Worthless,
be, and he will take Worthless with him, and X Hero will finish the job, and Jeremy moving towards Mr.
Now
Champion.
Charmin seems to be danger as well, and he gets taken out as well. That's so sad because Stereo, not only they get the Slayer, they also get to take down 2 heroes along them, and that should be juicy for them. They are super happy with it. They already got their bonus salary earlier this month, so that's gonna please them. And now this game looks like going towards Stereo Hope as well. OPX have to do something, have to make a clutch play, or else they will be out of this game. Now look at that, Reflect is going ham right now. Reflect will try to take him down, but Beast will survive with a little bit of XP, while Reflect will almost got taken out. And now Beast comes back, and he gets taken out by Delta. Delta, he's not done yet, he's going in again. Yongkang is there as well. Worthless is trying to go for somebody, and looks like the tier 1 tower will be taking out, and all the members will just use their shields and spells to get the hell out of there because they don't want any trouble. And now they're going for the tier 2 towers. Jeremy, he's not done yet. He's still trying to hold somebody in, and now they will be spawning the Slayer in the bot lane. So with the Slayer going towards the bot lane, they might have an opening to get the Holy Dragon here. This is how you make distractions. This is how you make plays. Terry Hope, they know what they're doing. They have their strat set. It's like they've memorized the whole game and they're applying it right now, like they're writing the papers on their exams.
Definitely, and it feels like OPX is in a lot of trouble, and maybe this will be a 2-0 finishing coming in from Stereo Hopes because they secured the Dark Slayer, and they will be waiting for the, I believe, for the Infinite Slayer, or maybe they will finish the game before that. As I mentioned, if this game goes over 14 minutes, this will be OPX will be able to cover this game and will be able to win this one because they're really strong.
Jeremy, he gets taken out by Worthless here. Oh, that was a nice play from Worthless. I think Jeremy literally overstepped here. I don't know what he was thinking, but that was a bit too much here. But Stereo Hope, with the 1 member down, they're still feeling confident. They're still around the area because they know they're strong. They know how strong they are. And now Charming Beast trying to poke Yongkang here, but I don't think Yongkang feels a bit endangered here. So yep.
Hmm. Definitely, and only 27 minutes left into for the infinite Slayer, and maybe they're waiting for that because they will be able to finish the job if they get that. But then again, on the other hand, if we OPX can get it, it will be a game over for Seri Hope as well, despite of having at least 7K network lead. But now they're going for it. Oh, Seri Hopes, they're going for it, and Yongkang is giving them the cover, and maybe OPX will not be able to contest this, and Seri Hopes got this in their bag, and now they will move towards mid and they will try to push it. Oh my god, Worthless is in a lot of trouble because Jeremy is on the way. Jeremy, can he initiate the fight for his team? But his team is on the other part of the map. And now, oh, they
And they will
will be.
spawn the Slayer.
Yep, they will summon the Slayer, and Slayer will be going towards the mid lane. But will OPX do something to counter
Oh, look at that.
this?
Yongkang just goes in and he will kill himself immediately. Delta dies and Pika Pika will also die. They'll be taken out on him, and there's a lot of going on in this fight. Oh, Beast is inside and Reflect is falling low, and Skylar will take down Reflect. Reflect is down, and now meanwhile X-Hero will take down Beast as well. Beast and Reflect, they're both down. Most of the mid laners are gone, and now they're not done yet. Charmin is still there, hanging around. Looks like Starry Hope, they're low, quite low, and now they will be taking down one by one. Starry Hope, they're taking the entire team down from OPX. OPX, do they have any answer? Charmin, he survived somehow, and Worthless is also there with a little bit of HP. And now, look at Yongkang. Yongkang is not done yet. He's going inside to take him down, but he won't be able to do so. The tower is on 500 HP. They could have hit the tower and take it down. Yongkang just survived somehow. He will be getting the help from Jeremy though. That HP will help him down. And Jeremy, he's so tanky guy. He's not done yet. He's still sticking around the area. And now he's gonna be 15 minutes in. And there's another evolved Slayer spawned. And with that Slayer, it should be the game for Team Starry Hopes.
Yeah, but they're going for the infinite Slayer this time, and this will be deciding the game. And now Worthless will be moving towards this area, and they managed to. Oh my god! They managed to snatch the
Oh, they
Slayer
managed
from
to steal?
them. Yep, they
Oh,
did, and now they're on the move.
No, I think the
Oh,
Slayer
no.
was on Stereo Hope's side. So yeah, they weren't able to steal. And I think OPX are done for this time. Now look at that. Yongkang is not done yet. Yongkang, he goes inside. Delta, he's just hooks inside and he is being hammed right now. Delta, he's waiting. He isn't dead yet, so he's still alive. They're going for the tier 2 towers, and with that Slayer, this should be GG as 4 members from OPX are dead. And now the last member from OPX will be taken out as well. And Stereo Hope, without losing a single game in this tournament, without giving them any chance, just takes it down. And we have the winner for today's game, and that will be none other than Stereo Hope takes the second game.
Yeah, this is a clean 2-0 finishing coming in from Stereo Hope, and as I told you, they're really dominating. They know what they're doing, and they destroyed OPX from inside out. So they will be moving forward in the upper bracket finals against Martyr BF. But there is a but, that is OPX will be moving towards the lower bracket against their brothers, against their regional brothers. That is none other than Venom Esports, and Venom Esports are really strong with their plays, and that is lower bracket for you. So OPX versus Venom Esports, and not to mention Venom Esports and OPX are known for their rivalry because these two teams faces each other before, and most of the time Venom Esports took the victory. So this time this will be a matter of time where when we will see that Venom Esports is destroying OPX. But then again, OPX was the champion from last Arena of Valor tournament. So OPX might have something in the bag, whereas Venom Esports are the regional champion from Bangladesh. So they are really strong as well. So who will be coming victorious? We will be finding that out. But now let's talk about this game. Stereo
Yes, and we're
versus
already seeing the
OPS.
highlights from the game. And look at
Mhm.
these highlights. Like the way Delta played this game, his hooks were such amazing, and he took Yongdang with him. So Yongkang and Delta together, this combo was such an amazing combo. Like they were so strong, and Phoenix dealing so much damage from behind. Even they had two ADCs in their team that would be Wisp and the other. Uh, I think it was Wisp, right? And what other carry they had? Tulin, right? Wisp and Tulin.
Mage
I think
carry
it was
was
Wisp
Toro.
and Tulin. Yep, but still that wasn't enough for OPX's side because you see how much damage they're dealing together, and the combination, the communication between the Stereo Hopes are so better, so nice. Like they literally dominated this semifinals game, and now they will be facing Martyrs BF Dementors in the upper bracket finals. So they're already at the top four, Stereo Hope, without losing a single game. While other in the on the other hand, Martyrs BF the mentor, I think they lost one game before. So yeah, what do you
Well,
think
I
about
like
this one?
the play coming in from Beast because he tried his level best, and I guess he played really good in the mid lane as well. But Stereo Hopes were on the next level, and they finished the job without taking any sweat to it. And as we mentioned, OPX were trying to make a comeback after 13 minutes or 14 minutes. They were able to take down two of the members from Stereo Hopes in the starting of the fight. But then again, the three members that left in the game from Stereo Hopes, they took down the whole squad from OPX. So that was a bit unfortunate fight coming in from OPS. They started it well, but they couldn't finish it, and they couldn't hold it in their back for long. So, yeah, I don't think OPX will be able to counter this trend. Maybe just think for a second if OPX gets to the final, if they gets to the final against this Stereo Hop, or maybe if Stereo Hop loses against Mercer and they face off in the lower bracket, maybe OPX will be getting some intel on them, will be studying them, and maybe they will be taking them down in the process. And look at that,
And
we
looks
have
like
our
we have the
MVP for the
MVP
match.
here.
That is none
Yes, and it
other
will be
than
none
X
other than
Hero.
yep,
Mhm.
X Hero, the guy, the Fennec dealing so much damage. Look at that 612 with the 78k damage, and this guy was absolutely monstrous. But yeah, there was a lumber, Jeremy with the lumber making a lot of plays for him. So behind him being the MVP, there's credentials of his other teammates as well. So yeah, he deserves to be the MVP, and his teammates supported him really well. So yeah, there we have it, guys. Your MVP for the second game will be X Hero. I think he got the MVP. Uh, the last game it was a Reflect was the MVP, right?
Yep.
So yeah, this time it's Hero X Hero, and now we see him compared to Charming, who was playing. Charming actually didn't play ADC this game. He was playing Wisp jungle, so that was kind of interesting. So yeah, like we're comparing a jungle to a ADC right now. But yeah, Charming did try his best. His scores aren't that bad. His gold and his damage aren't that bad. So yep. And now I'll let you analyze the team strats.
Well, I want to mention one thing that is in the both of the games, Steady Hopes got 15 kills, and oh no, maybe first game they had 16 kills, and this time they
Yeah, they
got
had
15
16 kills.
kills.
They had
Whereas
15.
OPX got 5 kills in the first game, and now they got 6 kills in the second game. And OPX played it really well this time because they could secure two slayers. Maybe they didn't get any towers, and that might be one of the reason for their lacking over the network church. But then again, stereotypes are really good with their plays, and they are dominating this series, and they're they're actually dominating the whole tournament, and I am really looking forward to the match against match between Sterry Hope and Martyr BF, because a Bangladeshi team, the only Bangladeshi team that is in the upper bracket final, and another Bangladesh. I'm sorry, and another one is a Myanmar team that is Sterry Hope in the upper bracket finals. So that will be really a scene to watch. So, are you
Yes,
excited
so
for the lower bracket though? We're gonna move towards the lower bracket.
yeah, I'm interested for the lower brackets, because in the lower brackets we have teams like Venom Esports, and we have OPX who will be facing against the Venom Esports, and then we have We Armada who will be facing off against, I believe, Van Glorious. So we have all kind of teams in lower bracket as well. I think there's three Bangladeshi teams in the lower bracket as of current situation, and one team from
Hmm.
Pakistan, whereas we have one Bangladeshi team in the upper bracket and one Myanmar team in the upper bracket. So Bangladesh is still out there, haven't been out of the tournament. So if Vainglorious loses to We Armada, then that means they're out of the tournament, and Pakistan will be out of the tournament, and Bangladesh will still be there because there's a lot of Bangladeshi teams. So I'm excited to see the last game between Vainglorious and We Armada. Whoever wins that games will be carrying on their country flag, and whoever loses will just have to leave, in a sorrowful way, because Vainglorious, as a new team, they've shown really good potential. They've shown what, if you have determination, what you can do, and if you try hard, even in a few weeks, you can come into a big scale tournament like this. So they've showed that, they've proven that they can continue their gaming, their life all together, and they still can be one of the best in both fields. So they've showed us that, and I really hope that this team, gets to win and get forward. But I'm also hoping for, rooting for my the team from my country. So that's gonna be an exciting game to watch. There's gonna be so much details in it. There's gonna be so much information to pull in, and that makes me really interesting. And how about you? Do you have any favorite games to watch tonight on the
Well,
lower brackets?
I'm not gonna be biased. I'm also from Bangladesh, but I'm not gonna be biased because I'm here to enjoy some really good arena of Valor games, and I'm excited for this team Stereohost because they are really good with their plays, and I will be rooting for them because I like their play. I don't know. I don't know. Like they are playing on a next level. It feels like they're showing us a whole new meta of Arena of Valor. They're creating the meta for us. So they are really good players, and I wish them best of luck. And I wish every team best of luck for the day, because two more
Yes.
teams will be eliminated from the
Yes,
game.
and
So yeah, we're gonna take a
we'll
small
be
break.
going on a break.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athenor. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the Highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn, the Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the Highland and jungle. dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
So hello and welcome back after the short a break, after the short a while. We're once more back again to the AIC SA International Grand Finals. Actually, the country qualifiers, that is actually different countries fighting on against each other. And this is your host Torix, joined by with me is going to be Azan. So first of all, Azan, welcome back after the first day. We're once more together into the caster desk.
Thank you, Torix, for welcoming me, and it's absolutely a pleasure to be here. And as you mentioned here, this is the grand finals, and yeah, this is the second day of the game, and we're seeing some upper bracket actions today. And I think we're over with the upper bracket actions. We've seen already who are going to be our upper bracket finalists today, and that will be Martyrs, BF, Dementors, and Starry Hope, the team from Bangladesh and from Myanmar. And now we're going to cast the lower bracket games. I believe the next game would be between Venom Esports versus the loser between Martyrs, BF Dementors, and I believe the team's name. What was the team's name again?
There was different teams. There was not my. First, we're gonna see Egon versus the upper bracket one that actually lost the first match, which was a Mada. And on to the other hand, there's another Bangladeshi team that is the Venom Esports in the lower brackets as well. So we have to see the Vainglorious versus how the Mada is actually gonna fight. Because today things were
Yes.
not looking good for Mada, and for Mada, it's
Yes.
really the last chance as it's for the Wayne Glorious as well. They have to be really careful. Both teams actually have to be really careful around both of these areas because even a slightest mistake can lead up to their demise, can lead up to their disappointment into this whole game of a scenario can be.
Yes, and I was actually looking forward to this game. Like I was casting with Nitul before, and I told him that this was the game which takes my interest because we Armada, they're the ones who knocked out Aegon Esports to the lower bracket, and we've seen yesterday that Aegon Esports was eliminated by Vainglorious, who are Aegon Esports were the champions of Pakistan, and Vainglorious were the runners-up. So they've taken revenge on them on this main stage and eliminated them. And right now, Vainglorious are facing the team who have defeated Aegon Esports with such ease, and that will be Armada right now. And so Armada, Vainglorious,
Definitely.
they seemed really strong. They were a bit of out of their way at first, that's why they came into the lower bracket, and then they finally got themselves together after losing a game to Aegon Esports, and then they won the second game and third game, and they're here right now. So they're looking strong, but are they strong enough to take Armada down here? That's my
That
question.
is the main question. That is the biggest question out of here all. Is Team Vainglorious going to be able to take down Mada as well? Are they going to take the revenge for their fallen comrade Egon Esports as well? Because Mada, we saw yesterday, defeated Egon Esports, and even Vainglorious defeated Egon Esports. So right now it's a competition between the same yesterday composition as we said. The Vainglorious is going to be the runner-ups for the Pakistani qualifiers, and at the same time, for the Mada, they're going to be the champions for their state this time around. And the fight really has to happen. We are actually at the face-off in which so we see Lorian Hayate and Lumber taken from the Mada. A strong composition right off the bat from their side. And talking about their ban spots, there's two from the each side, and I see Yue and Pain on each of the sides. So two of those broken characters have been taken off. But as we talk about the picking spot of the teams, Taichi and Mina both have been picked off. English is right now thinking of what to pick for their third spot.
Yep, and we see a lot of similar faces here. Like between these teams, Vainglorious and We Armada, they've been picking these heroes and they've been playing into this draft. Like we've seen that they've banning Valcott and Pain, as you mentioned, and they've banned Aya and that UA. These are the heroes that they've been playing in the previous game. So obviously they studied each other. That shows those bans. That are the proofs of those bans. And now Vainglorious are coming up with level. That's quite interesting. Like I didn't see them play level yet as so far. So that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be an interesting
That
pick.
is going to
And
be.
and if you look at the Armada side, they have a pick where they have a really strong team combination, like with this Hayate. That's one of their, I believe, comfortable picks, strongest picks, Hayate as an ADC, and they have the mid Lorion as well. And we've seen the most dominant mid after UA in this tournament would be the Lorion. And Lorion carried a lot of games and got a lot of MVPs. This hero, whoever played this hero. So yeah, I'm interested to see Lorion in the mid lane, and we have Lumber as well. Sterry Hope in their previous game, the player named Jeremy dominated with this Lumber hero. The blocks he used with his walls and the way he initiated the fights were absolutely amazing. Now, I expect to see the same kind of Lumber plays coming in from We Armada here. So yeah, it is something to be looking forward to.
even in the first match, we saw Virmada actually going a single character, a single hero that they choose was a support character. And this time around, in the same composition against Event Glorious this time, they choose a Lumber as a support as well. But on to the other side, Lavale is a marksman, a long-range character. So a Lumber against Lavale in a single away fight, it can be bad for them. But look at that. There's another pick. That is a Raz, a mage, Mina at the same time. There's Tachi. There's a different tanks. And at the same time, there's mages. Team Vanglorious, they're not going a single support this time. They're not going the healer this time. They're going the marksman. They're going with those mages, and at the same time as their tanks. But how the team of Virmada may see them as a threat in this composition, or they're just gonna go with their chill composition. As we see, they take Florentino and Arthur. Arthur, I have to say, they were a main character for Virmada as well, and as one of the reason in the first matches, in the very first fight of today, Team Virmada was banned from using it. The team was on the ban composition. Arthur was on the ban composition by their opponent's side, and checking on Arthur here, picking them up, I think this fight may just goes towards Virmada as well.
I like this pick from them, and I believe this is going to be a Lumber support and Arthur tank, I think. And with that Florentino jungle pick, that's really interesting, because like they have Arthur, Florentino, and Lumber. These three heroes are tank itself. They can play multiple roles, and with them playing, like, you know, staying in the front line, this is going to be so easier for Lorion and Hayate. So I like the pick from coming in from Virmada, but Vainglorious have comfort picks themselves. They have a pretty nice solid draft by themselves as well. So I think if this game goes late, my personal opinion, I think it would be Armada's side, but they have Vainglorious also have heroes like Raz, who's like a really nice mid laner who can jump in, but I don't think Raz can win the mid lane against Lorion, but we never know. You know, this is a MOBA game. Anything can happen and anything can work. So really excited to see what is the thing that they're cooking.
What is it that they're cooking? Which strategies are they cooking? And how they're actually going to pressurize onto the enemy side team is the real question as we go into the match. And see Virmada taking the same composition as one of their players goes towards the bottom lane, one into the mid lane, and the rest three goes towards the top lane jungle side. But onto the other side, the team Vainglorious, they're straight up going for that aggression, seeking all four of the players at the same time nearby the jungles and the mid lane, fighting against the team of Virmada right from the very back. Death is kind of in a pickle, as there was two players, but both of them did not attack on him. Both of them did not gang up on him, and there we go. Zero came in for the rescue. Zero came in for that cover, and even provided a beautiful cover, making inertia.
Yeah, but
and
he
at
used
the
his
same
flicker
time,
though to save himself.
Exactly.
Zero already used his flicker.
Zero did use as a flicker, but Zero actually came with that flicker to help his teammate, I would say, because in this case, Death was kind of stranded at that time. If he hadn't come close, then Death's health would have been depleted much, much worse, and in that case, it would have been an easy gang up onto the team. But right now, we're seeing up onto the bottom lane side, in which case the fight goes towards the 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3 situation. Luigi has to get themselves back on together if they want to win this early aggression that they just started. If they are not able to handle off themselves pretty well into the early stages, I don't think that in the late game it's going to do them any better.
Yep, and that's exactly what you said. And look how calmly Virmada is playing right now. Like VG, they are playing a bit, changing their position in the map. They're rotating here and there, while Virmada have kind of a beastie setup, I would say, here, because they have so many tankers, and they're going for the Abyssal Dragon right off the bat, because Abyssal Dragon is the most important thing for them right now, because they need items, they need gold, and best way to get a gold is the Abyssal Dragon. And it looks like there's gonna be a team fight near the Abyssal Dragon. Virmada will secure the Abyssal Dragon, but in the meanwhile, VG will be here to take a fight on them, and now that seems to be pretty low, and he will survive with a little bit of HP. Trident is very low. Trident is getting chased off. Trident will he fall though, and he won't, but Shogun will taken down by Trident, and now Astray will take down Blinking as well. Amazing plays by Vainglorious. It was looking like Armada was winning the fight, but no, Vainglorious just slapped it on their face, and now they will be taking off the Slayer as well with the double kill, and that fight literally goes to Vainglorious.
Actually, the dragon was stolen by V Armada into the very last moment. If we talk about their economy and their tower section, if we do actually take a look there, but on the other side, even after that, Team Vainglorious still managed to do that early aggression onto the V Armada, got their kills. 2 players was eliminated in that process as they were moving towards the Dark Slayer. And after that, Team Vainglorious, it was an easy Dark Slayer win from their side. But now, the tides have turned back into the favor of both teams. Actually, it's an equilibrium, but the only difference that is right now is through the economy, through the gold, with the 700 difference of the gold. That can be a good critical rate or critical damage item for either of these teams into that money. And that critical rate can make all the difference in this whole scenario, in which case VG is slowly but surely making their way back again from the bottom lane as they're being picked off by 4 of the team, as they've been held off by the 4 of the team V Armada. Right now, once again, as soon as they see there's 4 players into the bottom lane, they straight up went to the mid side. The fight once again straight up happening into the mid lane as Shark moves into the backside, super low on HP. Shark has to go into the backside, but look at that, VG Astra has knocked. Actually, Shark has been eliminated along with Astray as well. So both players at the same time got taken off by V Armada as well. But talking about the kill so far, Vainglorious, I have not just the kills upper hand, but also the economy with a complete 1,000 difference right now.
Yes, in the last fight, you see like how Vainglorious is maintaining their position. Like every single time, it looks like V Armada is having their fight and they overcommit. That's why it looks like they're winning the fight and they commit everything on the fights. And Vainglorious is just turning the tables. Like is their plan? Is their plan to get V Armada in that shape? And that's exactly what happening. Like VG died twice. Two of their heroes died in that fight, but they also took down 3 people from V Armada, so that's totally worth it. And now we see them going on Astray again, but Astray will just survive. He's just playing around with them. So this is how like complex games VG is playing right now. And look, they're also getting inertia in the bot lane. Like VG is playing a bit more complex game right now. Like they were simple in the first few games, but now we're seeing a better version of themselves. Like VG were really very defensive in the first few games, but now look how aggressive, look how fragile they are, look how active they are in the maps. And this is, I would say, more competitive, more sustained version of VG themselves.
Definitely, VG has outperformed themselves going from the passiveness to an aggression in this whole case scenario, in this whole of a fight. But look at that, as 2 of the players are trying to get the Abyssal Dragon for themselves, the rest of them are fighting against the V Armada, in which case 2 of the team VG have been eliminated. 3 sides from both of the teams have been eliminated, leaving Arthur as the only hope for the team V Armada. But on to the other hand, talking about the VG, there's still 2 players alive. Not only VG got the Dragon, but also the Slayer for themselves into the early stages, as we see in the first tower has also been taken off by the Vainglorious. And the early engagement lead up to their early upper hand into the longer range fight, into a more fight after the 6-minute marker. But right now, V Armada is also trying their level best to gain the momentum back for themselves in this whole scenario, as Arthur blinking Arthur, yes, he is onto the top lane, fighting against Astray. Astray is right in front of him. Top lane, the single players are fighting. The red buff and blue buff is here as well. They might need to go to get it, but are they going to be able to get it? Is the fight going to be disengaged that much that they have the chance to go over there? But there we go. V Armada also got that Slayer. The equilibrium of the bosses, the Slayers, the dragons are back onto the track.
Yep, as you mentioned, like VG are currently, having the game. They're securing the Slayers, they're securing the Dragons, and as I mentioned before, like early game, VG have the upper hand because they have heroes who scales really good in the early stages. And but in the other hand, we Armada, they're like playing it safe right now. They might be losing the team fights, but they're not so far behind. Like they've already caught up to VG, despite not getting a lot of Slayers and Dragons. In fact, like they're also already at the same position in terms of Slayer, Dragons, and Towers, because you see they have one for each of the teams, and now they're going to be engaged in a team fight, it seems. But I think they're just poking each other, so it's fine. So as I was saying, like we Armada, if this game goes late, like after 12 minutes, I think Armada is the one who's going to be powerful and who will look really strong. So maybe currently VG is winning this team fights, but as the time passes by, Armada is going to show their strong sides. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely, Armada may show their evolved side into this whole stage scenario, but right now, talking about the VG, we're seeing both of the teams actually preferring to go into the bot lane and to the bottom lane side as well, as they're also trying to get the Dragons. But right now, once again, the 4 versus 5 fight scenario may just happen as one of the team VG player, that is Trident, into the mid lane, trying to come in maybe from the jungle, making a backstab onto the whole of the team of Armada, in which case the final fight has happened. Shogun getting a shark down, and at the same time, the trade-off elimination on Anthem has been done. Inertia has been eliminated by Zero. Time as Zero gets that a kill, Zero is also going to be spotted by Trident, eliminating him in the process. The 2 versus 2 situation happened, but right now, talking about their timers, talking about their respawn times, Armada is not looking good into the timer section, as their timer is rapidly increasing, and at the same time, VG is still on the less than 20 seconds marker.
Yes, as you mentioned, like VG are getting those important kills. Like they're calculating their plays, they're calculating their times. They know when to fight and when to not. They've been poking Armada for so long, and they commit right when they needed to, and that's when they win the fight. And they absolutely set the whole thing up. And after that, they were able to defeat Armada, and VG were able to take the dragon as well. So that's a holy dragon right there that gives you a lot of gold. And now it looks like they're going to get Shogun as well. Shogun, did you know that there were 4 people? They were nice movement and hiding inside the bushes, and now they'll be going forward. And Zero trying to save his teammate, but he's already dead. And now it looks like they will be retreating, and the Slayer is up. So I believe after pushing out the lanes, they will try to go for the Slayers. Now VG, this is literally a new kind of play, and now they've walked into a trap that was set by Armada. But Armada, can they do anything? They will not be, because Inertia, look at him, he's just standing there.
He's just tanking everything, and
yeah.
And as we see, all of the Vainglorious actually is moving in a group, and they're not even leaving a single player as they go for that aggressive fight. One player right now, again, Trident is the top laner fighting with the Arthur, and as we talk about the Arthur fight, another fight is happening into the mid lane against 2 players, Inertia and Cat, against all of the 4 players of the Armada. 2 rest of the team of VG players are in the bottom lane. They're trying to come through that jungle, they're trying to come through that area, and in the process of coming through that area, they're also trying to get that tower. But look at that, in the bot lane, there's 2 teams fighting against a single player, Hayate, and I think Zero as well, but in the same time into the Armada side jungle, into their blue buff side, into their sage buff side. We're also seeing a 3 versus 3 fight, in which case Trident, Cat, and Inertia is still together, and at the same time, Death blinking, and there was Shogun super close by to them, giving out the cover. Not a single one of those got eliminated. Either of the teams survived this fight, got into the backside, and made them comfortable into their own respective areas. And once again, this dragon is about to spawn in 48 seconds, but the Slayer is still alive. Inertia is coming to come and steal this Dark Slayer kill for themselves, as there's 4 players of the team of Armada trying to get that Slayer for themselves. And at the same time, as soon as they saw that the team VG is super close by, they called out their teammate, they called out their reinforcements, straight up went on to them, eliminating 1 player into the process, as the same player got revived. But Trident into the beam backside got eliminated alongside Shark. But look at that, Armada, things are not looking good for them. 3 players at the same time, Shogun and Athena and Zero has been eliminated. Even VG Cat eliminating Athena into that last section. shows that even after getting those early aggression onto themselves, they have those tanky players that they can tank the damage and get those buffs for themselves even after all that fight.
Yes, I like how VG Cat was standing there dealing so much damage to the enemies. Like, he got a triple kill, and the damage coming in from him in this fight is huge. And we Armada wasn't expecting that. They just jumped in without thinking that they would be decimated just like that, and that's what they happened. And now there looks like they're engaged in another fight, and Inertia will be taken inside the tower. But look at him, he's tanking everything right now. He's tanking the tower, he's tanking the spells from the enemies, but nothing happened to him, as if he's a whole tanky boy. He has half of his HP only taken just after that. Now Astra will try to TP out, and he will be found out by Shogun. Shogun is trying to go on Astra right now, and there's a 1v1 fight going on. Looks like the teams will be coming towards them, but it won't be enough. Now, as I was saying in the previous fight, Cat is dealing so much damage, and there's Shark with the Raze as well, who's catching the opponents. There are very nice initiations from him with the Raz, but Cat, my man, is the man. And now they will be releasing the Slayer, so I think they're trying to push.
Definitely, they are trying to push against the team of Armada, because as you already said, after the 12-minute marker, after the 15-minute marker, half time if passes, the team Armada, they're going to be stronger than the team of Inglorious at that point. And we're seeing a prime example of that as the team of Armada talking about their players' health, talking about their heroes' health. It's a lot, but their players still are squishy. They still managed to get those 2 kills on Inertia and VG Cat, making sure that there's only 3 people left for the Vainglorious. This may be their comeback, as only 2 towers of the team of Armada has been destroyed, but at the same time, Vainglorious has one of their tower being destroyed as well. The rest of the towers of the team Armada kind of in a pickle situation, and as we see the team Armada trying to get that Holy Dragon for themselves, it has evolved in itself. I think it was taken, or no, it was not taken. I think it went to evolve itself 50 seconds before it respawns once again, and in the meantime, can Armada hold out their position through this whole segment, can get more kills, can get more items for themselves. As we see, as we take a look at the items, we're seeing a lot of critical rates, there's a lot of mana restoration, and there's a lot of health into their side compared to the team Vainglorious, where they have a lot of damage, where they have a lot of critical rate and the critical damage onto their side as well. So that is the reason that the team of VG is right now hitting so hard. But team of Armada, they're stacking their HP. They're making sure that their HP gets above the level of the team of VG, so they can tank not their attacks, but also deal a good amount of damage blow onto them.
And now, as you speak, the game is going late, and Armada is like having a really strong side at now. Like they're strong in the late games, and now with this next level of Slayer, Evolved Slayer coming into the play now, both of the teams will try to get the Slayer, because this Slayer is really important. It's going to give you buff for the whole team. The whole team's going to get damage, the whole team's going to get status resistance, and more importantly, your team's going to get a walking tower that attacks, pushes out the lane and attacks the enemies. So this is really important. And now we see VG getting inside the tower, getting into a team fight to get Armada taken down, and Armada falling one by one. Armada wasn't expecting that. They weren't having enough player to tank that, but look at them. They're sustaining all those attacks, and now VG looking really strong right now. VG, they're so low, and they've been taken out one by one. And now what's happening? The fight suddenly just turned, but it didn't turn on their side. VG absolutely dominating this scene over here.
VG and GG. I have to rhyme it all together with this situation, as they just took down 4 of the team Armada in this whole situation, as they did the surprise attack. Even though the team Armada was holding out their ground till the very end, it was just amazing the way that they have their HP stacked on top of that, and they were tanking each and every single skill that was being thrown at them. But once again, Infinite Slayer has been deleted. It has been eliminated by the Cat, and right now maybe Cat is gonna use that Slayer, in which case the Cat actually does it. In the mid lane, they're gonna go straight up for the push this time, as they know that the mid lane tower is not on a good health side. They have also taken out all of their players, all of their heroes, that they're gonna push all together in one singular place. And maybe this is that push that they need. This is the push that the Vainglorious need right now, as they've got more gold, more economy, more buffs, so that means. But at the same time, the HP section of the team of Armada is just amazing. The way that they're stacking the HP, the way that they're holding out their own, and the way that they're actually recovering that HP because of that support character. It's just amazing. But look at that, Shogun has been eliminated. Shogun, as soon as it dies, 50 seconds of respawn. There is nothing Shogun can do for the next 50 seconds, but at the same time, blue mid tower has been destroyed. Darkslayer is slowly coming towards the bottom lane tower as well. The mid tower, the last tower, and after that, it's all an open area. They're eliminated as well. There's 2 players that have been taken down. There's VG Shark that has been taken down by Anthem, and at the same time, there's 3 players. Shogun Zero and Blinking taken down by the Vainglorious, and even on top of that, Death has been taken down. Final player, Anthem, was taken down as well, but before Anthem was actually taken down, as the Vainglorious got that elimination onto the base tower, getting to that first win for themselves. It's just amazing, I have to say it, Zen. The way that the team Vainglorious actually showed us that aggression from the very start till the very end, I am surprised by their development.
And this was a really amazing game to watch, because both of the teams, this is a do or die situation for them, and both of the teams fighting so hard to secure the game 1, because game 1 is really important because it relieves you from that pressure. And if you notice, this is the game with the most kills in this tournament, like 23 kills for Vainglorious and 17 kills for We Armada. That's literally almost 40 kills, over 40 kills actually. And this is amazing. Like I haven't seen this many kills done by a team. I think they're evenly matched here. Their skills are even, and that's why both of the teams fought with their life with each other, and that's why they gave us such an amazing game, such an amazing show till the end. But it is what it is. Vainglorious, they were having a momentum, and they never left their momentum. And even though Armada was showing really strong sides at the late game, they had their HP stacked up, they had such a high HP, but what they were lacking was damage. They couldn't deal enough damage to kill the people from Vainglorious, and that's what caused them to lose the game, maybe.
Definitely, I agree with you on that thing, because the way that the teams actually did it, that the teams actually Vainglorious focused onto their attacking side, and at the same time we saw team V Armada focusing onto their defensive side and their HP side. It was a complete difference of the damage done by both of the teams, but still, the team when V Armada's heroes were that amazing that even without getting those attack buffs, they were still doing a huge amount of damage onto the VG. Not enough for them to get eliminated into the early section, into like 3 or 4 of those skill sets, but still enough as if they've grouped up onto the team VG, they didn't stood a chance. But once again, team VG got those dragons, got those slayers for themselves, and into the early stages we saw both of the teams having that equilibrium with less than like 1,000 or maybe 1,500 goal difference. But after that 10-minute marker, after that 13-minute marker, where you said the team WE, the V Armada, is gonna go up into their game pace, and at the same time VG also bought more items for their paces as well. That is when the real fight actually started. They got the Holy Dragon, they got the Darkslayer, spawned the Darkslayer, and at the same time, the way that they actually did, it's just amazing. And on top of that, how the team Vainglorious was spreading out everywhere, destroying each and every tower as they were going, whether it was the top lane, whether it was the mid lane, or whether it was the bottom lane. As they were going through, they made sure each and every lane that they went through, they at least get 1 tower. But in the end, they still managed to go from the mid side, push through with the help of the Darkslayer, and got that beautiful, and I say beautiful, base for themselves. And before the final player, Hayate, I believe, was the hero from the team V Armada that was still being left out. He was just 1% HP. If he would have died, that would have been a complete team annihilation before the base tower was destroyed.
Yes, as I mentioned before, like the Slayer at the last fight was really crucial for this. And if we Armada could have secured that last Slayer, maybe they could have had a chance, and maybe they could have turned the tables back. But how Vainglorious set this table up for themselves, how they managed to secure the Slayer, and how they managed to kill off some of the players from V Armada and push them backwards, and then secure 2 or 3 kills outside the base, and then chased Anthem, Hayate, and the other player off, and then they killed it off, securing the game in such a stylish, amazing way. We Armada actually couldn't do anything, but this is gonna be really hard for Armada right now, as they are already down by 1 game right now, and this is a really, really do or die situation for them now in the game too. If they lose, they're out of the tournament, they're out of the glory. So they gotta do everything they have in their pockets. They gotta put every strategy they have, even the big guns, out to stay alive right now.
That is what I was about to say. They have to finally show up their trump card, because if it's a now, it's going to be a never, because there won't be another chance in this tournament. In fact, for you to outshine your moment to get more spot for yourself, as the stakes are really high. The prize pool is actually really high, and after this country qualifies, there's 4 different countries that you're representing yourself. If you're not gonna do it now, when are you gonna do it? But talking about the MVP, it's gonna be Vainglorious Trident, with a kill, death, and assists of 6, 1, and 14 assists onto his side, 46,849 damage. MVP points is going to be 14.6, and the kill participation is going to be 87. So we can see his assists and kills, they were mostly mattering in the whole place. And at the same time, 2,529 gold difference. That shows that the way that this guy has the gold difference from the rest of the team, it's not that much. It's not that much, just enough to get you a good amount of one single skill, a single 1,200 gold skill that you can actually use. But once again, against Team Armada, it's going to be V Armada's blinking with Arthur. And I have to give it to Arthur, the way that he was actually standing his feet into the top lane. It's just amazing. With 0 kills, 3 deaths, and 6 assists, 50,000 damage, more damage than like a Vainglorious MVP player, but 35%, 35.3% kill participation, and 10,382 gold.
I think it's fine if you deal less damage with Zephyr, because basically Arthur has more damage because he's spinning around all the time, and when he's spinning, he's dealing damage to everyone surrounding him. So Zephyr doesn't have that kind of burst ability to deal damage. But yeah, he did what he had to do. He made those initiation, made those team fights possible for Vainglorious, and he was so ballsy. Like, even though We Armada had 3 tank heroes, and Vainglorious Zephyr, he was a tank himself. He wasn't scared. He was a warrior, a true warrior with the role of warrior. So Zephyr, with that play, absolutely amazing. So yeah, he is a well-deserved MVP, I would say.
Definitely a well-deserved MVP as well. But as we're talking about the first match, the pressure is going to be high for the V Armada right now, as not they have only lost their first slot into the upper brackets, but right now their first match into the lower brackets as well. This may just push them into that frustration, into that panic that they don't want to be in right now, that they need to be calm in this situation, to analyze this whole situation, to make it work out for themselves. And if they're not calm, at that point, I think it's over for them in this tournament. If they're not calm in the second match, Team Vainglorious is easily going to seize up that opportunity for themselves, take out that initiative, eliminate them, hit them where it hurts, and make sure it bleeds out until the very end as well.
Yep, and like you mentioned before, they have to really get their trump card out right now. Like in this kind of situation, player tends to get under a lot of pressure and stress, and if you can overcome that, we talked about it yesterday. Like, you have to build up communications with your team. The communication is really important. So at this stage of the time, they really need to communicate with each other, and maybe think of a plan, like revise their plan a little bit, change their strategy, change their draft, come up with the different ideas, what they want to try, or maybe go for the trump card, the ones you've been hiding, the big guns, which might think you might get you into the main stages. Maybe get to the third game where they might feel a little bit safer to try new things. I wouldn't recommend trying new things on a do or die situation. I would personally say that you guys have to bring out your best things right now, like whatever you have, like pour everything into one game, and then maybe when you get to the third game you might try out new things. And as we are speaking about what and how We Armada should play their next game, we're already at the drafting phase of the second game, and now this is a really do or die situation for We Armada. And when Glorious securing the first game, they might feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit safer, a little bit, happy to play this game. But they cannot be at ease as well. They have to be prepared for We Armada's big guns, because if they lose, then they'll be the ones in the pressure as well, because it'll really be do or die situation for both of the teams if it goes to the game 3.
Definitely, if it goes to the game 3, it's a really a do and die situation for both of the teams. But look at that. Volcath has been taken up by the Vainglorious right at the very start, as they have already taken 2 players down, one being Yui. But onto the other side, even Vainglorious said no, what We Armada use preferably to play, and they have already taken off Pain from their composition as well. They've banned the Pain composition. They now the team Armada really is in a pickle, because I've seen them use the Pain to its full extent. We have seen We Armada use the Pain to a really good extent, where it's almost impossible for sometimes the Pain to actually die. But Arm has been taken off. The same character that they put into the ban side for the Vainglorious, they choose to play that this time around.
Yep, and as you can see, like Vainglorious going for the Volcat first pick. Volcat wasn't banned, so they just take it out immediately. And this Volcat will be played by, I believe, Alistair, and he's a really good Volcat player. I've seen him play Volcat a lot of times. This is one of his best and comfort heroes. So giving him the Volcat, I think they feel really comfortable. Like he played Volcat against Aegon Esports, I think, or maybe not. But I heard from Riddle that he's a really good Volcat player, so they should be aware. And they also have Lorion in their mid lane, and Lorion is one of the nicest, greatest mid laners you could possibly have in the mid lane. So yeah, Lorion in mid lane, and they also have the Lumber as their support tank, presumably, who's initiating the fight. This is a really nice setup with the Lorion burst damage, with the Volcat's damage, and Lumber catching the enemies and stopping them, blocking them with his walls. It is a really very nice pick from coming in from VG.
I'm seeing some flashbacks as in to the V Armada versus the team BF fight, actually, because the way that they actually fought, it was the team BF actually used a similar composition as the team V Armada first picked up, and this time around, Team Vainglorious is also doing the same, as they're taking the Lumbers that the V Armada used in the last match. They're going to be utilizing this section as well. Lorian is there, Volcat is there, and as you already said it, that Volcat is a really good character. Look at that. They have already picked off in the ban phase as a Raz. Raz has been taken off, and right now the final banned section from the Vainglorious, how is it going to be? We have to wait out for that, but at the same time, right now, only 3 heroes from either of the sides have been picked up so far. It's going to be Vainglorious, which is Volcat, Lorian, and Lumber, but onto the other side, it's going to be Wisp, Aram, and Tachi right now. The rest 2 is what really matters. The rest 2 is what's going to be the base for your whole composition, as you already presented your supporter, your attacking side from Volcat and Lorian as well. But right now, what your base is going to be, how you're going to hold out your positions, that what really matters into the last 2 compositions.
Seems like we'll see a Elendor jungle from We Armada, because Elendor jungle is a thing right now, and it's a really great meta. And I was looking forward to a game where I can see Elendor jungle. I've seen one, but they lost, unfortunately. So this time around, maybe We Armada can turn it around. Like, Elendor is a really good hero, and he can do both marksman, he can be jungle, and he also, I've heard that he's been playing Slayer lanes recently. So I guess that's a very versatile hero. They can put him up anywhere, but I believe Aram's gonna be taking the Slayer lane, and Tachi is gonna be the roamer. So yeah, it is what it is. And looks like they're gonna picking up Lubu, another comfort pick for VG, as we've seen them play Lubu before. And I think that Lumber will be played by Alistair, so Volcat will be played by somebody else, and they have the Thorn as their marksman. So Vainglorious just picking up those heroes really quickly, and to counter Lorion in the mid lane is gonna be picked up Lilian. Lilian is the only hero that can stay alive with Lorion in mid lane. Liliana, so I don't think they had any other choices. If they picked any other heroes except for Liliana, they would have get beaten in the mid lane. So very nice choice from We Armada.
Definitely a very nice choice from the V Armada as well. But this is the first time I'm actually seeing a Thornay being picked off by any of the teams. This is the first time in this whole tournament, whether it's the Pakistani region or this is the South Asia qualifiers, the AIC. This is the first time I'm seeing a Thornay being chosen at this time. But once again, let's see how the game is actually going to be, for what the situation throughout this whole game is going to be, as we Armada right now maybe in a panic situation. And I have to say it again, Zen, they're going to be in a panic situation as this is their last chance. And at the top of that, if even the team when Glorious loses this match, they will have to go for that best of three after that. And we haven't seen a single best of three in today's matches. I'm actually hoping that there might be a tie-breaking match throughout the teams, throughout the whole compositions of the teams that are still left into the lower bracket side, as it not only gets the whole thing exciting, but at the same time it put pressures onto the team. Whether if it's only one team getting that first win and second win, there won't be any pressure from both sides. There will be just a pressure from one of the team side. But when it comes to both sides getting one win, the pressure is real at that time. That is the time that both of the teams see how composed they are, how calm they are in the whole fighting scenario, in this whole fighting situation. And that is what matters. And if you don't have that experience, I don't think that even in the panic situations, even during the mid game, even if you're have already won one of the matches, you're going to be able to outshine of that situation where you're put in a panic gameplay in the mid of the fight.
Yeah, we'll say Torix right there. As I mentioned, We Armada, they might be panicking right now, but I believe they can pull it off because um, we are expecting a third game, sure, like a tiebreaker where we can see both teams fight off with each other. Because I believe We Armada has no choice but to bring out their best stuff in this second game, because that's the only option they have. But once again, as you mentioned before, every game we've seen today so far was two games. Like we never went on a third game. Every team was getting a clean wipe from 2-0. Maybe somebody cursed and the cursed is working right now. Maybe somebody, I don't know who cursed, but maybe somebody did the curse. So all the games are being 2-0 right now. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe this game will go 2-0 as well, or maybe not. But if it goes 2-0, it's going to be really sad because Armada have to go home without even winning a single game after having a really nice game. They've knocked out Aegon Esports and they have to lose to Vainglorious, who are the second best team of Pakistan. But we can't call them the second best team of Pakistan anymore because they have defeated Aegon Esports out of this tournament. So that makes them the best team in Pakistan currently in this tournament so far in the ranking. So they are against the best team of Pakistan right now. So can We Armada come back in the second game and take the game to the third game? Or maybe they have to be a part of the curse and go home with only being at the lower bracket quarterfinals.
Definitely, and as you said, that the team in Glorious right now is the best team in Pakistan for right now. If the fight hadn't happened against Team Aegon versus Vanglorious, the title would still be valid, as Team Vanglorious wouldn't have fought with Team Aegon and wouldn't have got that best title from you in this whole tournament scenario. But right now, they're the best representative of Pakistan, that they're showing their true skills against Veer Mara in this fight right now. The fight for the semi-final bracket in the lower bracket system is real. There, after this fight, there's another team. There's two teams that are going to be facing each other, facing one in the fight of the final match for that quarterfinal. And after that, we're going to move towards those teams that have qualified for that final slot. So not only we're going to see a top 5, top 6 positions, but at the same time we're going to also see who is going to be into the top 3 for tomorrow's matches as well. Who's going to be those in the first top 3, majority of the prize pool section, who's going to have it, and who is going to be the champion of this whole 4 country qualifiers.
Yep, like as you said, we Armada, they're really at a tight spot right now, but the other teams like Martyrs, BF, Dementors, I think they're gonna be facing off in the upper bracket finals tomorrow against Starry Hope. This game's gonna be interesting because both of the teams are really strong. Like Martyrs, BF, Dementors, they have dominated the upper bracket and went to the upper bracket finals. While meanwhile, Starry Hope, they haven't lost a single game in this tournament yet. So they are pretty dominant as well, and they are so aggressive that they've broken
That goes for
records
both
of
of them.
how end. Yeah, but Stereo Hope looks really strong. Like they're like, the kind of beast that's coming for you, and you have to be prepared. Like Martyrs, BF, Dementors have to be prepared like that, because all the games Terry Hopes played, they literally destroyed their opponents like they were nothing, and they literally did that for every single team, and they did 2-0 for every single series they played. And the best part is they ended the game in 10 minutes most of
That
the
is a
time.
big thing.
Yeah, like
That
last
is a
time I
big
casted,
thing.
I saw them end the game in 9 minutes against OPX. And we have to remember OPX is the one who defeated Vainglorious with a 2-0
Definitely.
on the upper bracket. And Vainglorious never
So
stood a chance against them, so it kind of proves
actually,
how strong
no.
they are.
OPX actually fought against Agon Esports, not them.
Oh,
But
okay,
Team
yeah.
Starry Hops was the one that fought against Vainglorious.
Oh, yeah, Team
So not only
Starry
they've
Hopes, yeah.
eliminated them, but also the team that has
Yes.
eliminated Team Agon Esports as well.
So yeah, they're like basically Pakistan hunters, I'd say. Like they've been involved around Pakistan a lot, but yeah, they've defeated OPX, the defending champions of Bangladesh from last Bangladesh championship. So that makes them quite strong, actually. Like Starry Hope played against OPX as if OPX were no champions at all, where they were just like kids to them. That's how Stereo played. And this is if I call them kids in front of, like, if I call champions kids, imagine how strong they are. Like this is how strong
Exactly.
Stereo Hopes are, and they're looking really strong right now. So yeah,
And
it is going to be quite
the
interesting.
point is that even after that you've called them strong, they're only gonna get stronger as they're gonna get more experience, as they're gonna gain more experience in this, all of the fights, all of the scenarios, and they're gonna come out on the top slowly but surely as more as they gain the experience. But right now, once again, those are the talks for tomorrow, how the team Starry Hopes and team actually they're gonna fight. The upper brackets actually are going to fight, which is the Martyrs, the BF Dementors, and the team Starry Hopes. But right now, talking about the lower brackets, even after Vainglorious and the team Armada, we also have another team, which is going to be V Oriental Phoenix and against the team of Venom E Support. So these two teams that are going to be fighting Martyrs, VF Dementors actually eliminated Team Venom. So that is why the reason that the team Venom is into the lower bracket. So they're going to be fighting against the Oriental Phoenix, against another like a fight of the glory to get into the semifinals and try to be into the final section. But how is it going to happen? How the teams have already think about their strategies, or are they going to think about it as they go forward? But right now, I'm really excited once again for V Armada versus the team Vainglorious, in which case, once again, saying that the team of V Armada may have the pressure onto them, they may have the panics onto them, but knowing them throughout this whole scenario, throughout this whole country qualifiers, they have showed us that they can be calm and composed as well throughout this whole fight, throughout this whole scenarios. And that can be their big thing as well. During the whole games, during the whole fights, if they stay calm and composed, if they analyze the whole situation before they actually make a move, then I don't think that anyone can stand a chance against them.
Yep, as you mentioned, like Venom Esports was eliminated by Martyrs, BF, Dementors, and now they're sitting at the lower bracket, and they will face off against OPX. Now, this is also bring back memory, like when we saw the game of Aegon Esports versus Vainglorious. It was the same game from Pakistani qualifiers. These both teams were the finalists of Pakistani qualifiers, and Vainglorious was the one who came in second, and Aegon Esports was the winner. But in this time around, in the tournaments when they faced off against each other, it was the other way around. Actually, Vainglorious got Aegon Esports eliminated out of the tournament.
Definitely, they got them eliminated out of the tournament section, out of the tournament into this whole case scenario. And as we're talking about the situation, the pickoffs from the teams, the pickoff from the enemy side, Wildcats. And once more, last time we saw Lorien and Lumber right after the Wildcats pick, but this time around, we're also seeing almost the same band composition, with just being the addition of Hayate instead of, I think, Aram into the same place. And even look at that, Wisp is also the same from the Weirmata side. This is showing us how they're actually going to play out. And even Aram is also being picked up. Last time Aram was picked up right after it was being banned from the Team Vainglorious side. But this time around, Lumber and Lorien, the tides have turned out. Lumber is first, and this time around, Lorien is the second position. In the third position, actually, the fourth and fifth is what matters, as from the fourth section, Weirmata actually took on the Elendor, but at the same time, Team Vainglorious chooses the Lubu in that situation. But right now, which one of those composition is going to happen? Are they going to choose the same composition? Are they not going to choose the same composition? That is a question, because right now, as I see the band composition from the Team Vainglorious, it's exactly the same as the last time.
Yes, it's exactly the same. Like, you've seen the picks as well. The orders are not the same, but they are picking the same draft once again. Wisp, Aram into Tachi, and Vainglorious with the Volcat, Lumber, and Lorien. Like last game, we saw Lumber, Lorien, and Volcat doing so much, and Weirmata also gonna take that Elendor. So it's almost looks like they're playing the same game from the game one. But I think Weirmata is strong with this, feeling comfortable with this draft. Maybe last game they did mistake. Last game they weren't able to control the tempo. Last game they weren't able to control the areas and control the map. So this time around they're gonna do that, and they're feeling confident about it. And looks like Vainglorious will also pick Lubu, the same pick from last game. But this time around, instead of another ADC, they're gonna pick Valheim this time. So it looks
Definitely,
like this is going to be
aside
changed.
from Thorny instead of Valheim this time, and onto the other side, Crixie's been picked up instead of the Liliana this time around. So the last heroes are the difference from both of these competitions. They're forced, or maybe they've been told to pick up a different, as you cannot have the same one from the old one. So there's some slight difference, but not on the band composition. I'm really excited to see because their mindset was with the Liliana and Thorny, but this time around, they have chosen a different characters. How that is actually going to affect their strategy into this longer game, into the longer game scenario, into this fight game scenario. But right now, once again, we're seeing Vainglorious versus Weirmata in a fight for the second match. So is it going to be Vainglorious with a 2-0 score, or Weirmata is going to come back in a clutch and make the fight even with a 1-1 section?
As you mentioned, like last game we saw Weirmata, like, playing those tanky heroes, and even though they were playing tanky heroes, they weren't able to sustain their damage, and now they were lacking damage last game, and they changed their mid laner from Liliana to Crixie. So I guess they do have quite a bit of damage with this Crixie pick now. But there's also another question, that is, Crixie is one of the very squishy heroes. So will Crixie be able to hold on against these heroes of VG? So that's my question. And if Crixie does manage to stay alive, then that's gonna be huge for them. But other than that, I think it's really gonna be hard for them.
Definitely, it is going to be really hard for the team when Glorious, and at the same time V Armada as well. As you already said, they've taken up the Crixie. V Armada right now is kind of squishy. They have to really think about their moves before they actually do with the Crixie as well, because no doubt Crixie can do a great amount of damage, a great amount of health onto the other enemies as well, take out their health at the single swoop, but at the same time it can also happen to this specific character as well. So it really needs a cover, it really needs a time where the players are going to be with you, giving you cover and everything. But look at that, Shark is receiving a good amount of damage along with Inertia as well, but they're forced to retreat on the backside. VG this time around is not making the direct like engagement onto the enemy side as we saw into the last section, but this time around they're not even giving on to the bottom as well. Last time we saw both of the teams actually focusing on the bottom lane. This time around they're focusing on into the mid lane section, as Crixie is giving out a good damage from the backside of our teammates. That can be a threat to the VG in this second game.
Yeah, indeed. Like as you can see, this time around, VG is getting zoned out by V Armada here, because VG's last game we saw VG taking out the Abyssal Dragon, but this time around it's going to be different because VG are not looking really strong here. V Armada taking VG one by one, and there's going to be first blood for V Armada. V Armada also, VG Cat comes in, Valheim takes down one of the members from V Armada. V Armada are not done yet. They're gonna take down Anthem, and Anthem is fallen, and now Deaths comes in and take down Inertia. That's 3 kills for V Armada and 2 kills for VG, and the fight goes into the hands of V Armada here. V Armada not only secured the Abyssal Dragon and get the net worth on their side, but also they will be taking down 3 members from Vainglorious, and now Vainglorious to come back from that epic Dragon Steel from their hands. They're gonna take down the Slayer in order to balance the network chart. But V Armada seems to be having a nice start in this game. So in this game, it's kind of like the similar things, but things are getting a little bit changed. And this time around, instead of VG having the upper hand, it's V Armada who are having the upper hand. So as I mentioned before, like the trump card they're having, maybe they're showing it, maybe they're trying to express it, and we are looking somewhat similar actions to that.
Definitely, we may be seeing a similar action to what we saw into the last game that happened against VG. V Armada actually, not VG, but this time around V Armada is having the upper hand for themselves, as the VG actually tries to rush into the section, to rush into the position. V Armada, they're not letting them push out this time around. They're not letting them do that blind rush as they did into the last time, and they didn't even pay the consequences. This time around, if they do the blind rush, they're definitely going to pay the consequences in this case scenario. But look at that, Death versus Inertia is going to happen, in which case Death is going to take a huge damage on him. V Armada, things are not looking good for them as we talk about the situation in which V Armada was. Once again, we're seeing them showing us a squishy side of their side, but once again, Death was that Aram right now, and Aram has to be into a longer range, as it's really squishy if it gets too close. It's a long range character, it's a marksman, and you have to make sure that you're not super close by. But look at that, Death finally has been eliminated. But on top of that, look at Team VG. Team VG has also lost 3 of their players at the same time. V Armada blinking has also been taken down, making the fight almost even, as Inertia also gets up and tries to come back into the same place. But V Armada this time around, they are going for that aggression, as Trident goes into the backside, recalled himself into the base as he wants more healing and wants the mana restore as well. The Armada competition this time around is going to be the critical rate and the damage alongside their attack speed. So not only just the attack speed that they're getting, but they're also getting that huge critical. So each and every single hit that they're going to do, it's going to be critical. It's going to do a huge amount of damage onto the enemy. It's going to do a huge amount of damage onto the monsters and the minions, so you can easily get more gold, easily can get more items for yourself. But once again, the fight into the mid lane has actually started. VG Trident also has been taken down by Death, but before Death actually gets it taken down by Astra, that was amazing. A beautiful trade-off kill. Astra also been taken down. Shogun has been taken down. So we're seeing a turn-by-turn elimination from both of the sides, but this time around, 3 players from the VG has been eliminated. On the other hand, there's 3 players from the V Armada, 4th player from the Team VG side, leaving Inertia as the final hope of the team, and maybe Inertia is just gonna die by the dragon. No, he survived it with just a 1 HP, but this gives out a good chance of the team V Armada to take that dragon buff for themselves. But Inertia, he's holding themselves up that they won't be able to get that dragon kill.
Yep, and looks like that's what happened. Like in this fight, so many details were going on here. I kind of missed out a lot of details what happened in this fight. Like you see Inertia surviving the fight, the sole survivor of this fight, but we Armada were holding on such nicely this time around, and VG were not like even close to winning this team fight. And now look at the difference between Shogun and the other members from VG. There's a whole bunch of level difference. Like Shogun is already level 10 on Elendor, and now each and every members from VG are on level 8, so that's a huge gap from them. And Elendor, I think, haven't joined any fights yet, so he's still out there farming, getting his gold, getting his levels, and once he joins the fight, it's gonna be really hard for VG to counter them. So yeah,
I agree.
We Armada are showing their strong sides in this team, in this second game.
Definitely, they're showing their strong side. Finally, they're showing their trump card. They knew it's going to be futile if you're not able to show your trump card, if you're not showing your full potential into these fights, and that's what they're doing right now. The fight right now is in the favor of the V Armada. Not talking about just their kills, as it's a 7/10 in the favor of V Armada, but also their economy, as their economy is 21k. But on to the other hand, talking about the Vainglorious economy, it's just 18.5k. The whole complete 3k difference is happening into this whole kit scenario, and on top of that, 2 towers also have been taken down by V Armada onto the Vainglorious side. Vainglorious not only has less resources, less economy for themselves, but they've also lost 2 of their towers into the early stages. That is definitely going to put them in a pickle situation into the longer range fight, into the later on fights. If it drags out that much, because the way that the Team Armada is right now striking onto the Vainglorious, I think it's going to be over before even the 15 or 16 minute marker.
Yes, because like this time around, we Armada are looking really strong. They aren't doing any similar mistakes what we've seen them do last time. This time around, they're sticking together. They're building much more better team coordination, and this time around, they know what they're doing, so they're controlling the tempo of the map. They're taking out objectives. They're playing the early aggressive style gameplay again. So this is the We Armada I've been wanting to see. And they've been showing me that even under pressure of do or die situation here, they're still showing now. Now they're going for the Slayer, Dark Slayer, but looks like VG are here to take down the Slayer. And now We Armada, no, they're not gonna get it. We Armada, Inertia steals the Slayer, but at what cost? Cost of many lives from VG. VG, 3 of them are dead in the mid lane, and now they're gonna take the second middle tower as well, and I think they're gonna spawn the Slayer as well to push out another tower, while the VG will take 10 more seconds or more to respawn all of their players and regroup. Now this is really looking bad for the side of VG.
Definitely, it's looking really bad for the VG in this second match, as a Team V Armada is showing a complete domination over them in this match, as they're sticking on together. They're not making any kind of bold move. They're not getting frustrated, and this is what I was talking about even in the Costa segment, that if they stay calm, I don't think that anyone can even stop them. And this is the finest performance on his peak, as Inertia dies, and at the same time Trident dies. There's 30-second marker before they respawn back into their base. But in that meantime, they can actually push off with all 5 of the players. They have the players, they have the levels for themselves as well that they needed to push, but they're not doing it for some reason. They're going for the dragon buff for themselves before they actually try to pull. They're going for more economy, more buffs before they actually try to get more towers for themselves. And as we see, two players that taking on the Holy Dragon. There's the rest two into the jungle side of the bottom lane, and there's a one person into the top lane trying to fight against Astray in this whole scenario. So a 2 versus 2, 1 versus 1, and at the rest two players, they're taking the dragon buff for the whole team. And as soon as the dragon buff is going to be distributed, the damage is going to be huge from the team V Armada side, and that is what we're seeing. There's 4 players all sticking together, going to the top dragon side, the Dark Slayer top line side. They're gonna push from that, the jungle. Maybe not. Even after getting those slayers, after even getting those dragon buffs, they're not straight up going for that aggression. I have to say that. Then they're going for more might buffs. They're more going for the blue buffs, the red buffs, every buff that they can actually possibly stack into this whole kit scenario. They want to make sure that they show them the huge difference before eliminating them from the first match.
Yep, and as you see, like We Armada is holding them. They're respecting the opponents. They're not like overstepping or trying to push anything out of that. But in the same time, they're actually controlling the jungle. They're actually inside the Vainglorious jungle, and they're farming there, and they're waiting for Vainglorious to come out and make a mistake so that they can punish them. And also, they're meanwhile doing so, they're also waiting for the Slayer, because the next Slayer is going to be important one. It's going to be 12-minute Slayer, and I think it's going to be an Infinite Slayer. And Infinite Slayer will give you a strong, really strong buff, and that's gonna help V Armada really to pick up the pace of the fight. Now, if VG wins a team fight, they might still have a chance to win this game, but the chance is so slightest because now look how fast V Armada is taking that Slayer, and that Slayer might be just dead. And there goes the Infinite Slayer.
There goes a buff towards the team of V Armada, in which case scenario they not only got 2 dragons but 3 Slayer for themselves, and on top of that 6 towers, whereas the team Vaingloria so far hasn't even taken down a single tower. The fight, the kill damage, the kill the position of the team of VG and the team V Armada is more than 50%, as they've already spawned the Dark Slayer on the top lane. The whole of the team VG is trying to go over there, trying to get that Slayer destroyed before it can actually destroy the tower, but that is just a decoy from the team V Armada, as one of their players try to get that bottom tower, the mid tower actually, and he actually manages to destroy it. Not only that, but at the same time, top lane tower, they're gonna go for that push. A blue base tower has also been destroyed as they eliminate the player. Full of the team Vainglorious has been taken down, and an easy win for the team V Armada. And even after that, what is going on from the V Armada side? They're not straight up going for that tower elimination. They're going for more minion defeats before they actually destroy the base tower, get that first win for themselves as well. And this is the domination that the team V Armada showed is going to put Team Vainglorious in a really pickle and a rainy panic situation, I have to say, Zan.
And yeah, as you mentioned, like this is getting interested right now, and this is what we were talking about. Like, if they can get their trump card out, like they've had same draft with one single change, and that's gonna be the Crixie getting onto the mid lane, which they lacked in the last game. They lacked damage, and now they've put the damage into their team. And now look how amazingly they worked out. They had the game from the start. They set up everything. They had all the Slayers. They held all the towers. They didn't even let Vainglorious near any of their towers, secure any of the objectives for Vainglorious. And I think this is what they lacked, and this is why We Armada is one of the best teams. I mean, you can never be so sure about anyone winning the game without sweating any drop of water from their body. So that is something we are looking forward to, right? And We Armada securing the second game, and yeah, just proving that they're one of the best.
We're going to move on to the battle of 3. Yep, we're going to move on to the battle of 3, and the final winner will be decided into this match. Whosoever wins it goes forward, and the one that loses goes back home with maybe the 6th position or the 7th position. Correct me if I'm wrong. And yeah, that's about it. And after that, we're going to move on to the next match. It's either the 6th or it's either the 7th position for themselves. But talking about the whole situation, talking about the whole scenario, after this, we still have not just 1, but 2 more matches, 2 more rounds with different teams. Those who are still in the quarterfinals fighting for the glory as the upper bracket team just got dropped down to a lower bracket. But right now, after that, these are two teams who are in the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against each other from the very start till the very end into the semifinals, try to find that position into the final for themselves. And as we see the highlights, the actual V Armada dominated it with ease, with the slightest hand movement that they could have actually done. They had the whole game in the palm of their hand.
Exactly, like this is the kind of dominance they've shown, and we thought that they would be panicking, they would be under such pressure and stress, but this was otherwise. Like we Armada, the way they played, it didn't feel like they were under any pressure of losing the game and getting eliminated from this bracket. But now they've securing the second game, they just lifted up the possibility of them being under the stress or pressure, because now it's gonna be VG who are under the pressure, because if VG loses one more game, they're out of this tournament. And now this game, VG tried the similar strat as the last game, whereas they were able to secure one game, but they lost the second game. And this proves that they need to think about their strats again, and they need to revise their strat. They need to change their plans, they need to change their drafts, because if they come up with the same draft, same plans again, and We Armada is just gonna crush them like this, because We Armada already figured out how to counter this draft, and they showed the prime example of how to do so in this game too. And that was absolutely amazing from We Armada. Hats off to them for taking this to the third game and proving that they're still one of the best nonetheless.
The way that you actually said that the team of VG wins the first match and loses the rest too shows how they get into the normal condition. They try to say themselves for themselves it's just normal for themselves. It's just amazing that we're gonna win the second one. They get really comfortable with it, and that is what they lack. They need to make sure that they don't take the other team lightly. They take it, and that is what gets them down a fall. Even in the second match, right now they know what their mistake is, and all they need to do is work onto that. They need to take the final match seriously against the team V Armada as well, not make a single mistake. And as we already talked about it, even a single mistake can lead up to the other team's opportunity to interact with it, get yourself more into the bottom side, bottom line, and make that team that took that opportunity for themselves to go into the top side as well. So that is what Team V Armada did. That is what Team V Armada showed us with a complete domination against the Team Vainglorious. And once again, Vainglorious and V Armada is going to try to pick off their characters. They're going to try to think of each other's strategy, because if they can't analysis each other analysis, they're not going to be able to eliminate each other in this whole case scenario. A single wrong analysis from either of them can lead up to their demise.
Yep. You know how Arena of Valor is compared to the other MOBAs. Arena of Valor is like a really high tempo game, and it has a short length match timing. So you have to be really fast. You know, in this game, the game goes really fast. It doesn't take much longer to decide the game. So you know, the small plays, the single plays that you mentioned really matter a lot. So even if you're having the best game of your life, one single mistake could lead up to a whole new level of the game. The game could literally turn around any moment. So that goes same for the last two teams. Even if some team is winning, you shouldn't be confident that you're already won the game. Because
Exactly.
in this MOBA games, anything can happen, and Arena Valor is one of the prime examples. Like in here, these little dragon kills, abyssal dragons, holy dragons, slayers, these small things, these objectives, what matters the most. So whoever whoever gets those kills, whoever makes those little plays which turns out to be game changing, are the ones who are gonna come out resulting to be the best. So yeah, in this game they have to think about that, and they have to think about the new strategies. So both teams have to come up with strategies. Maybe if this time Vainglorious try to show a new strategy of themselves, and on instant, we Armada have to counter that, because they've learned about their first strategy of Vainglorious, but they don't know about their second strategy, because currently I believe Vainglory is about to show their second strategy.
Definitely, Vainglorious have to show their strategy as well. Right now, this is the time that both of the teams actually need to show their trump card as well. But right now, talking about the MVP, we are seeing the Armada Anthem being the MVP with 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 13 assist ratio. The damage is going to be 42,649 with MVP points as 12.9. Kill participation goes towards a 90.5%, and the roll goal difference, it's not that much. It's almost a measly of a 1,600 gold difference. So that is not a pretty good, like a really big margin of a goal difference.
Yeah, that isn't. And if Anthem, this player, if you look at his heroes, what he played before in these games, he actually has heroes like Wisp and Hayate. He played these two heroes the most, so he obviously feels confident with his hero Wisp, and he showed how confident he is. Look at that score: 6 kills, 0 deaths with 13 assists. That's really high assist. And now look at the damage he dealt. He did not deal as much as damage as Valheim did, but he played objective wise. He took down towers. He took down slayers. He took down dragons, and he farmed really well. Like, look at, if you compare the gold, he has like almost 1,600 more gold than the Valheim. So that makes him a really calm and player who plays for the team instead of playing for him. So kills and damage doesn't decide the MVP sometimes. It decides on how you have played the game, how you have objectified the game. So this is what we are seeing with his Wisp here in this second game. And now if we compare the teams, we see Vainglorious with 8 kills this time, and We Armada absolutely dominance with 21 kills and 8 towers. We Vainglorious, meanwhile, in the other hand, with 0 towers. They could not get even near their towers. We Armada just pushed them back into their base and ended up the game in such a stylish way. And their goal difference are massive as well. This is literally the highest net worth lead, net worth gap I've seen so far in this tournament. That's almost 11,400. So that's huge.
Definitely, that is a huge difference of the kills, the difference, and even the MVP that we saw. You said he did the objectives, and that just shows everything matters. Every single thing in this game actually matters on what you do, whether it's the objective, whether it's the player eliminations, whether it's holding out your fort at the same time. Every single tiny thing that matters, and all those complexion of those things is what makes the MVP. And that is what we saw from the V Armada side with like just 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 13 assists. That is a big thing. But onto the other side, Team Vainglorious, they now have to really think about their strategy. They have to be really knowing what their next strategy is going to be, as if they are not able to hold themselves off right now in this situation, in this position. If they're not able to step forward, they're not going to be able to win it. We are going to see either of these teams go back without anything, with just the 7th position or the 6th position, as we already talked about, back home, and they're not going to move forward. So they have to be really careful. They have to be really cautious on what they're going to take, on which character, which hero, which strategy, which lane are they going to focus on. And even after the lanes, how they're going to focus on the minions, the slayers, and even the dragons as well.
Yeah, well said. Like, they really have to revise their strategies. Maybe VG was feeling a little bit comfortable after winning the game one. As I mentioned before, they cannot be so sure, they cannot be sure because if they let go a little, they'll just lose the chance. And that's exactly what happened. In the second game, they were comfortable after winning the first game, and the comfort backfired them, as they got defeated by We Armada in a very dominant way. So now Vainglorious have to come up with a new strategy and new style of playing the game, and that's really something that you shouldn't have done. Like, VG, I don't think them going for the same draft wasn't a very good idea. Like, they only changed Valheim, and I think the last time they played, which carry was it again? the one they played.
I
Which hero they changed with
I
Valheim?
think it was, I think, I don't remember for sure, but I think it was one of the banned character that is, I think, not allowed or something. It was either one of these situations. I really have to really think about it. I think it was some thorn or something. It was yeah, I it was
Oh
a
yeah, it was
thorn, and at the
Thorn.
same time, Virmata
Yes,
took the Liliana. It was a Liliana versus a thorn in this case scenario.
Thorn.
But right
Yes.
now, with just those single character changes, the whole difference was made.
Yep. And that's exactly, I think, why the difference was made. Like in the first game, they had Liliana, which wasn't enough for them. Liliana wasn't dealing enough damage, but then they changed it with Crixie, which was probably the big smart move, I think. And the Crixie also sure did work. I mean, Wisp wasn't dealing that much damage. You see, he was at 42,000 damage. So where all the damage was coming from? That was obviously coming from the Crixie when Wisp focused on the main objectives in the game. Crixie was the one who's dealing the damage from behind, and this is what they lacked in the first game. Meanwhile, Vainglorious, they changed their hero with Valheim. They changed Thorn with Valheim. I think Thorn was a better choice with that draft because Valheim did a lot of damage in the team fight. It's not like he didn't do anything, but the change they brought wasn't enough to stop because you know we Armada, they were quick to react, they were quick to notice, they were quick to study the opponent, and that's exactly what they did. And they studied their opponents in the first game, and they came up with their counter strategy. And VGs did pick the same draft, so basically their counter strategy against them completely worked. And this is exactly, I believe, what we Armada wanted, and this is exactly what happened. So it's basically like VG played in their shoes. So we're gonna see a third game with probably, hopefully, new drafts, maybe new drafts from VG, and to counter that new draft from VG, we'll see a new strat and new heroes coming in from We Armada as well. So new game, new things, new faces, everything new. We won't be able to see the same similar things again, hopefully. And if we see the same similar things again, then these teams got some balls.
We have to say they got some really confidence into their gameplay style if they use the same. And right now, this is the time that even the team Vainglorious have to show their trump card, as well as right now they're being forced into the back corner as well. Team V Armada already showed their trump card. They already showed their full potential, and this is the time for the Vainglorious right now to shine. If they're not able to do that, it's going to be over for them into this scenario. And with that, the Pakistan region is going to be out of the rest of the AOV AIC championship from the country qualifiers. This is the time that the teams need to actually shine. All of the teams, in fact, needs to shine. All of the teams need to give out their 100%. Because if you're not giving out your 100%, I don't think so that you're even doing a single 1% of the gameplay in this case scenario. Whether you're getting the kills, whether you're not winning the fights or not, even if you're not showing your true strats into this whole scenario, even if you're not showing your fights with all of the characters that you actually pick, I think it's really not a good of a fight at that point, because you're hiding your true dominations from these teams. You're not you're giving them enough a chance actually to overcome at you, taking the opportunity of your like not giving out full 100% of power.
Yes, and this third game for Vainglorious is not just a single game. It's everything for them. It's everything they've worked so hard for, because they're the last
It's
hope for
everything for
Pakistan. If they
both.
get eliminated, Pakistan is out of the tournament. So this being an international tournament, 4 countries were inside. One country, Cambodia, was already got eliminated. So the Pakistan's last hope is all Vainglorious. So if Vainglorious carrying the whole Pakistan together, everybody from Pakistan is supporting and cheering for Vainglorious. If they do not win this third game, then it's over for them. So they have a lot of pressure. They have a lot of things on their shoulder, and hopefully they be able to perform really, really well. They don't get pressured by all these thoughts, but yeah, play the best of their games and show us some amazing game. And maybe we expect the same thing from We Armada. Even if We Armada gets knocked out in this third game, they still have Bangladesh still have hope, because there's three other teams from Bangladesh, and it's gonna be shown in the next games in the upper bracket and the next lower bracket game. So yeah, we have a lot of things going on
Definitely.
right now, and definitely this is one of the most anticipating game, because one country's reputation is at
Already out.
stake here. But yeah, one country is
One
already out,
country is
and one
already
country
out,
is
and
as
this is the final chance for the other country as well to make out that they do the final bidding of the team, the final strategy for themselves, do a huge good domination into the very end of the matches as well. And as they're showing out the domination throughout this whole game scenario, they play it out beautifully, because if you're not able to like give your 100% into the situation, the other team is definitely going to seize that opportunity up. The other team is definitely going to use that opportunity to its fullest, give it out everything that they got, hit you with everything actually that they have got, hit you where it hurts, get more kills, get more objective done than you. And that as soon as they're going to start doing the objectives, as soon as they're going to get onto the upper hand, they're going to try to not let you come even remotely close by to them.
Yes, and I personally think these two teams are really, really great in the early games. So, like at the first game, we saw how VG controlled the tempo of the game. They got the Abyssal Dragon first, and they got the Slayer. They got all the early game objectives first, and that's ended up in their favor, and they won the game. But the game was pretty even. They had a fight with each other. But in the second game, it was the other way around. Where we saw We Armada was controlling the tempo of the game from the first few minutes, and then they had a really good start in the early game. They got double kill in the fight. They got the first blood. They got the double kill, and then they kept getting kills, and then they secured the Slayers. They kept securing the Abyssal Dragons, and I think this is what these two teams need in their third game as well. They need the early games heroes, which can secure their early game, which can secure them the map. And once they have the map control, I think the game should reside to their hands.
Definitely, as soon as they have the map control for themselves, the game is definitely going to be into their favor. It's going to definitely resides into their hand. All they have to do is make sure that they do not lose a single opportunity where their favor is gone, where their position from that area is actually gone. And as soon as you find an opportunity, as soon as you find a chance to actually engage onto the team, you utilize that opportunity on to the enemy side. Make sure that you don't miss out anything, because I said it at the very start of this stream, as the very start of these matches, that the team needs to make sure that as soon as they find someone rolling it down like a boulder, they hold it at the same time. If they're not able to hold it, the boulder is just going to find more pace. The boulder is just going to find more speed and just going to roll over you at that point. So you have to make sure that events is the time you hold it on and you do not let it proceed any further, because if you do let it, it's over for you. And that's what we saw from the Vainglorious. They saw a little boulder being rolled down from a hilltop hill, which was a V Armada. They did not even pay attention, and they just rolled over them, getting that second win with a complete domination from their side. So that was amazing. And right now, once again, we're back onto the face-off. The teams are picking off their characters, and once again, I'm seeing a Walhain being picked into the band phase, and onto the other side, there's another character being picked off as the band, but no characters being chosen so far.
Yep, and as you mentioned, this is the final game between Vainglorious and We Armada, and this is the final draft of do or die situation. So we have Volkat and Aya getting banned at first, and then Pain will get banned after that, following that up. So Vainglorious and We Armada, they're being super cautious, and they will ban the Hayate for Vainglorious. I mean, they're not leaving there any comfort heroes, but if you notice, UA is still alive, and it gets picked out just as I
Oh,
said. It's about just as I mentioned her name, she gets taken out, and I think this game, you know what happens next when you pick UA, right? I mean, I don't have to say
it's a
anything
total
else. The moment
abomination
they
and
say
annihilation of the other team.
Yes, exactly. Whenever you see, you know, you have to ban some heroes. There's always this one hero left that you forget to ban, and they just, you know, take it out. And Fennec, okay, Armada taking Fennec is also a really nice hero, and Earl, okay, Armada is showing us something really, really different, and um, something we haven't seen from them before. So Fennec and Earl, these two are really nice heroes. I think Earl doing the um, Slayer lane and Fennec as the marksman in the Dragon lane. That's something new. And Net as the
Nope.
tank hero. I think we've seen this draft from Vainglorious before, when they picked Yen, Net, Yue, and they might also pick Elsu after this one. As I mentioned, it is an Elsu, so this is a
Oh, there is
yeah,
an L
this is a
two.
memorized draft. There is an Elsu. Vainglorious is hacking into my mind right now and picking out whatever I'm
You're
telling them
hacking
to.
into their mind, I have to say that.
Exactly. So I've seen Vainglorious play with this draft, and I know how strong they are, because this is the draft that kicked the butt out of Aegon Esports into the lower bracket quarterfinals. So they're going again with the same draft, and I think they might give it a good fight to Armada as well. But on the side of Armada, in their defense, I do not play this draft. So it's gonna be really very interesting to see how they play with these heroes in this draft. So it is quite interesting. And now we see a Liliana pick coming in from We Armada. There's gonna be a mid Liliana playing against Yue, and we know Yue is a really strong mid laner, and no mid laner can withstand her. Only Liliana can go a bit closer to her. Liliana and Lorion are the only two mid laners that can contest her a little bit, not much. It is what it is.
Definitely, I agree because Liliana can actually contest a little bit, but I see a role and Liliana competition. This is the first time I'm actually seeing any of the team pick off Fennec for themselves into as a marksman. So we really have they all of them actually have to be really careful of the Fennec pick as well. They have to be really careful if they don't know what that character do, how that character actually moves around, how its movement and its play style is. You have to be really careful because you cannot like take marksmen lightly as they're for as they usually tends to go from a longer range fight. They tend to go for the long range fights. In which case, if it is a long range fight, if it's a long range damage dealer, then you're kind of in a pickle in the situation with the first three composition being a heavy duty, the heavy characters. Two, we have to see how it's going to happen. And at the same time, you already said the composition of the Vainglorious with Yue, Webnet, and Elsu as well. And these three composition, Yuen and Elsu, these two in the same lane can be a great thing, a great addition. But once again, Yubnet, the guy, he is either, I think, a tank in this thing. He's a tank, and all he has to do is tank out the damage. All he has to do is make sure that he tanks out the damage that is given out to his team members, towards his team member, onto himself, not letting them die into the process. And the rest team, Yue with Elsu, they can actually achieve that damage that they need to eliminate the other players.
Yes, as you mentioned, like Fennec, I've seen I've seen Sterry Hope play Fennec last game, so they've showed how strong can Fennec be, even though Fennec is really underrated, like, you know, underrated hero. They've shown how good this hero is, even though nobody follows the meta of this hero, but this hero is literally very underrated. Trust me, because on the side of Sterry Hope, I think their ADC was playing Fennec in the second game, and he got the MVP with the Fennec. So this hero is really underrated and really strong right now. But what I'm more interested is from the draft from VG, like I mentioned, Net as a tank and support, and they have a Varus for a proper tank as well, and Elsu has that super high range where he plays like a sniper, and he snipes all those enemies and deals so much damage. And I think VG Cat is gonna play this Elsu hero. And we have a Quicknack as a jungle as well. Quicknack is one of the greatest jungler I've seen so far, like even greater than some other heroes. So Quicknack on the jungle, Varus on the tank, Net as a support tank, Elsu with the ADC carry, and Yue on the mid. VG are looking really strong right now. So yeah, and also on the other side of Armada, we have Tara and Crest. So I think it's gonna be really interesting
Definitely.
with this kind of draft, this composition with the teams they have. I'm really interested because I'm seeing this draft for the first time for We Armada. So let's go Armada, let's go Vainglorious. Let's see who can win. But you know, when I see UA, my support goes, my heart runs
Towards
towards, you know,
the Vainglory.
yes, towards the, not Vainglory, I would say. I'm not supporting Vainglory, nor I'm supporting Armada here. I'm neutral, but my heart goes for UA because whenever I see this hero holding her fan like that, I know somebody's about to die.
Someone is about to die. I agree on that fact 100%. But as we see the begins, Team Inglorious, they're slowly making their pace out, going in an all-out fight from the mid lane. But that's your Mata side. We're seeing 3 players into the jungle side of the bottom lane, 1 player into the mid section, and 1 into the top lane as well. But as Zero comes in close, he sees 3 players right in the very BG. Right goes back, calling out death as well. And as comes close by, Inertia is going to be engaging with him alongside of Shark. So 2 players can actually gang up on him and are not giving out that much of a damage. Have to first that damage up for themselves, get that light for themselves, those skills up for them. If the Shark gets the next skill is going to be unlocked for that person, and with that level, he can tank out some of the damage, actually get onto the enemy side. But once again, Daze is also level 2. Inertia actually is also level 2. And damage from the team of your Mata side. He also not just a tank, not only just tanked, but also healed himself. But look at that, 1,000 critical hit, 1,000 critical on the CAD side, making sure that the Armada into the early stages goes right back from.
Look at Elsu doing that damage. Look at that. He's aiming and he's gonna release that snipe shot, and that snipe shot is doing so much damage. That critical high from him, and UA so there to burst any enemy down. So I think the damage coming in from Vainglory would be so high that We Armada has to watch out where they're going. Like if this Liliana is out of position, he's gonna get sniped every single time. Also, he's gonna get injured. Now look at him go, look at him go, and he is going right now. 0-0 is quite low. He's trying to escape, and he will be able to escape. Now Trident looks like he's in danger. Death is trying to take down Trident. Trident will survive with a little bit of HP. Now Death is in danger here as he's being chased by 5 players from BG. VG will also be there. Death survives. Some gonna get stunned of Dragon, but he is safe right now. The first blood is for Vainglory's side, and We Armada aren't able to take any trade kills here. They almost take down Inertia though, but I think he is safe.
Definitely, he is safe, and as we see, Vainglorious and We Armada both trying to get those kills for themselves. They both got into the fight, but in the same time, Vainglorious finally got that first kill for themselves as well. Talking about their levels, talking about their positions right now, as the team VG tries to overstack their position into the bottom lane, try to get more damage and more kills into the bottom lane section. The Holy Dragon.
And now look at that. If you look at that, it's going so smooth for both of the teams so far. But I want to see who takes down the dragon yet. This time around, none of the teams are going for the objectives. None of the teams are trying to go for the Abyssal Dragon because they have such squishy heroes. Like they have Liliana, they have UA in their teams. And it's still the same. Like I think We Armada is trying to go near the Abyssal Dragon right now because they want to get it. But yeah, they do want to get it. They are going towards the Abyssal Dragon. And where's Vainglory? Vainglory looks like they won't be able to coming to contest this. And nor they're going for the Slayer. So We Armada just gonna take down the Abyssal Dragon easily. And now they're heading towards the Slayer. Are they gonna take the Slayer though? Not sure, not yet. But they are heading towards their respective lanes right now. They're not gonna do anything else. And now Death is here. Oh, look at the damage coming from UA. That's so much damage. The Aqua Bomb. The Aqua Missiles coming in from the UA with her fans. It's just so much, man. It's just so much. So now, look at that. There is a fight going on in the mid lane. Mid lane. There's a teammate coming in from VG. Inertia trying to get him down inside. Deaths will be staying alive now here. Now all of the members We Are Mother here. Deaths is falling quite low. UA dealing so much damage here. Trident is almost falling, and Trident will be taken out by Nova. He's doing so much damage here. Shogun will also take VG Astray, and this fight is going towards We Are Mother's side right now. But We Are Mother, they're also low, and VG Cat is trying to go over there, and VG Cat uses his flicker to go and take down Death right now, and now he's gonna try to snipe, and he's gonna throw his shot, but won't be able to connect now. Zero survived this, and there's so much damage coming in from VG Cat, and the UA Wolves is playing by Shark now. This is so much, and now they're gonna teleport back to their base, and this fight will surely go in the hands of Vainglorious. Now, Vainglorious, they are just doing so much in this game. Like, these damages are so much for We Are Mother. We Are Mother have to think about having a better positioning in this game, because Vainglorious are absolutely dementing when it comes to damaging right now. Oh, shot! Look at the shot coming in from VG Cat. Cat wins how good this man is with this hero Elf. So is something to be aware of. I think we're having a technical issue here. Okay, I think I have a little bit of an issue here with the game. There's an issue, so we're gonna have to wait until the servers are reconnected and we're back at the game again. Seems like you're back with us again, Torex.
Yes, back. Thank you so much for once again. And the way that we played, it was some cues from their side. I'm really still excited to see how they're actually going to play off till as both of the teams this time around with their team member clean with them. It all depends. Whole case scenario, as it's a vast land, it's a bigger thing for the whole of the teams, for all of the teams, in fact. And once again, we're seeing we're back into the fight, sort of the thing. The fight into this section is happening. 6 minutes have passed from each of the one dragon, and on the other side, Vainglorious got one Slayer.
And if you look at how much damage they're putting VG, I was talking about the damage, and now, oh, look, We Are Mother 0-0 going ham on them, and now Nova with another kill. Nova, this man right now, who gave him this hero? Look at UA dealing so much damage to Shogun. He's having so much trouble here, and in the mid lane, they're having trouble. Look at the damage coming in from UA! Almost died there, and Shark, so much damage. He's gonna use his HP and mana region here. 0-0 trying to deal some damage. And now the Abyssal Dragon is up again, I believe. And now they might try to fight for the dragon here. And VG Inertia will to Cat's side with his hero. And now they're just gonna chill out here. Death is here. They're gonna try to deal some damage. UA, he knows that Death is inside the jungle. Trident tries to jump him, but he weren't able to get it. And now they're again 0-0 is falling quite low. Daze, we got Daze, Inertia got Daze, and now they're all Daze here. There's a nice ultimate coming in from Death, and Death, he's super, and now Shark is in danger. Shark seems like he's gonna be in danger, and now looks like that Nova's gonna jump to get a double kill here. Nova, this man is here right now. And they're chasing Astray, and VG Astray are also gonna be chased down, and this is gonna be taken on the 7-minute team wipe for We Mother, and VG are falling one by one. All of them are gone, and that's for We Are Mother, and they're gonna absolutely take down tier 1 and tier 2 towers. And now they have the map open for themselves. And they already lost 2 of the towers themselves. Very nice play coming in from Nova. Probably without any doubt, Nova is the MVP of this game. I announce it here and now. Some amazing herald plays from this guy. This guy is an herald god right now. I can't believe how amazing he is playing. He's securing all the kills. He's jumping inside the towers. He's initiating the fights. He's doing everything on his shoulders. How amazing is that? And now they're fighting for the Abyssal Dragon over here. I think this is not an Abyssal Dragon anymore. They're fighting over the Holy Dragon here. We Armada, they're gonna take down the Holy Dragon. They have a gold advantage here. PG, they're trying to go for it, but Nova is here to take them down. Nova tries to release his Reaper sight, but won't be able to connect to anybody. Inertia getting a lot of damage, and now Death will use his ultimate, become an octopus, and get the hell out of there. I think they've had enough, and now they might want to try to go for Slayer.
They may just try to go for the Slayer after getting that. But talking about the team, We Armada, they got the 2 dragons so far, and now on the other hand, Team Inglorious got only 1 of that Dark Slayer for themselves. Talking about the towers, We Armada even got 4 towers for themselves in this whole case scenario. And even onto the other side, of Inglorious is facing backwards right now, as only 1 tower into their thing for themselves. Team Inglorious are right in a backside, right in a pickle side right now, and as they've been taken off one by one, Zero got that 1 person down. Astri tried, and both of them from the VG is down. Cat, Inertia, and Shark, they're the only hopes right now for the bottom lane, but look at that, Inertia gets taken down. Cat is only 1 HP, Shark also gets taken down. This is going to be the opportunity that the team We Armada is going to seize up, take it up to destroy the towers, to right fall into their base, and
this might be
hit them
GG.
where the metal is hard. And this may just be the end for the team of Inglorious at this point.
But do they have enough time though?
They're not
they do.
on the Cat as well, and there we have it. They destroyed the base and getting that beautiful win for themselves. Team Armada coming in with a clutch, and this is the end for the Pakistan region.
And We Armada absolutely destroying VG here at the 3rd game. As I said, this Nova guy with his Errol is absolutely demonstrous. The way he played this game, the way he captured everything was absolutely monstrous. Like, he was doing so many things. Like, as I mentioned before, UA is strong. And they also had they were strong. They had so much damage. They had L2, they had UA. But these heroes are squishy. You have to remember that they are staying in the backline. These heroes are staying in the backline. So if they get caught, then they're dead. And that's exactly what Errol did. Errol has an ability to jump, to teleport in between the fight. He has an Superman ability where he could just jump off and get inside the fight and take them down. And exactly that's what happened. They just went inside the fight. Errol, Nova, this guy just went inside the towers and took down both Elsu and Shark together, where UA and Elsu was both taken out, and Cat and Shark had no other choice but to leave their teammates in the team fights. And without them, their team doesn't have any damage. VG lost their carries. VG lost their mid laner. So VG lost the fight.
VG definitely lost the fight. And talking about all of the fights that happened during this 10-12 minute phase, let's go and see it in a 2 minute highlights or a 1 minute highlight section, in which case we started with the 2 minutes marker, where the teams were actually going for the dragons, actually going for the Dark Slayers as well. And right after getting them, they straight up went for the fights against the team We Armada and the VG, in which case VG and We Armada did a trade-off eliminations onto each other. Both of those players, two players, were down into the early stages of the fight. So they went for the towers, they went for the eliminations, that they were getting more buffs, more items for themselves. In the economy section, economy was almost the same till the very end. In the 7 minutes marker, we saw 1 tower was taken down from each of the players, with 1 dragon and 1 slayer. They were not focusing on the slayers, they were not
and looks like this is the fight where We Armada turned everything down. Like, VG Cat survived this fight, but we see how Nova is just jumping inside, and VG Cat might have taken down somebody. But yeah, this is what happened on them, and that was a really nice play by they just didn't waste anything. They straight for the throne, and they were able to take it down with ease, and game, I say, well deserved. Now for Glorious, they tried they were able to carry the Pakistan's flag any further, but I wish them good best of luck for the future. They stronger, and they have to show us what they are capable of in the next time, because I still believe Pakistani Arena of Valor is still pretty new. This might be their Kickstarter debut games, so they have to be stronger. They have to come back stronger and respond well in the Asia region next time. Best of luck, everyone from Glorious, and see you guys next time. The stronger fate.
Definitely a good luck to Glorious from the Pakistani region. All they have to do is from this lesson, learn from this experience, and gather more experience through all games, and come back stronger. Yeah, good luck to them. What were you thinking about these fights against the teams that I have to ask against them?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was thinking what you're thinking is about all of the teams from the Pakistan, because this was time and they tried their. We saw they actually tried, they actually played. So, what are your on them after this fight?
The teams from Pakistan really did well, and as talking about the question, I will answer you later. But we talk about this guy first because we are watching. We are Nova, the MVP of the game, the well-deserved MVP. If this guy didn't get the MVP, then I would call him the MVP myself. I will literally break every single rule of this game, every single rule of this podcast, and I would say this is the MVP. This guy should be the MVP because he deserves MVP more than anybody else. The way he played should be the highest level of gameplay, highest level of competitive play you can get from a player in an international scale. He played in such a way, such a way that nobody else could have played this hero. Such a hats out to this guy, Nova, playing. And we have Queen Crack as well on the opponent's team, played by the Trident, none other than Trident is a really good player. He showed some exceptional plays in some team fights, but they weren't enough to compare to what Nova was the thief in the night. Nova was the Lupin for the enemy team, just snatched the win out of Vainglorious mouth, performed at his best because the way how he initiated the fight, the way how he took off to the back lines and destroyed the enemy carries, the hero should be played. No matter how many damage Vainglorious had, no matter how many carries Vainglorious had, no matter if they had a broken hero like Yue, no matter if they had a hero really range like Elsu, they didn't stand a chance. The way he played Nova, the way he executed his spells, so absolutely well deserved. And now we're seeing the team phase. Vainglorious have 7 kills, we Armada have 12. Not much skill difference here because this game was more of a objective focused game. Instead of fighting a lot, they just killed Vainglorious and they took objective. They killed them, they took objective. And that's how this game should be played in the competitive scenes. Go for the kills. You don't go for the glory. You just go for the objectives. You take the objectives and that's gonna win the game. And that's exactly what we Armada did in the last game. They don't have much difference. 4,000 gold difference only 3 tower difference, and 1 Slayer taken out in this game. So absolutely monstrous and demonic play. And yeah, so we have it. We Armada, your winner for the 3, and we Armada is going in the lower bracket, and they will be facing off against the winner between. We're gonna have to see. They're gonna face off with WeOPX. The winner of WeOPX versus whoever WeOPX versus, I believe. Are you back again, Torix?
Starry Hopes. It was Starry Hopes. That's the WeOPX.
Yeah. No, WeOPX got lost hopes, so they're bracket right now. So WeOPX will be facing off against, I believe, another Bangladesh team. Oh, I think they're gonna be facing off against another Bangladesh team. Yeah.
What team?
Yes.
When are we facing off? But
yes. So I think
another match has been concluded. The lower brackets are. We're gonna go on a short. You guys.
We're gonna go on a short.
We will be.
Stay tuned for the next.
Comes to the end of time. Our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Abaddon. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn, the Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the highland and jungle, dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Can you hear me, Nitul? I cannot hear you for some reason. You can still hear me?
Hello, hello. I'll connect.
Oh, I hear your voice now, I think. So, what's up, Nitul? Oh, I can't hear you again. Okay, so anyways, I think he's having a bit of trouble, and we're back again with another game, and I think this is the third series of the day, and and after that amazing series between the Being Glorious versus We Armada. Now we're back to see another amazing game in this lower bracket series of the game, and we have We Oriental Phoenix facing off against Venom Esports. Now, this is this is another very interesting game because we OPX and Venom Esports, we know about the rivalry. They were the finalists of Bangladesh qualifiers, and actually we OPX, despite being the champions of previous tournaments, they came back in this tournament stronger, and they were eliminated. They were defeated in the grand finals of the qualifiers uh, by the Venom Esports. And Venom Esports, they came here as a champions, and they've got knocked out to qualifiers by BF Dementors, and now they're face to face against their rival, which will be the We OPX, and now We OPX will have a chance to take their revenge for the grand finals, qualifiers, final matches, and now this time around, maybe the history will repeat, and We OPX will get defeated by Venom Esports again, or maybe this time around, We OPX will be able to overcome their mistakes and take the revenge on Venom Esports. So, what do you think about this, Nitul?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I absolutely can,
All
loud and
right.
clear.
So definitely, I'm looking forward for this rivalry to rise again because these two teams are amazing performers. And like, I want to mention one thing, and that is like we have seen these two teams facing each other in like in every tournament. Like they are like rivals by born. Like these two teams, sometimes OPX won, sometimes Venom won. Like it's like a fight of the lifetime. All right, so it is destiny that they face each other again in this AIC South Asian Grand Finale lower bracket. So it's like one of them will go home tonight, and their hopes will be crumbled just like that. But here's the catch, and that is if OPX can win this one, they're gonna be on the top list because they are here disqualifying, or sorry, they're here eliminating the regional champion for Bangladesh, and that is none other than Venom Esports. So that's wonderful.
OPX were looking strong during the regional qualifiers, and they also had a nice few games in this championship elimination bracket as well. We've seen them knock out Aegon Esports out of the upper brackets, and then they were facing off against Terry Hope in the upper bracket semifinals today. But unfortunately, Terry Hope's beat them in a 2-0 series, and that wasn't very nice of them. Maybe that got them a little bit of trouble, but I am hoping for the best that Starry Hopes. They I mean, not Starry Hopes, we OPX. They, even after losing the game from upper bracket, they do not feel down, and they give out their best shot at the next game against Venom Esports, because they have to, or otherwise they will be eliminated from this tournament. So this is a do or die situation for them, and they have to give it out their best. They have potential.
Definitely, and not to mention, like both of the teams are on their peak because one of them will go down on the process and another will survive. But for how long, I don't know, because it's the lower bracket and both team needs to show us some like out of the world fight and out of the world draft or out of the world combination to win this one, because both of them are like the same. Like they are like it's like they're on the same level. Well, every team is on the same level, but these two teams are rivals from the born. So
Yep.
Let's
And
see.
as you mentioned, they've played with each other for so many games that they know each other so well that they know what to ban, they know what to pick. But we'll see, we OPX, Venom Esports are not banning their best heroes, and we OPX will be taking out some of their comfort heroes that will be Tachi, Mina, and Lorion, and they played these heroes before a lot of times. Meanwhile, in the sides of Venom Esports, we have Alistair, Volcat, and Eldanor. Now, I've seen Venom Esports play Alistair, and Alistair, that hero is really strong. And I was hoping maybe they would get Aya with the Alistair, but they banned Aya themselves. Aya and Alistair are really strong together. But nonetheless, they have Elandor, and they have Volcat in their team, and Volcat is one of the strongest roaming player in this game. So Volcat will be creating a lot of opportunities for Venom Esports. And look at the ban side. We have Hayate ban from OPX, and we have the ban of Joker, because we saw Venom Esports playing a Joker in this tournament and winning a game. So that's something, right? And I think they played Joker against OPX as well in the finals, right? So that's something that I would say a respect ban coming in from OPX. And the last ban from Venom Esports will be none other than Aram, Pain and Aram. And the bans from Venom Esports are quite nice, actually. They're all the meta heroes. There's Pain, there's Aya, there's Yue, there's Aram. These all heroes are meta heroes. They're super strong. And on the side of OPX, we have somewhat like Hayate, we have Joker, and we have Wisp. So these are also some meta hero bans. Like, we've seen what OPX can do with Wisp. Like, they're really strong with that. So Venom Esports, I mean, not OPX, Venom Esports can do it Wisp, so they're just gonna straight out ban it. So what do you think about the draft so far?
Well, there's one thing that is the OPX got Tachi and Lorion together, and when it comes to play against Venom Esports, OPX actually use a different kind of strat, and that is they aim for the late game. They aim for the late game heroes. They will definitely go for a Wukong this time, and this is a late gamer, and this is a late gamer jungler. So I think they're planning on the same thing as they did before. So they are focusing on the late game scenario, and whereas Venom Esports will be trying to force the issue in the early game. So the thing is, they're picking Moran, Elander, Volcat, and Alistair, and these are some early stage heroes, and they will definitely try to oversmart OPX in the early stage. But if OPX can survive till the late, and if OPX can get enough farm, Tachi and Lorion and Wukong will be destroying them without thinking twice.
Yes, and that is true. And as you mentioned, they are focusing on the early game, I suppose. But if you look at the draft from coming in from Venom Esports, they have Moran and Lumber. So that's Lumber, I guess, tank support, and Moran as a tank. And that's a really good combination, I would say.
Well, they're focusing on the late game and early game both together. Well, they're focusing on team fights, to be very honest, and that is something you don't want to give Venom Esports. Like, it's super weird when you give Venom Esports those team fight heroes. I think you can ban only 4 heroes. That's why Venom Esports. I mean, OPX Esports couldn't stop Venom Esports like that. But that's that. And we have the picks for tonight, the first game of the series, and yeah, there's a pause
Looks like
coming
we'll
in
have a
from the red side.
pause. Yeah, looks like we'll have a pause for some technical issues, and I think it's already fixed. So we'll be going back to the game. And yeah, we haven't mentioned yet, this is the lower bracket quarterfinals game between we OPX versus Venom Esports. Whoever wins this game will be facing off against we Armada in the next game. So if OPX wins this game, it's gonna be 2 teams from we fighting against each other for the do or die situation for the lower bracket finals. So yeah, we are here, and this game will be casted by me, Zane, and I will be accompanied by my co-caster Nitu And yeah, we're looking forward to this game.
Yep, and Wizard is facing some early action because Beast is not gonna let them farm like that. And Venom Esports Hercules, he is also joining the fight, and X-Win came in to join the fight as well. And Beast and Worthless will be moving backward, they will be retreating, but Wizard is really low on HP, and the X-Win will get the Sage Buff. But I think Beast will be moving towards the bot lane to gank Air. Well, I don't think they can kill Arrow because Arrow is tanky at the moment, and now Hercules. Oh, Hercules, he is dealing a lot of damage towards Beast, and Beast is low on HP, and he needs to TP towards the base to get some HP and get back to her lane. And now Lorian will be moving towards the mid lane, and Worthless is fighting against Wizard. Wizard is trying to poke Worthless and Pika at the same time, but Worthless is trying to protect Pika from getting the picked on. And X-Win Hercules, look at the positioning. They're waiting for I'm sorry, they're waiting for Beast to make a mistake, but Beast
Oh,
will
looks
not
like they're
do
gonna
that.
just take down Worthless like that. Worthless was trying to hide inside the bush, maybe scout out for the Abyssal Dragon, but he won't be able to do anything as Venom Esports find him out and takes him out immediately, and that's gonna be the first blood for this game.
Yep, and look at the goal difference. It's not a huge amount of goal difference, and both teams one objective itself. Like OPX got the Slayer and Venom got the Abyssal Dragon, and now they're trying to engage with Hercules, but I don't think Hercules will give them that, and Hercules will live to fight another day. And now Hercules, he's also in the mid lane, and X-Win will join him, I guess. And Strip is also here, and they're rotating. They're switching the lane. Look at that. Strife came in bot, and Error went to the top lane. So there's a bit of rotation coming in from Venom Esports, but Syken is in the top lane, and he will be ganked by Wizard and Error at the same time. And oh, they're going for it, but Syken is on the move, and he is trying to outsmart his opponents. And oh, look at that. 4 members from Venom Esports are here. Syken, you need to leave this area right now, or they will
And look at that!
definitely.
Look at that! We are also trying, like, OPX is also trying to get this bot tower. Meanwhile, Venom Esports are going to pressure that top tower, and maybe after that they're going to get the, I don't know, like, why OPX just went to bot and left the left without taking the tower. They could have just traded the tower, but instead they chose to just leave it like that, and they just came towards top lane. Well, Venom Esports will just secure one tower just like that easily, and now they're engaged in a fight. Venom Strife will get taken out by Charmin. Never mind. Charmin will be taken out as well. But now, meanwhile, they're fighting here. Worthless is being chased, and Worthless is down, and Worthless is gone as well. That's double kill for Venom Esports, and Venom Wizard will take down the kill of Worthless. And now Venom Wizard, they're not done yet. They find Beast here. Beast, I think, he's safe. He's gonna use his spell, and then he's gonna run away. But Venom, they're not done yet. Wizard still hiding inside the bush looking for the player, and he won't be finding anything. They're just literally running around everywhere in the map trying to find enemies right now. Pika is inside the tower, but is he safe though? He's not safe because they're gonna jump inside the tower and they're gonna wall it in and they're gonna take him down that easily. And Error is still there now. We OPX are trying to get back at them, but Venom Esports, they just come in, take your lives, and they will just walk away from that. And now Syken, he's also trying to do something on the top lane with Strife, but I don't think there's any actions happening right now, just some poking around. But look how Venom Esports is moving right now. What do you think about this? What do you think about the movement, Hitul, about the Venom Esports?
Well, I already told you that they will be focusing on the early fights, and they're doing just like that. And now we OPX will get the Slayer, but on the other hand, Venom Esports are here to take the Abyssal Dragon, and now Worthless is all alone here. Wizard, Hercules, and X-Wing can jump on him, but they don't know the positioning from we OPX, so they are not gonna force it, I guess. But now they're dealing a lot of damage toward the Worthless, but Worthless will live to fight another day here. But they will definitely secure the bot lane tower, and now they're moving towards the buff area. But now Worthless will be able
Okay,
to
they're
stop them for now. And now they're hiding. They're hiding in the mid lane. Look at that.
they're all the
Both
mid
team
lane
got
tower. Okay, Wizard jumps in, and Wizard jumps in on him, and Worthless will be taken out immediately. And now X-Win going for Sky Syken. Syken, are you alive? Yes, you are. He will survive just like that. But Venom Esports, look at their movement. Their movements are so sharp. They want to get this mid tower. They've taken all the mid towers, but look at the combo coming in. Look at the combo coming in from Beast. This man is going ham right now. These even after putting such a nice combo, there's no damage coming in from OPX. They try to take him down, but Venom Esports are strong right now. It's a 2v2 situation. Both of them just gets deleted immediately. That was a really nice play by Worthless coming in, but Pika wasn't there to deal the damage. There was only Worthless doing the damage. So both of the teams showed such an exceptional play in the mid lane here. Strife and Error will be alive, the only 2% left from Venom Esports. That was such a nice combo coming in from OPX. Such an unexpected play here, and deserves totally to Worthless here.
Well, Worthless was dead, by the way, in the fight, and the damage was dealt by none other than the Beast. And OPX was short on one member, but they turned around the fight. And oh, there's another fight going on, and Worthless will survive now. Well, as we were saying that they were down on one member, but they continued the fight. And Beast with that jump, that amazing jump, and dealing so much damage, and Venom Esports lost 3 members within 1 second, and Syken will be going
He's just
down.
Yeah, Syken will be just taken out by the whole gang of Venom Esports. Venom Esports, the Goon gang, they're just gangsters right now in the town, and now they're heading towards Beast right now in the mid lane. Beast is not aware that Wizard is here. Wizard stuns him behind, and now Beast will use his hookshot to take escape the area. And now Venom Esports once again trying to get that mid tower. Last time they were forced to have a team fight against them, but this time around it should be different. Wizard trying to catch Worthless. Very nice movement from him, and he will escape. And now Venom Esports changing their targets towards the Slayer, and now they want to get this Slayer. But OPX, they want to get this though. I think they are trying to, but they're still not here yet. So the Dark Slayer will be slain by Venom Esports here, and now Venom Esports might be able to release the Dark Slayer, and they should be able to get this tower pretty easily. And looks like they are trying to hide here right now. Syken is too deep in, and now Venom Esports jumping in on Syken again. Syken surrounded by 4 enemies, but he's still alive somehow, and then Venom Esports manages to take him down, and Syken will fall down for 25 seconds. And now Venom Esports will finally drop down the Dark Slayer in front of this mid-tier 1 tower, and the Dark Slayer seems like he's still spawning, and he's gonna run towards him. And Venom Esports are not done yet. Beast, he's gonna run around the other side, but Venom, they're chasing him, and I don't think there's any how the Beast survives this battle. And now Pika trying to kill the Dark Slayer, as Dark Slayer is dealing quite a bit of damage to the tower, and now Dark Slayer will finally be falling. And now Venom Esports, I think they're done with this mid lane, as they will be moving towards the Holy Dragon. But no, they actually see Charmin here. Wizard will try to chase Charmin down, and Wizard does follow the Charmin, and there's the wall coming in from Wizard, and he's gonna dash into him. Charmin, he's in danger. He's being dangered, and he will be taken out immediately by all the members of Venom Esports. Such a nice movement, such a nice reading of the map. Venom Esports are everywhere on the map right now, and they will secure the Holy Dragon as well for themselves. And Venom Esports, with this lead, will go one step further towards the win of this game.
And X-Win will get the last hit on the Holy Dragon, and now it is a little awkward that Venom Esports having 5 members, but they're not trying to push, and 1 member is in top lane, and everyone from OPX are around this area, around this bot area, and they want to. I think they will be able to defend this tower, but I think they will lose 1 or 2, at least 2 members in the process, because Venom Esports are strong. They have the Slayer buff, they have the Holy Dragon buff, so they're strong. And Wizard, look at Wizard's position, so confident with his positioning, and he is a tanky baby, and he is tanking a lot of damage from OPX. And now OPX, oh, they're out of spells, they're out of cooldowns. Where will they go? I don't think they can
have
take
nowhere
this
to go
fight.
right now.
Yep, they're
Yes,
going towards the base, and they will heal and come back. But
and now look at
OPX
Charmin. He's trying to catch Hercules behind, but he gets caught out by Wizard here, and he will be taken out immediately. Venom Esports showing no mercy to OPX right now, and they're trying to go inside their towers. They're zoning them out inside their base, and now Venom Esports looking so strong. They're still not done yet. They're gonna go. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about going to the high grounds. I think they will hold the top jungle right now. And when the Slayer comes online, they will just go for the Slayer, and that should be an infinite Slayer. Give them the buff they needed. And now Wizard sees Worthless. Wizard trying to catch him, but Worthless will just walk out of there. And now Venom Esports just taking this game slowly away from OPX and Oriental Phoenix. They have to do something in order to secure this game, and it looks like they won't be able to do anything, as X-Wing will just go inside and take the tower pretty easily. That Elendor, man, is looking really strong right now.
Yep, and look at the positioning from OPX. They are hiding in this single bush and waiting for Venom Esports to make a mistake. But I don't think Venom Esports know where they are hiding, where OPX is hiding, because if they knew, they would definitely jump on them, because they are not afraid of anything. They are really strong with their plays. They have already got 6 towers, so they are confident with their plays, and they are looking at Wizard is super confident. Wizard is super tanky as well, and he is moving forward without thinking straight. Like, he is just going just like that. He don't care about
and they
anything.
will drop down the Slayer inside the bot tier 2 tower, and they're engaged in a team fight. Charmin is pretty low. Charmin will fall in, get X-Wing, pick up the kill. Now Venom is going all out onto the OPX, and this is gonna be the last fight for them, so they're giving out everything. Wizard almost dies, but he survives. Worthless also survives with 1% HP. Strife is inside the tower, and he will be taken out by Pika by the tower, and X-Wing also takes down Beast at the end of the moment. Beast is gone for 35 seconds, and I don't think there's any way OPX will be able to defend this tower, but Venom Esports is quite low, so I think they will be getting back. Eldenor is still there with his full HP and mana, though. Eldenor, man. This Eldenor is so strong. I mean Elendor, sorry, I keep calling him Eldenor. Elendor is so strong that he's wrecking
and
everyone.
there and Venom Esports will be securing the Holy Dragon again, and they will be trying to securing the Slayer as well. So Infinite Slayer,
You sounded so sad when you said they will be securing the Holy Dragon. Like, it sounded so depressing for some reason.
Well, it feels like this is a one-sided game from the very beginning, and I wanted OPX to get that to maybe take the game to at least 20-minute mark, but I don't think this will go more than 17 minutes, because, well, they took the dragon, they're going for the Infinite Slayer, and if you get the Infinite Slayer, he will definitely deal a lot of damage, and he will be destroying the towers like paper. So that might be the end for OPX. And now OPX Syken is moving back, and Pika, he should not go near Wizard, because if they can take down Pika in the beginning of the fight, that fight is over for OPX, and OPX should take that on mind and should at least try to utilize on that matter. And now Wizard, look at Wizard. 3 of the members from OPX are trying to kill that Wizard all alone.
I think they're trying to contest this Slayer right now. Like, they know this Slayer is so important. This is the evolved Slayer, I think, and if this Slayer is taken, whichever team takes it will have a really nice upper hand. So we OPX are not trying to give them up. And Worthless, he seems to be in caught. Worthless, he's getting so much damage from Hercules, and there's so much going on. Hercules almost dying, and now OPX will try to get in, and Venom Esports is taking down one by one. Charmin is also gone for 40 seconds, and Hercules is gone for 40 seconds as well. X-Wing falls down, and we OPX are almost having the comeback of their life, but Venom Esports, they're not done yet. They're not done yet. Wizard is low, very low, and he will somehow survive with his life. And he comes back. Wizard, Pika will also drive. Stripe is alive, and now Stripe will take down another member.
Worthless,
Stripe will
and
take down
Pika
Worthless
Pika.
as well.
Pika
But
Pika is the lone
somehow
survivor, and
survives.
he will be going to retreat for this from this fight because two members from Venom Esports are in the arena, and I
They're
don't
going for
think
the
Pika
throne.
Pika can take both of them out. And now this should be the final push of the game because Pika Pika
Yes.
cannot defend this forever. But
Actually, he can.
he's
Actually,
he
he can.
will
They
be
couldn't
able
take it, and
to.
Charmin is here.
Yep. Yep, he actually cleared the creep wave, and now the tower was actually hitting both of the heroes, and it deals a lot of
Oh,
damage. That's how he.
Charmin is here. He will find Strife here and Wizard as well. But Charmin, is he dealing the damage? Is he one who's controlling the fight? He's not. He will just get inside to his death. He will just call the death upon himself. And Charmin falls for 44 seconds again. Now Venom Esports, they were almost messed up here, but they finally got the comeback as the food walked himself into them, and now they could have taken the Slayer, but instead they lost the chance as their ADC is dead. Charmin is gone for 30 more seconds, and now this should open up the space for Venom Esports to take down the Slayer, and they will be trying to do that. Saiken and Pika Pika are hiding inside the bushes, and nobody will check the top bush where Saiken is hiding. Saiken is being patient here, and Saiken will try to come out right now. And Saiken, look at him! He's doing too much damage! Saiken almost taking out two members from him. X will survive somehow, and now all of them are here. And now the Slayer is so low, and Slayer will be taken out by Venom Esports. And Venom Esports, they're beating everyone one by one, and all of the members of OPX are down except for Charmin. Charmin, who was dead, who wasn't present in this fight, he will just respawn, and it's all up to him now. And I think he can hold them, all of the 4 members from Venom Esports, all by himself. And Venom, they're looking strong right now. They spawned the Slayer. The Slayer won't be coming because the Slayer is coming from the base, but they don't need the Slayer. They will just take down the throne, and it is a GG. Charmin is standing AFK in their base because he knows this is over. And the first game will be taken out by the Venom Esports. Absolute dominance by them. And the way Ellendor played this game was absolutely amazing. So hats off to Venom Esports. But OPX weren't any less in this game as well. They showed that they are strong as well. They showed that they are the two. This is what you expect from the best 2 teams of Bangladesh. They showed absolute dominance over each other, and they showed how well they are. They presented this game in an absolute amazing manner, and I love this game. I loved the plays from both of them. But at the end, we only have one winner because this is a competitive game. We can't have both of the team winning. So the winner of the game 1 will be none other than Venom Esports. Once again, repeating the history, I guess.
Yes, and not to mention that both of the teams will be hyped for the game too because if Venom Sports wins this, OPX will be going home, and if OPX win the second one, and then we will be having a game 3, the deciding map of the series. And I want to mention one thing about this game 1, and that is OPX went for the late game scenario, and they were so close to make the comeback happen, but there was a little mistake coming in from Worthless. He went too far. He went to the opponent zone without thinking twice, and he had to pay the price. He was taken down by Venom Esports, and in the starting of the fight, when Venom Esports took down Worthless, it was almost a GG for OPX. But as OPX took late game heroes, they could make a comeback happen. But they took down 3 members from Venom Esports in order to win the game. But unfortunately, Venom Esports will not be having a lot of trouble with these heroes. And yeah, they took down everyone from we OPX as well because Worthless was not there from the beginning. So it was a 4 versus 5 fight, and OPX had to pay the price, and they were all eliminated except for Pika Pika. But Pika Pika was the lone survivor against 2 of the heroes from Venom Esports, and he cannot finish both of them alone because his spells were on cooldown. So he went back and By the way, he actually defend the throne for a very long time. He cleared the creep wave, so the tower was hitting the heroes,
Yeah,
so
and
they
Charmin
had to go
respawned as
back.
well.
Yeah, but Charming did a huge mistake there because he jumped on the Venomese force like without like taking his teammates with him, and he was taken down within like 10 seconds. Like he went there, he jumped on Venomese force, and Venomese force was happy to take him down, happy to take some free
Yep.
gold. So yeah, I was talking about this fight. Look at that. Like Venom Esports was on the point, and Worthless actually dealt a lot of damage in this fight. They almost took down everyone, but Worthless went down, and Pika Pika was the lone survivor here, and Wizard was low, but Pika Pika couldn't take the risk of getting killed. If he wanted to go for the Wizard, he will definitely be killed by Wizard and Venom Esports. So yeah,
Yep.
and when they
And
took
I
the
guess
Slayer, it was GG by then. Hmm.
And I think the I think the thing that you might have noticed that the reason why Venom Esports keeps winning these team fights is because like of their positioning. Like we saw there were some of the team fights where we OPX were really strong and they were winning the team fights. But what we see Venom Esports like they engaged and then they went back a little and then they re-engaged the fight. So like they went back and forth to have that. And we have our MVP for the day today, and it will be none other than Wizard with a 4-1-19 assist score. Look at that. 95.8% kill part. This guy is literally everywhere in the map. This guy is literally present in everywhere. If you look behind you in your house, Nitul, he's present there as well.
Absolutely, and he played the lumber so amazingly. Like he is on a next level. Well, we saw Jeremy playing lumber so good. He was carrying the game all by himself. And look at here, Wizard is doing the same thing as well. He was poking his opponent. He was poked by his opponent as well, but well, it didn't deal a lot of damage. It felt like OPX was just tickling him. They're not dealing any damage. They were
Yep,
just tickling him. That's it. And look at Tachi. He got no kills in this game. And look at the
yep,
kill difference 10 by 24. Towers was taken by OPX only 3, and Venomese first took 7 towers. Slayers, the Venomese first got 3 Slayers, whereas OPX got only 2. And look at the goal difference. It wasn't that much because OPX was started to make a comeback happen, and they were down by I believe 9k net worth at some point. But look at this point at the end of the game, they took down the goal difference to only 4k, and they were near the impossible task, which was winning this game because OPX was really back from the early game, because Vietnamese force actually took all the farm, took all the buffs, and took all the slayers and Holy Dragon to themselves. But OPX did a really good job coming back into the game, but unfortunately that wasn't enough. Maybe they will be able to do that in the game 2 so that we can have a game 3 in the table, or maybe we will be seeing Venom Esports giving a clean 2-0 to we OPX, and OPX will be facing that problem again, that is getting eliminated by Venom Esports.
well, yep, it's just as you said. History might repeat or not, or maybe we might go in the game. There are a lot of ifs and nos, but I really wanna talk about is the draft coming in from Venom Esports. Last game was an absolutely dominance draft, but from this Wii OPX side, it was okay up until they picked Wukong as their ADC. I don't know. I haven't seen Charmin play any Wukong before. He's a really good ADC. Charmin is one of the best ADCs in this game without a doubt. I've seen him play Hayate a lot of times. I've seen him play some other carries like Violet and some carries like Kefni. So he was good with those heroes, but I'm not sure why they picked Wukong for him, as I personally think that Wukong wasn't really useful in that game. So if they want to win this game, I think they have to change something and give him something more comfortable, giving something more robust where he is comfortable with what he's comfortable with. So I hope that we'll see that this game. So in the ban phases, we'll see OPX will be banning out Aya. That's like their national ban right now, and I believe it's a well-deserved ban. Aya should be banned every single game, and then they ban the Hayate. And on the other side, on Venom Esports, they will be banning out the Valcott and UA, and the first pick for both of the teams are coming in, and that will be the Baldum and Pain. Pain as a jungler, Wisp as the mid laner of Venom Esports. Now, what do you think about this Wisp and Mina pick from Venom Esports?
Well, um, I'm not sure about Mina because we saw OPX playing Mina in the first game, but he couldn't find a proper success. And look at that, Venom Esports is just copying the same draft from OPX in the last game. OPX picked Mina, OPX picked Lorian, and Venom Esports is doing the same thing. They took the Mina pick and they took Lorian as well. Maybe they are here to taunt OPX, and maybe they are here to show OPX how to play this hero properly and win with this. That maybe maybe Venom Esports are thinking on the next level, and maybe they are thinking that they can win without sweating a drop of water. So
And that's exactly
maybe
what
they.
happened. Like, look, this is what I was talking about. Like, last game Charmin was playing Wukong,
Mhm,
and I don't think Wukong is
mhm,
one of his best heroes. Like, I've seen him play other heroes like Violet, and this time around they get Violet for him. So I think, yeah, they're trying to
mhm.
change out the plans from last game, and they're giving Charmin a much better, much comfortable hero for him to play. And this is gonna be Violet this time. So I think Charmin will have more impact on this game. Like last game, we saw him just jumping towards the enemy and dying first in every team fight. So I think they're gonna avoid this time. So we OPX will show better performances this time. So I will let you continue with that.
Well, I like the band coming in from Venom Esports, and that is none other than Trixie and Liliana. Both together, both mid laners were banned by Venom Esports. They don't want OPX to get those mid laners against Lorien. But Lorien will be facing a lot of trouble this game because I think Violet, Valdam, they won't leave him alone in his mid lane. And look at that, we are gonna see Irie here, and Irie OPX plays really good Irie, so they will be like destroying. They will try to destroy Venom Esports, but whereas Venom Esports is still thinking about their fourth and fifth pick, because if you don't counter that ID and wallet at the same time, Venom Esports might lose this one. So they're focusing on that early fight again. And as we spoke before, like we OPX are really confident with their late game heroes, and they focus on late game heroes when they play against Venom Esports, and they're doing the same thing here as well. But Venom Esports knows the trick, and they're here to break that streak and break that
Okay, Omen.
strat as well. And okay, look at that, they got a warrior woman and a Varus as well. Okay, that
Okay, the Varus as
is
a tank.
an interesting pick.
Yeah, I'm seeing Omen after such a long time. So, and they have Ignis as well in their pick. Okay, we OPX are trying some new heroes. I haven't seen them play these heroes before. So I would say best of luck to them. And Venom Esports also have these picks where they're showing amazing potential. So best of luck to both of the teams, because this is the game two. We OPX Oriental Phoenix have to show their true potential, give 100% to them, if they want to do it. So good luck to both of the teams, and this is a do or die situation for WeOPX. So I will be leaving right now, and somebody else will be swapping out. I think I will be swapping out with the Riddle, and Riddle will be casting with you guys in game, and Nitul will also accompany you with you. So before I go, I have a message for somebody. Judith, if you're watching this, I love you. All right, guys.
All right, so we
I'll let you
have
have the
Venom
stage, Nitul.
Esports. Yep. Well, those who are joining right now, this is AIC South Asian Grand Finale, and we are having the quarterfinal of lower bracket, and that is between none other than Venom Esports and we OPX, and this is the game two because Venom Esports won the game one, and if Venom Esports can take this game as well, then that is end for OPX. Their run will be over in this tournament, and Venom Esports will move forward in the lower bracket. But can Venom Esports do that, and can OPX take this series or take this match? Let's see what happens. And we are seeing a little bit of early fight coming in from Venom Esports, and we already know that Venom Esports is really good with their early fight, but I think OPX will not give them the opportunity here. And look, Wizard is being tackled by Worthless, but Worthless will retreat, and Wizard will retreat as well because they're only at level 2, and I don't think they're comfortable with fighting each other, but they're gonna poke each other. That's all I can say. And Stripe
Very well said.
is.
Very well said.
Mhm.
Very well said, Nitul. I'll be joining you now from here on forward. And there was an exciting first match. I watched it, and it was like, despite the scoreline, it was very competitive. And I'm hoping to see the same match once again in this one. So, like, run me through the draft. So, what do you think of the two drafts from the both sides, and how is the game being shaped up so far from your perspective?
Well, if I want to talk about the draft, I'll need to give you a rundown over the game one. That is, Venom Esports tried to get the early game stage, and OPX focused on the late game scenario, and they almost made a comeback happen. But unfortunately, Venom Esports was on the top of them, and they took the victory over over OPX. And if you want to talk about this game stuff, OPX went for the same thing as well. Like they went for a mixed draft because they're focusing on the early game and late game all together. Like if they can get some early kill with Lorian and Wizard, and then they can find a better placement in the late game. But if Venom Esports can actually counter that, they will definitely be on. They'll definitely be over OPX in no time. So Worthless
All
is hiding
right.
around this bush. So what do you think? Which team will you be vouching according to the draft?
Right now, if I look at the draft for myself, I would say like Venom Esports have overdone the damage department. Like they have too much damage on one side. I feel like they lack a bit of frontline, but I feel like Wizard can do the job. But I don't think it'll be enough because on the side of OPX, you can see they have a Crash, they have a I'm not sure which character is that one, but okay, Beast is playing another tank, I would
You mean
say, and
Ignis?
like
Ignis?
yes, Ignis. Yes, sorry, Ignis. Yes, so like you can see, it's like the draft on the side of OPX. It's a front to back composition where they would peel for their carries with tanks and allow them to dish out damage. Meanwhile, on the side of Venom Esports, they're gonna look to jump on the squishy targets and burst them as fast as they can, so the tanks cannot do anything at all. But judging by the game state so far, like you can see, like it's in terms of objectives, OPX is far ahead. They have the 2 kills compared to none, and 1 Slayer and one the turret is level between the two teams. But you can see it's like there's pressure being applied by OPX.
Yep, and not to mention, Woman is not having a good lane because he was ganked twice, he died twice, and now he's really suffering here, and not gonna show himself in the lane. Like he's just taking the creep that come near his tower so that he can escape easily from their opponent. But I don't think we will be. I don't think we OPX will be giving him so much space. So they're moving towards the top area. I mean bot area, and now
Oh, Wizard.
Wizard will
Wizard's
face a
almost
lot of
caught out.
trouble. Mhm. Wizard
Okay.
will lift fight
Yeah,
another day.
Yep, he barely survived. Like, if that
Mhm.
another fire blast connected from Beast, then this would have been it for Wizard. He will reset and look to rejoin the fight, but right now the river controls in the favor of OPX, and OPX is doing a good job zoning them. Error is moving aggressively and starting the Abyssal Dragon himself. I don't know if this is a trap being set up by OPX. OPX might be looking to perhaps collapse on this, and yes, Worthless is going in. Worthless pushes back X-Win. X-Win goes in aggressively, and Abyssal Dragon gets taken by OPX, and X-Win is right now trying his best to dish out the damage. The Beast is very low, and Skylar is also very low, but the fight is going in the favor of Venom Esports. Venom Esports gets the first kill, and right now Wizards will drop. As so far, Venom Esports has to back off, but no, Mr. Charming just picks off Error, and once again there's another trade kill, and overall Venom Esports falter the fight completely. And OPX, very well played. Strife is looking to get a kill on the Pain, but unfortunately he won't be able to do so because Pain backs off with his invisibility.
Yep, and Woman could not fight it all by himself because he is low on itemization because he didn't get a lot of farm in top lane. He was ganked twice in the top lane, so he's struggling a lot to get some farm to get fat according to a warrior. But OPX actually came in top on that fight. Like it was a 4v3
Very tactical.
scenario, I believe. Yep, it was a
Yes, I believe it
4v3
was very
scenario
bad.
at the start, and then it turned into a 4v4 fight, and then it turned into a 4v5 fight where OPX came in strong and they destroyed Venom Esports. But can Venom Esports make a comeback happen? That's the main question because Wizard is looking forward to take a fight against Worthless, but Worthless is not afraid. He's just tanking the damage without any doubt. Like he's not afraid of it. And meanwhile, while we were seeing these two poking each other, Sycan will go down on the side of OPX, but at what cost? Stripe will go down as well. So that is a pretty win-win situation for
X-Win
OPX.
X-Win will be caught out here, and Mr. Charming just bursts X-Win, and look, there's just members dropping one by one from the side of Venom Esports. I don't know, Venom Esports are over-aggressing or making panic plays, and OPX is just capitalizing on it one by one, and you can see now OPX just snowballing this early game, and they're just looking to push down this mid lane turret. Overall, you can just look at the map control by the side of OPX. OPX is roaming around the jungle from top to bottom without feeling hesitant at all. They're just treating it, it's like their own territory.
Yep, definitely, and I think Venom Esports are aware of the situation that they are on a backstep of this game. That's why they are not taking any fight straightly, and they are waiting for OPX to make a huge mistake so that they can capitalize on it. But I don't think OPX will give them that chance because they already lost the first game, and there is no choice left but to win this one because they want to go to the lower bracket semi-final tonight. And now Venom Esports also won that, but I don't think Venom Esports will be able to win this game, and they will
Oh,
be
it's a good engage, and this could be the turning around fight for Venom Esports. Venom Esports goes in aggressively, and they get the first kill. Heracles gets the kills on the Beast. Beast Worthless is backing off right now. Venom Esports members are very squishy. The damage dealers are very squishy, and meanwhile on the other side, Skylar just solo kills X-Win. X-Win drops in the scaler. The Slayer has been dropped in the bottom lane, and you can see now Venom Esports has to back off and answer this push by the side of VUOPX. And once again, despite the defeat in the fight, OPX managed to get some advantage on the other side of the map. Overall, very well played by OPX because they, despite losing the fight in the top lane, they managed to get an advantage in the bot lane, and now they're starting off this Holy Dragon, making sure that the gas pedal is maintained by them. Like they're not getting their feet off of the gas pedal, they're just pressing forward and just making sure that Venom Esports has no way to find a way back into this game. They cannot like give them any chance because their backs against the wall. This one mistake here and their tournament lives can be taken away from Venom Esports.
Definitely, and Vietnamese Sports is looking really confident here because, uh, there's another fight going on. Never mind, it will not happen.
Oh,
But
that's a good throw.
Wizard, yep, but Wizard will
Oh,
survive.
and there's assassination on Omen. Stripe got assassinated.
Yep, Stripe is having a bad matchup this game because he couldn't farm. He did not get any support from his team at the early stage, and everyone from Venom Sport was focusing on Beast. Like they wanted to take down Beast so badly that they did not focus on their warrior, the woman, and now woman is having a lot of trouble farming in this game, and maybe he will not be able to do so, and I don't think he will be able to fight his way around this area. And now he's struggling. I think they should follow women, and I think they should stick with women because at least woman can turn into a support if he wants. Like his first skill, dragging back his ultimate, that is holding an enemy in place. Those are really good with his teams, and not only that, his second skill, which is none other than the shield, that will definitely give him the opportunity to tank a lot of spells from OPX. But I don't think Venom Esports are thinking it straight, and that's why.
Oh, Pain goes in and look at the burst damage. Two members just died like that. Like in the blink of an eye, they just wiped completely. Skylar trying his best to escape and looks like he will escape with 2 kills. Mr. Charmin and Skylar just assassinating 2 members. X-Win and Hercules are down and this Slayer is also gonna fall. The Infinite Slayer is now in the back pocket of VOPX, and now VOPX are looking for a way to enter the base of Venom Esports and perhaps taking us to a third deciding game.
Well, I think we will definitely get the third game on the table because OPX is not showing any mercy to Venom Esports, and they're not making any mistake that Venom Esports can capitalize on. And now, what? Hercules just went in and went down just like that.
He
They
died in a blink of an eye.
And they cannot take this fight any longer because they lost their mid laner. Oh my god, they're still going, and Wizard will go down as well. And I don't think
Side
Moment
lanes have
can.
opened up and this the blood path has begun. Right now the waterfall has opened up, and right now they are all falling from every angle, and that'll be it. VOPX will take us to a deciding game in a convincing fashion.
Yep, definitely. And I don't think Venom Esports could make a comeback from that scenario. And well, Venom Esports struggled a lot in the early stage because OPX was pissed on them because Venom Esports, well, as I mentioned before, these two teams are old rivals, so no one will give another one any. No one will show another one any mercy. So both of the teams played really well, but this time Venom Esports was shaking a little bit. So I don't think what will happen in the deciding game, but it felt like it was a one-sided game from the very starting. And well, it was not like the first game. Like OPX made a little comeback happen, but Venom Esports could not do that in the second game. So I don't know. Like maybe OPX has some different kind of stat in their mind. Maybe they will definitely try to eliminate the regional champion, which is none other than Venom Esports, out of this tournament. And if they can do it, they will definitely gain some confidence, and they will definitely be facing the next opponent without any struggling, without getting afraid of losing, because they will definitely definitely come over the situation they're having right now.
Very well said, Nitul. Like you explained it perfectly, how the game, how the series has gone so far, and as you can see here in the highlights, this was the starting point of the game where like you could see that Venom Esports was not coordinated. They were like splitting up. They were not taking the fights as a unit. They were like divided attention around the map, and one by one, VOPX just kept on picking them off with pain, with their pain pick, with their Irie pick. They just man kept on bursting the squishy targets. Like they kept finding ways to pop Hercules and X-Win. Like they just made sure the squishy targets from the side of Venom Esports could not get back in the game. And look, you look this like in this highlight, just two members gone just like that in the blink of an eye. Once again in this fight as well, like you can see the squishy targets just did not have any way of dishing out any damage from the side of Enemy Sports, because I feel like they were just split up. The communication was a bit off.
It felt like that Venom Esports was having a little trouble in the Slayer lane and in the Drag lane as well, because OPX was trying to utilize every moment they got, and they were in the top lane within 2 minutes, and they secured the kill over Omen. They got the first blood, they got the gold bonus. Then they were hiding in the bushes, and when Omen came again, they destroyed Omen over again, and that's how they gained the confidence over the Slayer lane. And woman was already down by a lot of farm, a lot of XP as well. So that's how OPX was able to take over the Slayer lane. And if you take over the Slayer lane, and if you give a better lane to your warrior, that's enough to take the game in your pocket. I think mid lane and Slayer lane is the most important lane in early stage, and after after 5 minutes mark, the team fight will be count as the most important thing. So within 5 minutes, they destroyed top lane, they destroyed the mid lane as well, and look at that, we have our MVP
Mr.
for the game,
Charming.
and that is none other than we, Mr. Charming.
Yes, he had an exceptional game. 10 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists, 68,000 damage. If you round it off, it's a 69,000 damage. And 12.9 MVP points, 94.1 kill participation. This guy was all over the map with his pain pick. He played exceptionally well. He had the impact all over the map. And as you can see, like if you look at the team face off, it's just obliteration. No Slayer, no towers, 17 kills to 3, and you can see it's also a 12,000 goal difference. VOPX had a way more dominant performance compared to Venom Esports in the first game.
Definitely, and we'll say that now we OPX versus Venom Esports. So the third game, the deciding game of this series, and I'm really pumped up for this because look at the scoreline. Like the first game was a bit equal. The second game was one-sided. OPX took it in their pocket, and now for the third game, I think they will try to go for a little different draft this time. Maybe they will go for some early fight as well, because I've seen OPX played before, and I've seen OPX doing a lot of early aggression, showing a lot of defensive aggression, I would say, because well, we discussed it yesterday that defense is the best attack, and defense is the best offense. So just like that,
Yes.
OPX knows how to play defensive, and they knows how to play aggressive at the same time. And they just showed us that in the first game you saw OPX was playing defensively, and in the second game they played it aggressively, and they showed Venom Esports that hey, if you can play aggressive, we can play better than you. And they just showed it in the game, and they took the game in their pocket within 13 minutes.
Well, all of that being said, this even hypes up the deciding game even more. Like if you look into this, like first game, it was competitive. Even though, like you can say, like Venom Esports had a big opening, they had the big advantages. Yes, OPX found a way back for a little while, but Venom Esports managed to close it out in their favor. But then second game came around, and OPX just ran over Venom Esports. Venom Esports had no footing in this game at all. So that only fires up. I hope so. It fires up Venom Esports to answer back in this game and perhaps make it exciting decider match between Venom Esports and VOPX.
Absolutely. And well, what do you think? What type of draft will OPX be setting up this time?
OPX, I think, judging by their play style, I feel like they are traditionally known. From what I've watched, they like to play around objectives. So I'm gonna expect in this game, deciding game, they're instead of taking the aggressive fights like they did in the second game, they will try to build a comp around taking objectives, turrets, slayers, and dragons. I think they're not gonna force fights like they did in the second game, because I think the second game was a bit more desperate on their side, because they were on their backs against the wall, so they had to certify that they would have advantages. They didn't rely on objective gameplay. They wanted to, shut down Venom Esports right from the get go. So this time around, I think they're going to resort back to a bit more of a comfortable draft and try playing it on a level headed scale. And with that said, Venom Esports grab Yui. You know Yui, how busted this champion is. Right? Yui getting in the hands of Venom Esports. I I'm not sure. Like VOPs, I hope so. They're gonna have an answer to this.
Well, I think Venom Esports is planning something different this time, and they got the UE this time because in the first game, OPX banned this hero, and they had a lot of trouble shuffling the draft, but they managed to take over the game. Venom Esports, and now we are gonna see some really good ban coming in from Venom Esports because they have banned Liliana twice in this series because they don't want OPX to play that hero because they already know how good OPX is with that Liliana, and they also banned Volcat for the third time in this series. Like
I think
all three of the games, Venom Esports banned this hero.
I think Volkats is starting to enter that category of Hayate, Yui, and like he's entering that category where there he's also trying constantly getting banned by teams. As we go further into the tournament, like we can see that teams are starting to put this champion in that category as well. And once again,
Exactly.
VOPX taking a unique approach with their draft, picking up Richter and Elendor. Like they're not like taking stuff that they played in the previous matches. They're not like considering, like they're not building a draft from game one. They're just making sure that it's completely unique and authentic.
Exactly, and I want to mention one thing that is VOPX ban always ban Aya at the first ban phase. Like they don't like to play against this hero. I don't know if they can they can play this hero and surround their draft with it because I never seen them play this hero before, and well, probably I missed it, but I never seen them playing this hero before, and I've seen them banning this hero every single match. I don't think they're comfortable with Aya being picked by Venom Esports. That's why they're banning this hero every single time, and they also banned Hayate and Joker at the same time because Venom Esports is really confident with that Joker marksman, Joker ADC carry. So they're gonna remove it just like that, and Venom Esports will be picking Aram and Pain together. So this is a different kind of approach. This is a different kind of combo I'm seeing here because I've never seen Venom Esports playing these two together. Have you seen them play this together before?
I mean, I have watched as many game as we did yesterday, and right now, this is
Mhm.
something Venom Esports is not known for. Like they're taking a complete
Yep.
switch up. They're taking a complete 180. I think they're trying to use their trump card, like earlier said by Zen in the previous matches. Like you teams that are in the lower bracket, they need to bring out the trump cards in order to survive. And I think this is the time where Venom Esports have to use the trump card in order to move forward into this tournament. And we can see that right now with
Definitely,
these
and
unique picks.
yep, and this is the last game of the series. So if they lose this one, they're out of the tournament. And if they win, they will definitely be forward in the next series. So they need to show everything. They need to show their true potential. They need to come up with everything in their hand and make sure they can win this tournament. And well, there's a different pick coming in from OPS, and that is none other than Juka. Did you expect Zuka to be picked around Rector Alundor?
I think this pick makes sense because if you look into the last game, like they had a similar style of where they picked Baldom and they had a tank to like set up engages and like just be a frontliner. So I think Zuka is gonna try implementing a similar style into this game as well. So I can see by this draft, I think OPX might want to run back the same strat they ran in the game 2 that was super dominant against Venom Esports.
Exactly, and well, Irie was picked by Venom Esports, and I'm looking forward to see this hero work alongside Pain and Aram, because Pain and Irie, we have seen this combo before, and this combo is really good against early dominating teams. So definitely they will be able to do something here. And now Zuka was picked alongside Tulen. Okay, we have seen we OPX playing Tolan in the uh, earlier series against, I believe, Sterry Hopes, but they lost the game
Hmm.
with Tolan. So let's see what they got in their back for this series, and maybe if they can come back with this Tolan hero, maybe they will be advanced to the lower bracket semifinals.
Yes, indeed. Like you can see, they're just rounding off their comp with champions that can execute from a distance. I think it's a hybrid of last game and first game. I think they're gonna do a mix of both from the side of OPX. Meanwhile, Venom Esports, they're gonna try to replicate what OPX did in the last game. Like they basically have almost replicated the whole draft from the side of OPX in the last game. Like you can see, they have the Pain, they have the Irie, but it's a mix. So they're just taking the good elements from OPX draft last game and implementing it in their own composition for this game.
Absolutely, and now we're here, the deciding map of this series: Venom Esports versus OPX. So, which team will you be rooting for?
Uh, Honestly, if I'm seeing how Venom Esports have played, so I feel like they, in order to good fight to move forward in this tournament, you have very competitive of victory or defeat. And every time I've seen Venom Esports have a game where they would lose or they would be behind in the series, they don't put up a good fight. So personally, I would think OPX should be the one coming out on top because they really like to challenge their opponents till the very, regardless of the outcome of the game. So I believe OPX tries harder than Venom Esports comes to victory or defeat.
Well, so you're rooting for OPX then.
Yes, I think OPX has shown that they want this more, and I feel like they should be the ones going through here.
All right, and well, for Venom Esports this time, because I didn't see OPX success with Tool Peak, and I think Venom Esports can make a comeback happen with that Pain and Aram together. So look at that, the positioning from Hercules and Beast. Venom Esports
They
does not know
they have
where
vision.
they were hiding. Mhm.
Hope is gathering it free. They just like getting free information the players are from the Venom Esports and they have no clue about it.
Dragon and Slayer have appeared.
Definitely, and now they're here in the bot lane, and whereas Saiken and Mr. Charming will be securing the Slayer for OPX, and now, well, Venom Esports going for the dragon. Can they do it? They will get the dragon in exchange, but well, OPX should have a contest this one, because uh, Venom Esports was not on the full force here and we used their spells, but I don't know why they didn't. Maybe they don't want any early aggression against these heroes, because Pain and Aram can be really tough against early aggression, and they can be aggressive as well.
judging how the game is being played out right now, despite what I said in the draft, yes, is resorting back to the thing here where their like comfortable play style is playing around objective, hold on to that barely survives, and like he escapes, but it was so close that blood. Anyhow, but like I said, they took Slayer instead of the Dragon. That shows that maybe OPX is not looking to take early fights. They're not interested in taking team fights that could perhaps put them behind position. So they're focusing more on taking the objectives. With that's why they took the Slayer and push the lanes as much as they can.
Absolutely, and now OPX is trying a different strat. Look at the positioning. Woman is like Zuka because, well, we OPX don't that same thing happen just like the game 2. They destroyed women in the Slayer, and they don't want their woman to be slain in the Slayer lane as well. So Zuka is there to support him, and now Saiken, he will be challenged by 3 members from Venom Esports, but Venom Esports finished the job, and now they're looking for someone in the bushes, but they will not find anyone because Tulan and Zuka is in the bot lane, and now Beast, Worthless, both of them are here, but I don't think they will be taking the fight against Venom Esports because they don't have any idea about how many players are hiding in the bushes, and now they're going, Venom Esports is going towards the top lane. Okay, OPX, they are aware of the situation and they are now waiting. They're now waiting in the bushes in the mid lane, and Beast and Worthless will be going towards this Hercules, and Hercules is almost going down, and Hercules will survive for now, but Worthless is having a lot of trouble surviving, and one of the member from we OPX will go down, and that is none other than Saiken, and Saiken will be taken down all alone, and the OPX was having a little trouble in this fight, and Venom Esports got the first blood, and they were moving towards the top turret, and they will get the turret, but now they are moving towards bot because they want to punish OPX for going too far into their area. And now X-Win, he is in a lot of trouble. He will survive for now, but for how long, I don't know. Error is being challenged, and Error will be taken down by OPX, and now OPX are feeling confident. They're looking everywhere, and now Woman is trying to find someone, and Hercules and Wizard will be sticking together, and now Zuka will be TPing base alongside Mr. Charming because they don't want to take fight on low HP. And now mid lane, Stripe is trying to find anyone in this area, but there are 2 members from OPS, and that's why he does not want to take any fight here. And now OPX, they're gonna challenge Venom Esports here, but unfortunately they will not be succeed, and Venom Esports will be taking the bot tower.
Oh, well, like right now you can see Venom Esports playing off of the early tempo they have gained through the fights, that they were just having the insane pressure, and they're just making sure they're going around in groups, allowing themselves around the map, just making sure that they would get the advantages that would get them ahead. And again, like I said, like if Venom Esports maintain this pressure, they will perhaps get the victory in this game.
Definitely, and Venom Esports are actually playing really aggressive, and they're heading with 1 Kinetic lead, so they will be dealing a lot of trouble towards OPX, and OPX needs to fix this. OPX needs to farm a little bit faster, and now they are focusing on the mid lane, and they want that mid lane tower because they want to make some space. If you can get that mid tier 1 tower 1, and you can get some early space into the game, so they are focusing on that. And we are entering the mid game right now. It's past 7:30, and now OPX will not be able to defend their mid tower, and Venom Esports will take the mid tower just like that. And Saiken is in a lot of trouble.
Skyler might fall. Skyler, oh, he survives it barely. He barely survives. Once again, Venom Esports applying this pressure. They're playing this series out. They're playing this match out so perfectly. And look at Wizard. Wizard just hopped the Wizard Pika. Like Pika Pika just did not stand a chance against him. Just, and right now, Venom Esports, they are in the driving seat. Venom just pressing the gas pedal, just like last game. Like last game, right? VOPX played them around the map, and this is a similar show from the Venom Esports side. Maybe it's not like in terms of kills, it's not as dominant. Right, map control and objective. Right now, Venom Esports is outplaced at their own play style. Like Venom Esports VOPX with their very own play style that they throughout this tournament, and they have gone far into this tournament by playing the match. Right now, Venom Esports is beating VOPX with that in play style.
Absolutely, and now Venom Esports will go for the Holy Dragon. They will manage to get the dragon for themselves without getting contested by VOPX, and VOPX is hiding in the bushes. They want to take the fight. Wizard will go in at first because Wizard is a tanky boy and they cannot take Wizard down just like that, and Strike Lilies are hiding in the bushes as well, and followed by Error. Error is looking toward the mid lane to take a fight, and Worthless will be taken against Wizard, but he will not do a single damage to Wizard because Wizard is really tanky, and now Wizard is going for a little back, and that will definitely Worthless the 50% of his HP, and now Wizard is still poking. He keeps poking Worthless because Worthless is away. They want to take the fight, and now they will definitely take the fight and take down Pika and Mr. Charming alongside, just like that, within 1 second, and that jump will definitely cause a lot of trouble towards OPX Phoenix. And now Beast is running away from the fight because Beast is very low, and he will definitely fight after healing, but he could not heal himself properly, and and they will jump over on each hero of Venom Esports, and they will take down Wizard and X win at the same time, and was a tanky boy, but not anymore because they took down Wizard with the power of 3 heroes: Beast, Worthless, and Pika Pika. And is low on, and he will go to the fountain to heal, and OPX made a little comeback into the game, and they defend their top tower by themselves. Well, I don't think OPX can make a comeback around this area because Venom Esports is already too fat for them, and now look at that. Wizard is taking all the damage by himself, and it feels like they're just tickling Wizard, nothing more than that. And we're going towards the Infinite Slayer. Pika Pika, Wizard will reveal Pika Pika's position, and Pika Pika will retreat for now. And Hercules, your positioning has been compromised. You were being exposed, and now you need to go back, because if they find you, they will definitely kill you within 1 second. And Wizard is trying to protect Hercules, and Error is behind him, but I don't think OPX will be able to find anything around here, but they will definitely try to contest. They're contesting this whole Infinite Slayer, but okay. Venom Esports, they will leave the Slayer and go for Worthless, and that is a lot of damage coming in from Venom Esports, and they almost took down Worthless, and they will take down Worthless on the process. And now they're going for more. They're not done yet. They're going for second, but oh, look at that. Pika Pika and Mr. Charming was here in the bot lane, and they were dealing a lot of damage towards the bot tower, so they had to Venom Esports had to come back in this bot lane to fight, but they will find no one here, and they miss the opportunity to get the Infinite Slayer, and now they will move towards the mid lane. Maybe they are not done here because they want that Slayer so badly. They're moving their 5 heroes towards that Slayer position. Okay, Slayer is down on HP. It got only one third of the HP, and now Venom Esports will secure the Dark Slayer, and they will move into the mid lane to push because they already got the top tier 1 and tier 2, and they got tier 1 for mid as well, so they will be going towards mid, I believe. But okay, Irie Irie is gonna face Victor in the top lane, but I don't think Richter can take Irie down, but Irie is moving towards the top lane, chasing
Oh,
Richter,
this is an
chasing
aggressive
is
skirmish. It's an aggressive skirmish happening. Ari might fall. Ari's playing a bit too aggressive right now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Zuka and Elendor are just taking the Abyssal Dragon. Like, OPX is gonna take this dragon, and perhaps this the Holy Dragon. It's not even the Abyssal Dragon, it's the Holy Dragon. So now, in a way, OPX finding their footing somewhat back into this game. But I think it's still too far fetched for me to say like it's their time to come back. Only time will tell when we have a proper fight. And look at the damage coming through from Venom Esports. Hercules playing a bit too aggressive, and Ari goes in. And look at the burst damage. This could be the turnaround fight for Venom Esports. Venom Esports playing aggressively, and no, never mind. X-Win and Strive have too much damage. And look at the burst, and this is going to be an ace for Venom Esports. Venom Esports making sure they get ahead of this game. They are gonna open up the mid lane and perhaps seal the deal. They have the players, they have the minion wave, they have the Dark Slayer, and this is going to be it. Venom Esports eliminate VOPX and will advance to the final four.
absolutely very well explained, and we are here at the end of this series, and we have our winner, and that is none other than Venom Esports, the regional champion for Bangladesh. So yeah, they played it really slow at early stage, but they came with a huge network advantage and with a huge objective advantage as well, because they secured tier 1 towers at the, well, I believe within 5 minutes they got two tier 1 towers. So two turret in 5 minutes, that's a lot to carry. So yeah, they got the opportunity, they got the perfect opportunity, and maybe Beast was not on the perfect mind. He could not play Tolan very well, so they had to face
I
some
think
circumstances.
maybe
And
the Tulin pick was the downfall. Maybe maybe the Tulin pick was the downfall for VOPX. I think the draft overall was good. Maybe the last pick maybe was not it for them because it did not provide
Mhm.
consistent damage as on the side of on the side of Venom Esports. Venom Esports had Hercules on that UE, consistently poking them, consistently bursting them with the combo, and just making
Mhm.
sure that the damage did not stop from the side of Venom Esports. Maybe that was the lacking factor in trip for the side of VOPX, because Tulin doesn't have the greatest range. While his abilities provide him great range, his main auto tag source does not. And looking at it, I think Venom Esports just out macroed VOPX. VOPX could not answer back the objective plays made by Venom Esports.
Definitely, and we OPX just prove that they're really good with their late game scenario. Look at this fight. They almost made a comeback, but Tulen was unable to deal a lot of damage because I don't think OPX is comfortable with the Tulen pick, or maybe they're not really good with that Tulen hero, but they picked it anyway because at the moment it is Tulen is really good with the meta, and with I guess that was the downfall, as you already told us, that that was the downfall of VOPX, because he could not deal a huge chunk of damage towards Venom Esports, and that's how they could not win any team fight at all. But they almost made a comeback. We gotta mention
Yes,
that
like
because they almost.
there
Mhm.
was openings. There were openings in the mid
Yep.
game where they were finding a fight. There was an overstepping from the side of Venom Esports. Venom Esports overstepped for a little bit, which VOPX capitalized very well and made sure that they had somewhat of a fighting chance back. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And as you can see, Venom Esports MVP Strife with a 204 KDA, 41,000 damage, 11.0 MVP points, 60% kill participation, and 1,000 goal difference. This man made sure to utilize that RE pick very well, and he capitalized completely on the opportunity when he got that pick in the draft.
Absolutely, and Stripe could not attend a lot of team fights, but he dealt a lot of damage towards his enemies. He was poking Richter, he was poking two of the heroes from OPX all alone. So yeah, that's a lot. Look at the kill participation from Saiken. Like he had a really good game. He got 10 kills,
Like I said,
0 death, and well, I
and
believe
like
it is a mistake because he died in front of us, right? It is a
yes, I think there
mistake, I
might be a
believe.
scoreline error. There was a scoreline
Yep,
error, but perhaps anyway, we see the team face off. There were 10 kills overall for the side of Venom Esports, with a 6 kills
yep,
on the other side of VOPX, and 2 towers to 6, 2 slayers. Both teams had the equal amount of slayers, so and only a 2,000 goal difference. Like this showed this game was very competitive, and it was back and forth despite how like the map pressure was a bit more consistent on the side of Venom Esports. Venom Esports made sure that the map pressure kept going in their favor, regardless of how many objectives were being traded and how many kills were being given to one another. This game didn't get decided on kills. This game got decided on objectives, and Venom Esports took all of the objectives.
absolutely, very well said. And Venom Esports showed us that how good they are when they are on the upper hand, or maybe they're on the like last stage of the series. Like they were on their back foot because they are already on the lower bracket, and if they lose this one, they would be uh, out of this tournament, eliminated from this tournament. So they showed their trump card, and they came back stronger. They did not give OPX a single opening, and they absolutely dominated the series. Well, not the second game. Let's not talk about the second game, but for first and
We'll
third
forget
game,
about the second game. We can forget about the second game. Second game never happened. Like
exactly,
no, but
exactly.
but with respect to OPX, yes, the second game did happen. They showed amazing performances there. But anyhow, VOPX has been eliminated. Venom Esports will advance to the lower bracket semi-finals. And with that being said, we'll be back with a short after a short break to play the lower bracket. Uh, anyhow, you can see that the matchups that have been unfolded for us here today, the teams have fought valiantly and have come to the point where we have our lower bracket semi-finals, the lower bracket semi-finals, where we have Venom Esports versus uh, V Armada, and this is matchup has been building up throughout the day. All of the action from all the way from upper bracket semifinals and through to the lower bracket quarterfinals, and like the teams from all over the competition have played valiantly to get to this final four spot. But unfortunately, only one team will go here today in this matchup: Venom Esports versus Armada. And Nitul, what do you think of this? How has the script unfolded?
Well, I want to mention one thing, that is these two teams, that Venom Esports and We Armada, and also the OPX Phoenix, that OPX Oriental Phoenix, that Venom Esports faced in the last series. Well, these two has been rivals for years now, so that is not a new thing, that one will definitely try to outsmart the other one and try to destroy their mentality completely and try to take them out completely out of the game. So that's what Venom Esports did, and Venom Esports was on the point with their draft, on the point with their playstyle, but I want to mention one thing, that is, I felt like that OPX was better because they were dominating the second game and they were so close in the first and last game as well. Like they made the perfect comeback. They almost owned the game. They almost owned the series for them. But Venom Sports was slow. Venom Sports could dominate the early game, but did not get enough farm or did not get enough team fights in the late game. So that almost cost them the series. But OPX, unfortunate for them, they are going home, and Venom Esports moved forward, and they're gonna face none other than another Bengali team, and that is none other than We Armada. So
So
Venom Esports elim-
VOPX,
Mhm.
yes. So VOPX may have fallen here in the lower bracket quarterfinals, but V Armada will
Mhm.
carry their flag forward and against Venom Esports in the lower bracket semifinals. These are your final four teams. In the upper bracket finals, we have Martyrs, DBF Dementors going up against Starry Hope. That will be happening tomorrow. For but what we have to talk about here today is the lower bracket semifinals between Venom Esports versus V Armada. So the stakes could not get any higher. Venom Esports and V Armada. Like you said, these teams have been rivals of each other for such a long time, and today's this match is gonna matter so much more than any of other matches that have been played in the past by these two teams.
Exactly, and We Armada got a lot in their plate in this series because they're brother from the same institution, same organization, the We Esports. Oh my God, We Esports got OPX, We Esports got Armada, and OPX was taken down by Venom Esports. So We Armada got to take the revenge on their brother, and they need to win this. They need to win the series to move forward into the lower bracket final, so that they can face one member from the member from the losing of upper bracket final, and then one member will definitely go into the final, and we will have a best of five in the finals tomorrow. So I'm really excited for the series because this is the last series of the day, and this will definitely tell you which team will go to the lower bracket finals.
So like right now that these teams that have gotten all the way to this point, they are probably shaking in their boots right now. Like they have like
Exactly.
worked so hard, and now amongst the entire South Asia, these are the final four teams. they can call themselves the top four teams of not Bangladesh, not Pakistan, not Cambodia, not Myanmar. They're the top four teams of the entire South Asian region. So right now this series, it's going to mean so much more to all, to the both teams that are going to play right now, Venom Esports and V Armada have so much in their pockets right now. Like, they have to carry forward the V legacy against Venom Esports, get their revenge, and carry forward the V flag to tomorrow in the possibly the lower bracket finals, and perhaps maybe in the grand finals as well. Like, we
Well,
are shoulder on their shoulders.
yep. Well, I want to mention one thing, that is this tournament, this South Asian Grand Final was consisted with four different countries' team, four teams from Bangladesh, two teams from Pakistan, one team from Cambodia, and one team from Myanmar as well. But at this part of the tournament, we have three Bangladeshi team in the tournament, and we have only one Myanmar team, and that is the only Myanmar team that qualified for this grand finale. So we're gonna have it's like, I don't know, two Bangladeshi team will remain and one Myanmar team. So this is like hype moment for Myanmar and Bangladeshi fan, because well, either of these countries will win the tournament and another will be the runners up. So well, it doesn't matter if you cannot win this tournament, if you be the runners up. It's an honor to be in the finals of this South Asian regional championship. So yep, that will be a proud moment for each team, proud moment for each country's representative. So what do you think about that?
Yes, like, I feel like all four of the teams that have gotten to this point, they should feel very proud of themselves, that they have carried the flags of their countries so valiantly, and they have gotten themselves to this point. Right now, like, if regardless of who goes through, all four of these teams should carry their heads high. They should walk out of this tournament as the fourth best teams of the entire South Asian region. Like, this is not some small title to be carried with themselves. Like, this is a huge, meaningful title that they are carrying with themselves right now.
Absolutely. And we are gonna be seeing Venom Esports versus We Armada within a few minutes. The players are getting ready. They're excited. They're trying to cooperate with their coaches. They're trying to find a better strategy. They're trying to show the trump card they have been holding for days before this tournament. So they will definitely show their true potential. They will show their best opening, best ending as well. Like, they will definitely try to outsmart their opponent with the draft, with the picks, with the bans as well. But in my opinion, OPX was stronger than Armada. In my opinion, well, it can I can be wrong, because Armada has been training themselves really well, and we OPX was the victim of Venom Esports hunting strategy, and now we Armada will be the victim of their hunting strategy as well. But the main question remains, that is, can we Armada take the revenge, and can we Armada show that they are really good with their plays? They show that they were planning, they were training for this day to show their true potential to this regional champion from Bangladesh, and that is none other than Venom Esports.
Again, like, I feel like the all of that practice, all of the scrims, all of the meta reads, the ward reviews, anything that you have done, all of the homeworks, I at this point, if you're not gonna bring it out right now, then I don't know what point will you? Because, like, this is the point where you need to, I guess, throw all of the eggs out of the basket and just show them what you have right now. Like, both of these teams, like, in were challenged heavily in their lower bracket quarterfinals. Like, both of these teams went to 3 games in the quarterfinals in the lower bracket, and like they all had to use their trump card. They had to improvise, they had to change their drafts and approach to the game completely to get to this point. And I think once again they're gonna have to use another trump card if they have in their backpacks.
Yep, absolutely. So, what do you think? Like, will Venom be playing aggressively or will they play defensive?
Knowing Venom Esports, I think the first game they're gonna try to play a very defensive and calculated play style, try to figure out what V Armada is trying to bring to the table. So in a way, I would think a defensive play style would come through from the side of Venom Esports, and maybe V Armada, uh, depending on how well they are prepared for Venom Esports, if they have a counter to their passive playstyle, then I think V Armada might just power through and completely like overrun the defensive strats of Venom Esports. Otherwise, I think it's if it goes to late game scaling style gameplay, then I think Venom Esports is just gonna clean sweep the series.
Very well said. And I want to mention one thing, that is, uh, I would like to highlight a player, and that is none other than Ankh from We Armada. He is really good with his plays. He's definitely one of the best player from Bangladesh. And on the other hand, we have Hercules, and guess the player name. It's none other than X Win. I'll do the talking for you. It's none other than X
Uh,
Win, because X Win and
yes,
Hercules, they are also one of the best players from Bangladesh. So these three players are facing each other in the same series, and Ankh is all alone there facing Hercules and X Win at the same time. That is
this
something to
really
think about.
sets up the stage for Aang. This sets up the stage for Aang to possibly, showcase that maybe he's better than both of those players. If we Armada take the series, then he will have that, like he can put that stake on the table that I beat two of the best players from Bangladesh on the same team. And like this could be the best game for Ang. This could be the best time for Ang to step up and show why he's considered one of the best players of Bangladesh.
Exactly, and I think Ankh will be thinking of that. And uh, well, We Armada couldn't show quite their performance in the upper bracket, but they are really consistent in the lower bracket. They own both of the games in the lower bracket. They eliminated Vanglorious from Pakistan, and well, I had high hopes on Vainglorious, but I guess there was a little bit of crumbling going on in there. Maybe they were facing a little trouble having this LAN event. So yeah, maybe we don't know the true factors what happened actually in there, but both of the teams actually played really well. And Glorious played really
Yes,
well,
like
and We
it was
Armada played
commendable.
really well as well. Yep, it was. And
Yes,
well, I think the Glorious played really well, but well, We Armada played better. That's it. Like, uh,
yes. Like both teams showed amazing performances numerous times in all 3 games, but I think
mhm.
V Armada just had a slight edge over them, which got them over the finish line.
Exactly. And well, the team that Vanglorious made the mistake where they could not deal early aggression. They could not provide early damage towards the Armada mid lane. So yeah, that's how Armada was able to uh, make their warrior and mid laner get some more items, and then they came back into the game. They destroyed the lanes and they took the objectives.
Yes, like it was just an outplay. It was like a very competitive gameplay overall. Like, and here you can see
Mhm.
like the highlights of the whole day overall, starting from the upper bracket semifinals, where we had Martyrs, BF, Dementors taking down V Armada, and here you can see the games. Like this is how everything unfolded. Like you could see that the game were very like one-sided in the upper bracket, but the moment when we dropped down to the lower bracket, like the games started to become back and forth and sturdy. Like they were competitive. The teams were pushing each other back and forth. Like both series went to 3 games, and I could say that right now the team that would go through from this lower bracket semi-final, I want to see them challenge the upper bracket teams tomorrow in a very convincing fashion.
Well, I'm hoping that too, but we have Martyr versus Sharing Hope. Both of the teams are really dominating with their performance, and they did not lose a single game. And talking about Stereo Hope, they are undefeated till now from that regional championship. So they're really good with their plays. They showed us that how good they can be, how aggressive they play, and how they destroy their opponent's mentality. Totally, they dominate, they demolish their opponent into the ground, and they destroy them to take the victory home. So yeah, I'm gonna be really hyped for the first game of tomorrow, and that is the upper bracket final marker versus Steering Hope. But
Yes,
uh,
like
well, which team
I
will
can't
you
contain
be
my
watching?
excitement. I
Which
being the neutral caster here right now, I would I would love to see an international grand final. So personally, I would think if the upper bracket final if ends up the way it is, I would expect it to go in the favor of Starry Hope. But enough being said about the upper bracket final, we have to focus on this lower bracket semi-final between Venom Esports and V Armada. The players are here for you, and you can. What are the tensions between the teams right now? Explain it for me.
Well, definitely there is high tension going on in both teams because uh, the team that will lose this series will go back to their home, and another team will proceed to the lower bracket final. So there's excitement, there's hype, there's tension going on in both teams. And as we speak of the tension, the game has already started, and we are in the draft phase. So what do you think about the bands Yui and Hayate banned by Venom Esports?
Yui, Hayate, Aya. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Volcat ban. If I see a Volcat ban, then oh, Pain. Pain's off the table. So I guess Volcat's open. So let's see if Venom Esports prioritize that pick.
Yep, and well, well, I think Armada was watching Venom in the last series, and Venom played really good Pain in the last series, so that's why they banned that Pain. And Aya alongside it, because Venom esports are really good with Aya and Pain, and I don't know. There's something similar between OPX Phoenix and We Are Murder's band, because both of the teams hate Aya against Venom Esports. Like they don't wanna give Aya to Venom Esports, so they ban it in the first place, and Venom Esports will go with Volca this time because they could not get that hero against OPX. We OPX, so they will definitely take this hero this time, and We Armada will be taking the Aram.
So Aram is a good support pick. Like it's been, I think it's the support with like I could say the first or second highest win rate in this tournament so far. Like Aram is like starting to become a priority support pick in a way. Like while it's not, it doesn't get the bans, but it's always like you can see it's getting picked against Mina, Lumber, and all these engaged supports. Pairing that up with an Elendor, it's a strong jungle pick. It's been played throughout the day from the upper bracket games all the way to this lower bracket semi-final. Once again, we're going to see an Elendor and a Mina pick, and pairing that up with the Alistar for Venom Esports. So, talk to me about this Alistar pick. So, what is this Alistar pick good into?
Well, I think Venom Esports want to show that they can play versatile heroes, because I think they did not pick Alistair in any games till now. So Alistair is really good with Mina because they can play as aggression in the early stage. So I think Aram and Elendor, if we Armada tries to force fight in the early stage, they can definitely counter it with Alistair and Mina. By the way, we Armada got the Scud.
Ooh. V Armada, V Armada had a good performance with the Scud in the first round of the upper bracket. I think Sank was the one playing on side of V Armada, and he popped off on that pick. So once again, seeing a Scud on the side of V Armada, I think V Armada have a game plan, and I think they're resorting to the comfort picks as they take off Iggy in the second ban phase for the mid. Iggy is a questionable ban. We're seeing that Alistar has been picked already.
Isn't that Kira?
Oh wait, no, the splash art Skira. Sorry, it was my mistake. It was Skira. They're taking off the jungle.
Exactly. And I
Carry on.
I want to mention one thing, that is Scud is a scary hero. Like, I really hate Scud. When I face Scud in my opponent, I like most of the time I just quit the game and take some rest and then reconnect
Oh my
after
god.
a few minutes when the game is over, because I hate playing against this hero. I really hate it when he
So
jumps over
mental
you.
pressure. This
Yep,
game, this
it
game,
is.
this champ gives mental pressure. Like he destroys you mentally.
Exactly. I don't want to uninstall a game after getting beat up by Scott. So I quit and then I wait for the next game. By the way, Venom is for banning Trixie, and Trixie would be really good alongside Scott, but that was taken down by Venom Esports. So we Armada gotta think something else. And Tulen was taken out by We Armada, but I don't think Venom Esports is confident with Tulen. But I don't know why they banned it anyway. Like, I think, in my opinion, Lorian will be a much more comfortable pick for Venom Esports. So they should have
There right
gone
now.
with that.
I would say two picks open. There are two picks open in the mid lane. You can
Hmm.
either take the Liliana right now or the Lorian. Liliana and Lorian are
Exactly.
both open. So right now, what does V Armada prioritize? Because there's the Alistar pick now. Now they have to look which works better against Alistar, Lorian or a Liliana. What, in your opinion, have you played against Alistar? Who would you prioritize as the mid lane champion?
Well, I'll definitely go for Liliana because, uh, well, he can fight early into the game. Like, he deals. We have seen Scary Hawks doing it with their picks. Like, they pick Liliana and they destroy their enemies in the early 1 or 2 minute time mark. So, well, not every team is playing like a Scary Hope, but they can at least copy them, and they can at least copy their draft with their picks. But I don't think this time Venom Esports will go for Liliana because they are not comfortable with it. Like, I have seen only once Venom Esports was playing Liliana. They will go for a level. But
Level.
just the,
Now, level, it was a pick that worked very well for Vainglorious against V Armada. I think in their match, I think against V Armada they played Elsu, or no, Elsu was a second, like last game pick. It was a third game pick. So
Mhm.
yeah, Level worked very well against V Armada. Vainglorious showcased that very well. So once again, I think Venom Esports is using that picks after seeing how much impact Vainglorious had with that. With that being said, on the other side, we Armada picking up Elsu for themselves and pairing that up with an Elendor. I think this pick will now, I think, be way more futile because you have a consistent marksman dealing consistent damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have an Elsu who's providing bursts from distances. And a last pick lock in is a Vera. So Vera. Now, I think this is the first Vera we have seen in this tournament so far. Like, I haven't seen a single team play Vera. So, what do you think of this pick in this comp?
Well, in pub games, I like Vera a lot. Like, I play Vera as a mage, as a mid laner, and it never disappointed me before. So maybe we Armada got something in their mind. Maybe they're going out of the meta and they're going to create a new meta by themselves. But that is a matter of time. That is the question of matter of time. That if they can really destroy their opponents with that Vera, or will they crumble?
And now, as we go into the loading screen right now, you can see the comps for one last time before we get into game. So, Nitul, like, what are the strengths of both comps and how both teams should be playing this match right now?
I think Venom Esports needs to take some early fights because Vera is not good with early actions. He's really good in the mid game. By the time 7 or 8 minute mark, Vera becomes really strong. So Venom Esports should take some early fight. Oh, there is a pause coming in from Venom Esports, and as we were talking, like Vietnamese should take some early fight against this We Armada, because We Armada's draft is mid game based draft. So they will be really strong in 7 or 8 minute mark. They have high team fight materials, but Venom Esports should definitely nerf that. Venom Esports should definitely take care of that so that We Armada cannot come back in the mid or late game.
So basically, Venom Esports need to fully pressure the VR Armada side with the early game and hope that they
Mhm.
can shut them down before the game reaches the mid to late game state. And I guess VR Armada their job is to just stay out of the grasp of Venom Esports. Venom Esports should not be able to jump on them. That's their job right now.
Mhm. Exactly. And while the game is paused, I want to ask you a question. So, real, do you think the teams in this tournament they're playing according to the position they should be playing, or are they mixing things up? Like I have seen mid laner helping the jungler doing jungle, and then they're going to the Slayer lane to gank their opponent. They're not staying in the lane. Like mid laner, in my opinion, mid laner should stay in the lane for at least 2 minutes, then they will go for then they will go for the gank and stuff like that. But we are seeing a lot of early below 1 minute mark actions that mid laners is going to the dragon land, or maybe in the slayer land, or maybe in the jungle to help out the jungler and missing the farm in the mid lane. So do you think they're like ripping off the positions?
I feel like this is like totally reliant around teams. Like I think this rotations only matter when you're playing against a certain team, and the teams that have faltered when they have been out rotated by their mid laners, by the enemy mid laners, those teams tend to like showcase that we are not the most proactive ones in the early game, so we have to focus on like staying in our own lanes, getting our own advantage. Meanwhile, the other teams just notices that they can just pull off the rotations and hurt them in the other lanes, because realistic, you're not going to expect the mid laner to rotate to your lane at before the pre 1 minute mark.
Definitely, and I think this meta is full on aggression. Like every team wants to play aggressively, like they want to secure at least 2 or 3 kills within 2 minutes, and then they want to proceed like that. They want to farm, they want to take down the objective, they want to take down the slayer, or maybe the dragon itself, and work with the buff. But I think they should not play like that. It's completely my opinion. They know better than me because they are in the championship and I'm not. So they're definitely better than me and they
I
know
mean,
what they're doing.
we're technically there. We're like casting the matches, so we're virtually there. So
Exactly,
yeah,
but
I agree with you on that matter. Like the players, the players know the situations better. Like they understand each other very well, so they know each other better, that how they need to operate, how the meta is evolving, how which are the good rotations, what are the good champions, and how the map plays can be improved upon, and what needs to be done to get the best leads at best timings. Just these players, they have been practicing for quite time. They have played against various teams and various styles, so I think the longer we're going to go in the tournament, the styles are going to even like improvise and change even more.
Definitely. And also, there's one thing that is We Armada is, well, not We Armada, Venom is having a technical difficulty, and maybe that is being solved right now, being fixed right now. And well, in the meantime, let's make a prediction. Which team will you be rooting for in game one?
Last game when we watched the Venom versus OPX, I predicted OPX, and it faltered in Venom Esports. It favored Venom Esports completely, like did an upset. Like they proved me wrong. So this time around, I'm gonna root for Venom Esports because they proved me wrong once. So I would love to see them, like this time around, since I'm rooting with them, this time they should prove me right as well. If they prove me,
Well,
if we are Mario this time proves me wrong, then this has been a very off day of for predictions for me.
so you're saying that you rooted for uh, OPX and you cursed them. They lost the game, so now you're cursing Venom Esports so that Venom Esports lose this one.
It's the long con. It's the long con. I'm doing the long con. I'm secretly helping them.
We are murder, right?
Yes,
Well,
secretly. Shush.
If
I
Venom,
didn't say that.
alright.
I did not
if
say
if
that.
Venom Esports loses the first game, they will definitely hunt you down. They'll definitely go to your home, go to your house, and they'll definitely hunt you down, my man.
I don't want to be hunted, but right now I want revenge for the predictions that I made earlier. Like, long. I'm thinking of the long con. Like, if Venom Esports win, I got the correct prediction. If we Armada win, I got my revenge on Venom Esports.
All
So
right.
it's a win-win
So
situation.
you're cursing Venom Esports. All right, we get that part clear. And not only that, look what you did to Venom Esports. They're having a technical difficulty already.
I, I
You're
mean that
doomed, my
that
friend.
was
You're
not planned.
doomed.
That was not part of the plan. That was not part of the plan.
Well, for my personal prediction, I'll say Venom Esports will be winning this because, well, I think they will give a clean 2-0 to We Armada. Well, if We Armada can take the first game, this series will go to best of three or the third game, the deciding game. But if We Armada falls in the first game, Venom Esports will not give them any opportunity in the second one. Like, they will definitely hold their ground. They will definitely understand what meta We Armada is trying to implement because they picked Vera. The last pick was Vera. If this works, this will be the next meta for Southeast region because well, if you start playing it new, you will definitely get Vera within level 10 if I'm not wrong. So definitely a lot of players will definitely get that Vera in the mid lane, and they will definitely try something different. They'll try definitely make that Vera work in their favor. So if We Armada can pull it off, there's a lot of eyes. There's a lot of eyes that is watching this game at the moment, and they want to know if you can work with Vera in this meta. Because Vera is not an early game hero, early aggressive hero. He can be better. She can be better in the mid game scenario, 7 or 8 minute mark. She will be a deadly poison. Like she will definitely deal a lot of damage. The stun, the burst damage, the ultimate, those are really good. Like her ultimate is so good, like it has a huge range and it deals a lot of magic damage. So if she can itemize herself in that like that, she will definitely be deadly.
Very well said. Right now, like it all comes down to how the early game plays out. Right now, like the early game itself will decide what we have to do, what's the game plan. And right now, if you think how the games have gone today, a lot of the games tend to ramp up right into the early game. So right now, I feel like we Armada are at a huge disadvantage, because if Venom Esports just jumps on the, what do we say, the objective collection, like they just keep taking all the objectives, pressuring the map all over the, from all the side lanes, then I think we Armada might not be able to reach that mid to late game state in a good condition. Like even if they do reach that state, but I think it will be too far gone for them to come back from.
Definitely. And well, that being said, Venom Esports will be trying to figure out what We Armada is planning, but I think they're laughing at the moment because I already mentioned one thing yesterday that I've seen Venom Esports playing LAN events before, and they don't panic, they don't feel worried at all. Like I've seen them in front of me. Like they're laughing about their opponent. They want to make their opponent crumble. They laugh so that their opponent will see them laughing, and their opponent will get stressed, and that's how they destroy their mentality. So I think Venom Esports is laughing right now, despite they're having a technical difficulty. They're laughing at the peaks from Armada just to make them uncomfortable, just to make We Armada uncomfortable. And if they can get to the mind of We Armada, they can destroy it from inside.
Well, I guess if that's the game plan, that the mental pressure that Venom Esports likes to apply against their opponents, then I think it's a matter of time V Armada shows up here and perhaps proves them wrong, that they will not crumble under the pressure applied by the mental pressure applied by the Venom Esports side. Like despite their LAN experience that Venom Esports has, I think V
Mhm.
Armada have reached this point where I think they're all on the level field right now, and they all can take the game. It just comes down to how the game goes through.
Definitely, and also this is the advantage and disadvantage of LAN event, because advantage towards the Venom Esports because they can trigger their opponents, and disadvantage towards their opponents because they are being triggered by Venom Esports, because it's quite natural that you will at some point look at your opponent in the LAN event, right? So this will definitely hurt a lot to We Armada when they will see that they are laughing on them. Venom Esports is laughing on their peaks. They will definitely crumble.
Yeah, so like I think the only game plan that they have, they need to just not crumble under the pressure, and with that,
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
is losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Hello,
And
ladies and
we're back.
gentlemen, and welcome back to AIC South Asian Grand Finale. And we're in the lower bracket semifinals. It's between Venom Esports and We Armada, and it's your boy Nitul Islam alongside Riddle. So, how are you, Riddle?
Well, I'm great, and I'm excited for this lower bracket semifinal because just the stakes of this match is so high. The storyline behind this is so like rich with content. Like it's a very important match for both of these teams. Both of these teams over here have a lot to show, and I'm sure this is the right time where they're gonna bring out everything they can on the map.
Definitely well said because it's actually full of content because we Armada are here to take the revenge on their brother we OPX. So yeah, Venom Esports eliminated OPX in the last series. So here they are facing we Armada, the brother of the same institution. So now this will get exciting because if Venom Esports wins this, they slay two brothers at the same time. But if Armada can get this, if Armada can win the series, they will be taking the revenge and the victory in their pocket and move towards the lower bracket final, where they will be facing uh, one of the loser from upper bracket finals. So yeah, that's the summary.
So yeah, like that's a summary of what has happened here today and what will be happening tomorrow. An exciting upper bracket finals matchup between Martyrs, BF Dementors versus Starry Hope. It's going to be an exciting one tomorrow, but right now, this current match, it has the same level of excitement and joy. And I'm sure the people here watching right now the stream, they are equally as excited as we are to witness these two teams go head to head.
Exactly, exactly. And Venom Sports had a few difficulties, technical difficulties, and both of the team got disconnected from the server. If I am not wrong, so we're gonna have the rematch scenario, and I think both of the teams will get the same picks, and they will start with the same picks. And we talked about that Vera pick coming in from We Armada. So, what do you think? Will they be able to work with that?
Like you said earlier, like it's all comes down to how much pressure can V Armada soak from Venom Esports in the early game. If they are able to soak it all the way through and just utilize all of the resources that are thrown at them from the Venom Esports side and use that against them as when they scale to the mid to late game state and completely shut them down, because the longevity of the strength that what do we say Venom Esports comp has, it has to snowball in the early game. If it does not snowball into the early game, then when the game reaches mid to late game state, V Armada is just going to shut them down completely.
Absolutely, and Vera deals a lot of magic damage with her ultimate, and her second skill is also really good. I really like her second skill, that is stun. Like, it shows a little
Yes.
heart popping off on your screen over your head, and you're stunned. It feels like she is making you attracted to her, and you will be definitely going
You have
towards her,
been
and
charmed.
they will definitely, yep, you have been charmed,
You
and
have
they
been.
will take you down.
It's a very obnoxious spell to play against, right? Like, I would be like walking around just trying to sidestep skill shots, and all of a sudden this one skill shot just comes at me, and I cannot sidestep this. It's gonna get locked on me. It's point and click. So
Exactly.
I'm like, wait, how do I counter this? I'm doing amazing sidestepping, dodging skill shots from here and there, and then one skill comes in and I get stuck in one place and eat all the remaining skill shots and I get killed for it. So yes, it's an obnoxious skill to play against, but again, like you said, that in terms of damage, like this champion's damage only ramps up from the mid to late game stage. So in the early game, I'm sure they're just gonna use the Vita as a CC champion. They're like walking CC.
Definitely, and well, I don't think Vera can win this mid lane in the early stage because she's really squishy. We gotta keep that in mind. She is squishy, and she will get ganked from Venom Esports. I don't think they will let this Vera go away out of hand, and we are into the game, really.
Yes, indeed. So now, like right now in the early game, Venom Esports needs to shut down this Vita pick. So V Armada gets slowed down in their scaling department and just, struggle as to the build up of the mid to late game state.
And look at that. Death is going towards Hercules and Wizard at the same time. And Zero, which is the Vera, she is hiding in the bushes. She is not confident enough to go in front. And the Death is dealing with a lot of things at the moment. Well, Death is the only one that we have seen dominating, and he is really good with his placements. So look at the positioning from him. He's just trying to get over it. Oh, look at that early
Right,
aggression,
this could be
early
a
gank
caught out,
coming
and
in.
Error has to use his flicker, and look at the burst damage coming through, and Elsu snipes are coming through, but unfortunately it won't grab them together. But look at the re-engage from the side of Venom Esports, chunking down Zero effectively, but once again it's not going to result into a kill.
hmm And as I mentioned before, that Vera is really squishy. So Wizard was really comfortable jumping over Vera, but Vera survived. Valor survived, barely survived, and she is moving back again. And I think Venom Esports will get the dragon, get the Abyssal Dragon this time. Well, Anthem,
Oh,
he's dealing a lot of damage.
Anthem is
Oh, they're
chunking
trying
down the
to steal
players,
it, but
and
they
he
will
tried
not
to
get
steal it, but unfortunately
it.
that steal will not come through. We Armada trade the dragon with the Dark Slayer, and the score line is a bit in the favor of VR Armada in a way. Look, the score line, there's like a slight bit of a goal lead for VR Armada.
Yep, they're taking the advantage over the network chart. They have 400 more network bonus than Venom Esports, but 400 in this 3 minutes mark is, compared to the last games we saw, it's nothing actually. Like if they could get over 1K network advantage, they could do a little better. But look at the goal advantage now; it's more than 500.
So I think it just comes down to the farming department. Like if one team is not
Mm-hmm.
farming enough, then there's just gonna be small goal leads that will build up, that can be caught up with a few kills. And look at the engage on the first blood comes through for Strife. Strife just gets the first blood on the Vera. Like you said, you need to shut down the Vera, and they're doing exactly that. And look how deep Strife has gone into this. And unfortunately, I think he will fall against Shogun. Shogun shutting down Strife, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. And look at the snipes from Elsu. Anthem trying his best to grab a kill, but unfortunately he'll leave them off with 1 or 2 HP. Like they're just gonna skip with barely any health.
And this was a one-on-one trade. Well, Venom Esports is on the upper hand because they eliminated the mid laner from We Armada, and that is none other than Vera. That is a mid laner mage, but they lost their warrior. That is none other than Stripe, and I think they're happy with the trade because they almost catch up to We Armada in the network chart, and they are moving. Venom Esports is moving towards the bot lane and top lane altogether because they don't want to lose the Slayer and the Dragon altogether. And look at that. That is in a rough position. He will get stunned, but now he is tanking. He is the one tanky baby. It's only 4 minutes into the game, but they cannot kill this death guy. It's like he is being tickled. So he's on the move. Oh, they're
Oh, look at the
moving
burst!
towards this.
Oh, the burst!
Mhm.
Wizard will fall completely. Venom, we Armada
Exactly.
just wiping the floor with Wizard just
Vera.
crumbled like with a like when Wizard just fell. Like I am shocked by this. Like right now, Mina is not a champion that you can just kill off easily, like you said for Iram. Uh, so right now, seeing that how quickly that Vera pick shut down the Mina, I think. I think they might not even need to reach the mid game stage because the damage is
There's a
there right
fight
now from the
going
side of
on,
Vera.
and Death will receive a lot of damage here. And now, oh, they will definitely secure the kill over Hercules, and they are going for the Wizard, but Wizard will not fall just like that. And Wizard is countering it back, Shogun. Shogun is almost going down, but now they are on Wizard. Wizard is on the run, but can Wizard retreat from this fight? And Vera will go down by chasing Wizard. Wizard is a tanky, hell of a tanky baby, and you don't chase Wizard just like that, and you will lose you will lose your life if you chase Wizard like that. And Vera actually lost her life while chasing, and that was a favorable fight for We Armada, because they could finish off 3 people from Venom Esports, and Venom Esports got 2 kills over We Armada. But that last pick off was really important, and look at that, they're going towards Wizard, but Wizard is a hell of a tanky baby, but Death is going in front of 3 members from Venom Esports. He does not care about anything at all this time, and they're poking Wizard, but this will not deal a lot of damage. And now Wizard is tanking all of the damage, and Wizard will fall down just like that. Vera will be dealing a lot of damage, and X-Win also received a lot of damage, and he will go back for now. But can they reinitiate? That's the main question right now.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Strife is going in on and Blinking is down. Solo kill comes through from the side of Strife. Strife just solo killed Blinking and will look to push that bottom tier 1 turret. And meanwhile, on the other side, a 3-man gang comes through from VR Armada, shutting down Error, and will look to pressure on the top lane. But I can see Hercules is there to defend, but I don't know if it will be enough. And on the other side, though, Shogun just shut down. Shogun just shut down Strife.
Well, I think We Armada is well, they're taking the advantage over this situation, because Venom are facing a lot of trouble, and I think We Armada is aware of this position. And look at that, Wizard is having a lot of trouble against this Vera, and Vera is maintaining her position, the longest position she can get to. And Anthem, she is low, but Anthem will survive now. But Death is moving forward, and Vera will go down. Hercules will take down Vera, but Hercules is also low, and Death is joining the fight, and Shogun will also join the fight, but at what cost? He will lose his life, and Death is still tanking a lot of damage, and Error is moving towards the tower, but he is too afraid to go under the tower. And meanwhile, Blinking will take down 2 turret at the same time.
Did you see that Blinking did not even need the minion wave? He just went in and killed the tower in one go. He did 300 damage to the tower in one combo. Blinking being a complete nuisance for Venom Esports right now. He's just causing so much havoc around the map. We Armada just generating pressure without having to do anything. They're just roaming out. They're just catching out members from the side of Venom Esports around the map, and making sure that their split pusher, being the Scud, gets his opening to push down turrets. And look at it right now, their 2 base turrets are exposed right now from the side of Venom Esports.
Exactly, and Wizard got half HP left. I think he will go TP and make sure his health is recovered, and he will definitely come back stronger. And meanwhile, Error and Hercules is trying to hold this turret, but I don't know how long they can hold this one, and this will go down. Death is a tanky baby, and he is moving forward, but Vera is on the way. Vera, you need to take a better position. They will take down the Slayer.
Unfortunately, there was no steal on the cards. It was a good attempt by the side of Strife. He tried to steal it with the second skill of Volkat, and fortunately the damage was not there to do the job. So now once again you can see the pressure being applied by VR Armada. Like, they're the ones in the driver's seat. Like you said, if this game reaches to the mid to late game state, then VR Armada are the ones who are going to be ahead. And right now, I think we have reached that mid game point, and VR Armada are doing exactly what we had discussed earlier.
Exactly, but they are moving towards this Holy Dragon. I don't think Venom Esports will let this go away off their hand. and they're moving towards that area, but I don't think We Armada will leave them just like that, and Hercules will go down alongside Wizard, and now Stripe is the lone survivor here. He's fighting against 4 heroes and he is very low. His teammates will join the fight, but at what cost? Arrow will lose his life, and We Armada will not lose a single member in this fight, and they will take down 3 members from Venom Esports, and now they're pushing the bot lane, and I think they don't want the dragon at this point. They are focusing on the objective, the main objectives, and that is the turret, and they are moving toward the bot and meet turret at the same time. And look at Scott, he is pushing in the top turret as well, so they are focusing on the pushing scenario, and they are focusing on the 3 lane at the same time. But now Scott blinking, he is in a lot of trouble. X-Wing will move towards him,
Wizard,
but now
Wizard, look at Wizard. Like, Wizard has to run away. Look at the chunk damage, and oh my god, Anthem with the snipe. And unfortunately, not a second snipe will not connect, but the pressure continues to develop from the side of V Armada. V Armada just being like outplaying Venom Esports. They didn't even take any fights in the early game. They didn't even force team fights. They just outscaled them.
absolutely. And now X-Wing is in a rough position because I think he could not get enough farm in the jungle, and he is having a little trouble getting farm, and they're hoping for this buff. They're hoping so that they can get the buff, and they did manage to get the buff, but We Armada got the bigger buff in their hand, and that is none other than the Holy Dragon. And 20 seconds left for the Dark Slayer. So what do you think? Can they get the Dark Slayer in their hand?
The Dark Slayer, it's gonna be very hard. Like, look at the damage right now at this point from V Armada. V Armada is just so damage stacked right now that before the fight even begins, 1 or 2 squishy members fall from the side of Venom Esports. And look at Death. Death does not fear anyone. He just goes in face first into this. This could be the fight that Venom Esports need. And look, they have taken down Shogun. Look at it. Strife is at the back line. He's trying his very best to get in. He one-shots Anthem. And this is the perfect fight for Venom Esports. Venom Esports have turned the tide of this game and will take the Dark Slayer. Oh my goodness, what a play by the side of Venom Esports. And Scud is trying his level best to stall the fight, but unfortunately it won't be enough, and this will be an ace for Venom Esports. Venom Esports have found their opening back into this game, and they're pushing down this mid lane turret. But you can see the Nexus exposed, there's no minion wave, so it's gonna be a very slow push, and unfortunately I don't think they're gonna reach the base of V Armada, and so I think V Armada has a chance to perhaps, you know, regroup, reset, and perhaps hope that the Infinite Slayer comes around and when the night time rises on the map. And at this point, what a turnaround by Venom Esports. That's so commendable, despite the things we have said, how the composition on the V Armada side has so much strength from mid to late game state. And despite that, all of that, Venom Esports pulled off a miracle fight. And I think it's all on the backhands of Strife's flank. Strife flanked the backline, assassinates Shogun, and then along with that, he took down Anthem as well. And it's just very well played by Strife.
Exactly, and another thing is Vera was not in the fight. Vera was a little a little in the backside, so he could not join the fight in time, and that cost him the team fight because he is the main damage dealer, the mage, the powerful mage. His ulti can kill an enemy within a second, so he needs to be in the fight. But I don't think he could cover the area in time, and Zero will let his teammates go down by Venom Esports. But now it's getting critical because both of the teams got the same network. Like Venom Esports was down by 4K network lead, but 4K network, but now they covered it up, and they're now
Strife may be caught, and they go in. This is fight. This could be the game deciding fight right now. And look at the burst damage coming through. Shogun just survives with barely any health, and they're just like so disoriented right now. The members are so low on the side of V Armada, but the kills are coming through in the favor of V Armada as well. Three members have dropped from the side of Venom Esports, and VR Armada, unfortunately, they cannot build off of this because of the members on their side are very low as well. And seeing Hercules and Error alive, I think it's the better decision to just back off.
Exactly, and Venom Esports almost took down three members from We Armada, but We Armada survived it in a hard way, and now they will be going for the Infinite Slayer. Okay, Venom Esports will try to contest, and Death is low on HP, and Death will go down by Error, but
Error,
the
error,
Slayer
look at
will
error,
be taken
look at
by
error.
We Armada.
Oh, unfortunately, it won't be enough as Shogun assassinates Error. Error tried his level best. Unfortunately, it won't be enough. And once again, blinking, just pressuring the side lanes, being a nuisance, making sure that Venom Esports cannot join Error in fighting and contesting this Dark Infinite Slayer. And now the Infinite Slayer has been deployed in the mid lane. It's only a matter of time now before perhaps V Armada will be the ones leading this series 1-0, in my opinion.
Definitely, and we Venom Esports gotta do some research over We Armada so that they can come back stronger in game two. Maybe they have a little fight left in them, and that's why they are moving towards this area and they want to take the fight. Meanwhile, one member from We Armada, that is none other than Death, that is the tank of the team. He is a bit behind from his team, but now he entered the fight, and now this fight will be interesting. This is the 5 versus 5 coming in. Okay, Death will receive a
This is
chunk
the
of
final
damage.
stand. This is the final defending. Now, how does oh look at X-Win. X-Win comes in from the back. He's just assassinating the back lane. The entire lineups has been cleaned up. But can they get the Nexus? Can the Nexus will fall? Oh my goodness! We Armada almost lost that. Venom Esports almost clutched it, but unfortunately that won't be enough as we Armada lead this series 1-0.
Exactly, and the last fight was really interesting because X-Win came in and X-Win destroyed two members from We Armada. Like, he took down two members from We Armada, but unfortunately he
I'm
couldn't
just
close the gap. He couldn't stop them from taking out the Nexus. So yeah.
I've left speechless. That last fight was so neck and neck. Like, it was a split second. Like, the HP bars were dropping so rapidly, and the Nexus just one or two, three hits, and it just fell completely. Like, right now, it was so close. It would have been so heartbreaking for the side of VR Armada if they did not get this Nexus kill right now. This would have been it,
Mm-hmm.
and Venom Esports would have completely turned the right and completely would have taken the game out of the hands of VR Armada. But that's not the case. VR Armada lead this series 1-0.
Definitely, and now pressure on Venom Esports because if they lose this one, they are out of the tournament, and We Armada will be taking the victory and going towards the lower bracket final alongside taking the revenge over their brother We OPX. So I don't
You
think
can see
Venom
the
Esports
highlights
got
from this
any.
game.
Mhm,
You
mhm.
can see how, like, despite being the composition that needed to scale, uh, we Armada were the ones taking the initiative to force ganks, roams, and rotations. Like, they were the ones causing the havoc around the map. And with that Elsu pick, Anthem was just being such an annoying person to lane against because he would chunk out so much health in one go that no one could answer. Like Venom Esports could not answer that. There'd be like there would be a time where this health bars would be 50-50 on both sides, and then all of a sudden one snipe comes through, and suddenly Venom Esports champions are like under 20% health, and they would have to back off. So
Yep.
overall, a very valiant team effort.
Uh-huh. And Venom Esports almost made a comeback, but during the Slayer fight, they lost their two members and they lost the whole fight. And yeah, that's how We Armada came over them. That's how We Armada. This is the fight I was talking about. Look at that. Venom Esports almost made a comeback here. They killed three members from We Armada, and then they finish up the rest of the two members in mid lane. But in this fight, they actually freaked up. They could not finish the job
This
properly.
was
They lost
a
Wizard.
misposition, in my opinion. This was a
Mhm.
mispositioning in this fight. This was the mispositioning that costed them the entire game. I think after that fight previously, I feel like it was like completely 50-50. And on at this point, this is where like Venom Esports dropped the ball completely. But then suddenly comes in with the hero play, trying his level best. He took down one or two members, Strife and X Win, just doing their level best to take the members out. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough, as V Armada had just too much damage, and they were able to take down the Nexus before falling down themselves.
Well, we Armada just showed that you can play Vera in the competitive scene and you can dominate with Vera in the competitive scene. So, best of luck to you, Riddle, and best of luck to me as well, and best of luck to everyone who is watching this because your pub games will be full of Vera from now on. We are going to just show us a new meta. We show us that Vera can be played as a meta hero as well, and so everyone is gonna pick the Vera.
Nitul is not happy. Nitul is not
I'm
happy
not.
right now. See, yeah, Nitul is not happy. He's disappointed right now with V Armada. He wishes that this game never happened. He
Well, well, I'm not being biased about it, but I didn't like the pick coming in from We Armada, the last pick Vera. I don't like that pick.
and you can see the player face off between the two valuable players from both sides, the Mina and the Iram, being so crucial for their team. Like Wizard tried his level best to get the right hooks, and he was buying the right time for his level to deal consistent damage, and he gave enough space for his Volcar to get the perfect flank. Meanwhile, on the side of Death, he was just being this front line that he was soaking damage from 3 to 4 champions in one go, and he made sure that like his carries had enough agency, enough space to dish out all of their damage.
Definitely, and uh, Mina was struggling in the late game. Like he was really good in the mid game, but now he's struggling in the late game, and now they will lose the game. But look at the kill comparison. Like Venom Esports got 14 kills, and We Armada got 22. They got 7 towers. They got 3 slayers, and look at the goal difference. It's only about 4,000. Like it's not even 5,000. It's not even 10,000. It's not even like more than 5,000. It's only 4,000, and we Armada took the victory. So the game was so close. We can see by the network difference. We can see by the kill difference that the game was so close. But Venom Esports was not able to take over the game, and we Armada was smart enough to take the victory home.
Like rightly said right now, right? Like Nitul, you described it perfectly. And now, so this game, after seeing this game, like seeing VR Mada just, you know, switching it up completely and this grabbing the win out of the hands of Venom Esports. Venom Esports were destined to win after this draft. You said it yourself, like in order to just win, they had to conquer the early game, and somehow we Armada were the ones making the proactive plays and getting the advantages. And so now, what does Venom Esports have to do in order to get back into the series?
I think they need to go back to their original state. I think they need to play with their original strategy, and that is early aggression. They need to push Armada to the wall. Like they need to use all their resources. They need to pick some early aggressive heroes, and they need to finish the job like that because it's kind of hard for Venom Esports to play in a different state, and if they want to experiment something different, they will definitely pay the price. So Venom Esports is
Mhm.
going for that Aya ban this time. Like We Are Mada did not ban the Aya, but Venom Esports did, and We Are Mada will go for the pain ban.
once again they're taking the pain off the board because they saw what Venom Esports is capable of on this pick. Like this is a respect ban, and once again taking off Elendor alongside it because both of these picks are so lethal when paired up together. So we are Mada just making sure that they take off things that cannot be a nuisance against them, can be used against them. And Venom Esports doing the same with the Volcat, seeing that V Armada has first pick, so they would take off the Volcat, making sure that they don't get this OP pick. But you can see Yui is open, Liliana's open, all of these champions are open right now. So what do you think is going to be the first pick from the side of V Armada?
I think they will go for the Lorien. I don't know. I don't know. It feels like they will go for the Lorien because they did not pick it in the first game and they were hoping for it, but they went with another one. But I think they will go for the Lorien this time because, well, I think Lorien can actually defeat Yui, counter Yui in mid lane. That is the only hero I would say that can counter Yui because Yui is a broken hero. Okay, never mind. They will take the broken hero for themselves. They will go for the Yui themselves. So I think Venom
I
is for
think
should take.
I
Okay,
think
they're
at
going
this
for the
point
Venom.
right now you need to take all of the broken picks you can take right now. Like you're at a position where you want to solidify the victory. You're the one in lead, so you have to make sure that you get the win. And with that being said, we Armada take the UE, and then instead, in the answer back to that, Venom Esports immediately take the Hayate. Venom, we are back at the UE versus Hayate matchup again. It's like these two champions are the core identity of this tournament so far, and we are gonna see them one more time face off against each other. Very, and along with that, these two pick Venom Esports pick up a Richter. Richter's a pick that has been recently showing up a lot, and it's been effective and it's been ineffective as well at the same time. Like some teams have been able to utilize it, some teams haven't been able to utilize it so well. And with that being said, we are Mada pick up Baldum and Slims, maybe rounding up their support and their ADC with their mid lane pick.
Well, at this point, I think Venom Esports should put Hayate on ADC. Like, I think they should not play it in the mid lane because he will have a hard time farming against this Yui, Veldum, and Slims. Because Veldum will be on his shoulders. Like, he will try to gank him each and every second. So, I think Hayate should move towards that area. Yep, they will do that. They will pick the Crixie in mid lane to counter Yui, and they're smart. They're moving Hayate towards that marksman position, that ADC position, because well, Hayate would definitely suffer in mid lane against Yui. So they're smart. They chose the right option, and they are thinking that Crixie can deal a lot of damage in mid lane, and Trixie can win against Yui. But I think Trixie will need a lot of support in the mid lane. Like he will
Indeed,
need the help of.
right
Yep.
right now, seeing that the Venom Esports has not picked up a support in the first pick phase, uh, the identity the ideally what the Armada must do is take off supports, as many supports as they can in this ban phase, and make sure that they force Venom Esports to pick up a support that possibly does
Mhm.
not work out as well as with the Crixie as much as they would want it to. And Venom
Mhm.
Esports taking off Mina for by themselves, they're also banning supports.
Exactly. Well, we Armada banned Pain so that Venom Esports cannot play counter aggressive. They banned Elandor, they banned Kira as well. But I don't think Venom Esports would take Kira in this position because, well, I think they will go for something else. Like, I think what they're missing is a lumber. I
Hmm.
think they should go for a
I
lumber
think
because this is a really good
I
game for
think it's
lumber.
a lumber. It would be a good pick to round off their comp, unless VR Armada takes it off. They have one ban available right now, and they decide to take off the Tulin. I'm still confused about this ban. Like, it's a very questionable. I have no idea. Like, who has played Tulin so far here?
Well, it doesn't matter who played Tolan, but the main thing that matters is they already took Trixie as the mid laner. So you didn't have to ban Tolan. They would never pick Tolan to round up their draft. So I don't think that is a questionable ban coming in from We Armada. Maybe they were out of time, so they panic banned, or maybe they thought that, hey, we will show you some mercy. We will not ban like a possible hero that you can pick. So we'll just randomly ban a hero.
I hope the mistake or the panic ban is the case, because I don't think a team wants to risk a ban at a point. This is your match point game. Why would you want to risk a ban? Why wouldn't you want to solidify your chances to possibly have an advantage? Like, you must do
Butterfly.
everything you can. And Butterfly lock in, it's a good pair up with the for the jungle. And on the other side, Venom Esports have picked a okay, the
Aoi.
pronunciation is a bit off for me. Aoi.
Aoi.
So Aoi is it's a support picker, right? It's like a support pick. So now, does that pair up well with the Crixie? In your mind, what do you think?
I think Aoi is really good with Tachi. Like, that's what they were trying to provide. And meanwhile, Butterfly is good with Aya, but Aya was banned by Venom Esports, so I think they will try to pair it up with Woman and Yui, but I don't think Butterfly is good enough with Woman. But it can be really useful with Yui. That's one thing I gotta mention. And Tachi is really good with Aoi, so I gotta see how Venom Esports play Aoi, because it's like, if I'm not wrong, they're playing it for the first time in this series and in this tournament as well. Like, they never played Aoi in this tournament, so yeah, maybe they played it in the regional championship, but not in here.
Mm, yes, I think this is the first AoE we have seen in this entire tournament, and I think
Hmm.
Venom Esports have a game plan of how to utilize this, and hopefully we're going to see that in this game here today.
Prepare to engage.
Mhm. Definitely. And look, the game is being started, and both of the teams are moving towards their lane. But Wizard will receive a lot of damage from Yui. Yui is hyped up, and he will not show any mercy to Venom Esports.
Oh, look at Death. Death is also Wizards being poked around by everyone, like since the start of this whole series. Like in game one, he was receiving a lot of early poke from the Vira, and now once again, like the same thing is going on. Like constantly, Death just flipping him over back into his own side and just doing a lot of damage. Like Wizard needs to be careful. Like one overstep and the like you just saw, Yui can do that to you, and if you do one overstep and you get caught out in a tight space.
Definitely. And Hercules is moving towards the bot lane. I think he wants some action, and Death will poke Error a bit. But Error and Hercules is moving at the same position, and they are waiting. Oh, Death Anthem. Okay, X-Wing will join his teammates. Oh, look at the jump over Death, and Death will go down just like
Oh
that at
my
first, but
goodness,
will be taken by Venom Esports.
what a turnaround, what a play. It's, oh my goodness, what a play indeed. Like, just unbelievable. That was so unbelievable from out of nowhere. Venom Esports just grabbed the kill, and meanwhile on the other side, the solo kill happens. Butterfly just shuts down Strife by himself, and VR Armada completely, like, leveling up the playing field by answering back, and now they're gonna take the Slayer and level up the whole playing field. So the gold lead is completely leveled up into an equilibrium state.
Hmm. They were thinking, Vietnamese Sports was thinking of jumping towards that, but they will leave that alone at this point because Shogun was there and also Zero came in, so they don't want to take the risk at this point.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a
Stripe.
is Tachi is Strife caught once again? No. Okay, and what a Hercules just zoning out the UE, and UE has to use the flicker to get back to safety.
I think both of
So,
the teams are having a lot of trouble playing this game because both of the teams are aware of the situation,
oh,
and Venom Esports will
Death
take
once
another one
again
down.
caught out.
Mhm.
Death, Death
I
is dead
like the play
again.
coming. Yep, that is that again, and I like the play coming in from Aoi. He is just jumping over his opponents and finishing the job. Whoa, look at that jump again! Shogun is in a lot of trouble, but Shogun will leave for now. But Anthem, he is there. He will stun Wizard. The Wizard will go back unharmed, but will they leave this area?
Like,
I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I think they're just gonna disengage or perhaps set up a choke point entrance. But that's not the case. Venom Esports is just gonna back off and completely refocus that dragon lane, as that has been the case since the start of this game. Wizard, Hercules, Error, like three of these guys constantly pressuring this lane, and same can be said for the side of V Armada, as they're doing the same in the Slayer lane. They're just trying to push down Strife because they know how well Aoi works with the Tachi, so they're making sure they shut down the Tachi so that that composition breaks down completely. But that does not matter if the Aoi goes down and gets 2 kills on death consistently. Oh, that Anthem could grab a kill here. Wizard is very low, and once again the Aoi pick goes in. Aoi trying her level best, and no! What a turnaround! Anthem! Oh my god, what the play! Hercules uses his flicker aggressively, and now you can see the remaining members from the side of the Armada are showing up. Hercules, look at the burst damage from the UE! Hercules has done it all.
And X-Wing will move towards the mid lane area, and they are focusing on this bot tier 1. We Armada, they are completely determined that they will take down the star and move towards the dragon, and they are doing that. They're moving towards the dragon, and now We Armada is in a lot of trouble because Venom Esports is also in the area, and they are
And Shogun
contesting the
takes it.
dragon, and they will take the dragon. Yep,
Shogun takes it and
he
backs out
steals
completely
it
back to
actually.
safety.
Hmm.
Yes. Like, the numbers advantage was in the favor of Venom Esports, but
Hmm.
Shogun really just clutched it out of nowhere.
Exactly, and Venom Esports are on the uh, downfall again because We Armada got the gold advantage again, and it is over 1,500. So they're on the winning side at the point at this moment. And okay, Stripe, he's in a lot of
Oh,
trouble. He's all
Strife.
alone here, and Wizard will receive a lot of
Look at
damage
the
as well.
damage. Shogun. Shogun might be caught out here in the number. Look at the members just showing up, but look at the damage from the UE. UE is just causing a havoc right now, completely disrupting the engage. Like, he completely disrupt the flank coming through from Venom Esports, like, because of just the burst damage on this champion. My God, this UE pick. I told you, like, you need to solidify your win conditions, and a UE pick in this such stage, I think it's the perfect way to round up a com. Look at how much pressure this UE pick is applying on Venom Esports. Venom Esports carries cannot enter a fight without taking so much burst damage from the UE.
Definitely, but well, Aoi is a hero that jumps in, kills the enemy, and goes back. But in this game, he did the same thing. He actually went for the kills. He actually secured 2 kills in the early stage for his team. But unfortunately, Venom Esports players are not fast enough, and they are not able to provide proper backup to Aoi. So that's the main thing happening
Oh,
to. Okay, there's a little
there
fight
was
going
an
on.
engage. There was an engage on the Aoi, and you like you said, this proved your point. Like Aoi went in, but there was no follow up, and therefore Aoi had to disengage.
Mhm. And they're gonna suffer a lot for this. Venom Esports need to focus on their plays, need to focus on what they are doing because they are losing objectives one by one. They are losing the network as well, and the network difference is more than 2K now. So this will apply a lot of pressure to Venom Esports economy and itemization as well. So Venom Esports needs to find an opportunity, needs to find an opening for themselves and to push this game to push this series to a third match. So yeah, they need to do something right now, or else we are Mada will take the victory 2-0. A clean 2-0 will be provided to Venom Esports.
Oh, the burst of the Hercules is gone. Where did Hercules go? Where did
I don't
Hercules go?
know, maybe heaven.
Hercules
Well,
just disappeared
Hercules
into
is
thin
supposed
air.
to be. Hercules is the son of Zeus, right? So he's supposed to
They
be in
went
the
back to
heaven,
Zeus.
and
They went back to
yep, we
Zeus.
are
They went
mad.
back to Zeus.
Well,
Oh,
he
uh,
didn't. He
uh,
didn't went back to Zeus. We are mad actually forced him to go to Zeus.
and I think along with that, they also sent Strife with him. Strife also went back.
Well,
Like
they sent
Louis
Stripe
Vic
to
is
hell,
just
by the way.
what, what's the personal agenda against Strife, bro?
Nothing, but Stripe is the evil character here because he is the touchy, and touchy is pretty evil. Oh, look at the
Okay, maybe
engagement
I
coming in
haven't
from
read the
X-Wing,
lore.
but X-Wing will not be able to finish the job here, and Death will move forward, Death will go under the tower, and now they will go back, and X-Wing almost went down by the foe, and Hercules will leave to fight another day, but they will lose. Wizard in the process. This was a one-on-one trade from both of the sides because we are Armada lost Sogar and Venom Esports lost Wizard on the process, but now Wizard is on the move. Wizard is coming back within 1 second and he will try to go and engage in the fight. They don't have their tank with them, so they cannot engage. And We Armada is taking full advantage of the situation. They took the top second turret, and they are moving back right now because Wizard is back on the floor, and they don't want to take the fight against this warrior, this tanky warrior, and they are moving towards the safe zone. But now they will move towards Stripe, but Stripe is the actual warrior of Venom Esports, and he is not having a good day, my friend. So he is moving towards the bushes. He is hiding himself, but I don't think he can hide himself
And I
forever
think
because
he's been
Token and
caught
Death is
out.
moving towards him.
He has been caught out right now. I doubt he's gonna escape this. And look, Death completely knocks him back, and that will be a dead Strife. And along with that, that will be a dead Wizard. And followed up by the entire team falling down. Oh my goodness! This is a 4-man dead. And look at the mid lane. There's a mid wave. This could be it. 3 Armada might have done it. It's one X-Win versus everyone, and we Armada are doing it. We Armada have done it. They will lock a spot tomorrow as the final 3 teams of the AIC Grand Final South Asia qualifiers. We Armada have eliminated Venom Esports.
Well, We Armada just showed us how strong they can be. They destroyed Venom Esports into pieces. Like, they destroyed them, like, totally. They gave them a total 2-0 ending. And it is not the revenge of their brothers. It is the revenge from regional championship as well, because Venom Esports is the team that actually faced We Armada, and they gave them a hard time, and now they took the revenge. They went far into the tournament, they will go towards the lower bracket final, and they will be waiting there for their next opponent, and that will be decided after tomorrow's first series, and that is between Martyr and Cherry hopes. So I think they're ready for this, because We Armada will be having a lot of time studying over the both of the teams, because they will be seeing what both of the team plays in the first series, and they will definitely be prepared for that. But meanwhile, let's talk about this game. Like, it didn't go for more than 10 minutes. What do you think about this?
I told you right now, like I told you within the draft right now, you had to solidify your strong picks. You had to make sure that you get as many OP picks as you can, and that UE pick, I'm telling you, that was the sole reason, in my opinion, that they had this much pressure. Like, regardless of how well Venom Esports played the early game, the UE pick just turned up the mid game and just shut down all of the squishy targets from the side of Venom Esports. Look over here from this highlight, as the highlights are showing, wherever UE went, there were kills coming in her favor, and that was right when the tempo shifted in the favor of uh, uh, eh, V Armada. And right now, I'm at loss for words. Venom Esports just could not contest them.
Definitely, and they were destroyed just like that. And We Armada took the advantage of each situation they had. They destroyed, they took down Wizard, and they went for the top turret at the same time. They did not waste a single second. And look at that, they actually took down the turret here and Nexus as well. Well, the in the last scenario, X Win was all by himself, and he was against the world. It was X Win versus the world there, and he could not enter the fight properly. He was struggling the whole game, because he went inside each and every time perfectly, but his teammates could not cover him up, could not give the proper backup he needed. So they survived for a long time, but it was not long enough, and they were sacrificed to the hand of We Armada, and We Armada took the victory over Venom Esports on a clean sheet, on a clean 2-0 matchup. And this was a dominating performance coming in from We Armada. We Armada are showing us that how good they can be after losing the first series in the upper bracket. They came into this lower bracket, and they are securing each and every match with perfection.
And
And look at that.
like I said, the MVP, I told you that when the moment the draft came through and they picked up the UE, I said this was the best pick they could get. And Zero has shown that. Zero proved my point correctly. 404 scoreline, 88,000 damage, 12.0 MVP points, 66% kill participation, and 1,998 goal difference. This man was on a roll. He made sure he would utilize this pick to its fullest. And here you can see the player face of the Crixie, and while it was a good pick, it was a good champion that they utilized in the early game to get their advantage of enemy sports, but it wasn't enough. With this 132 score line, 38,000 damage, 75% kill participation, and 6,300 gold, unfortunately Hercules could not match the burst damage coming through from UE.
Definitely, and not to mention, Crixie could not find the proper opening against UE. We already mentioned that Crixie needs support. Crixie needs backup in mid lane, and that Venom Esports could not deliver, and they lost the game. I think it backfired them, because I told you that they are really chill about every game. So maybe it backfired them, because Armada saw that Venom Esports was chilling, so they came into the power, and they took the advantage, and they took it home.
Like you said, you perfectly described. Maybe it's a matter of mentality as well. And at this game, I think VR Armada had the winning mentality, which got them this 2-0 win here today. And as we look into the brackets shaping up, you can see we started off with the 8 teams from the upper bracket, Venom Esports, Martyrs B, Defend Dementors, V Armada, Impunity Cambodia, Igon Esports, V Opex, and Starry Hope, Vainglorious, all led to them playing out perfectly and making their way to the second upper bracket semi-final and the lower bracket quarterfinals. But only two, we came up short at the end of the day with four teams at the and the matchups have been declared for tomorrow. Right now, you can see the upper bracket finals being built up between Martis BF Dementors versus Starry Hope. The winner tomorrow will go to the grand finals. Meanwhile, the losers of that match will be waiting to face off against V Armada for a second shot and perhaps a rematch against the team in the grand finals. Tomorrow,
Yep,
we
and
will
we
crown
are
our South Asian champions.
Yep, and we are
Sanjay, please
so close to so close to find out who will be our South Asian champion. So yeah, that team will receive a lot of fame. Well, money as well, but the fame matters.
money is
So
yes, the exposure, the recognition. I think that the glory matters more. I think at this point,
exactly,
none of these
and
the teams that have gotten to this stage. I think the money is not the concern right now. The concern is the glory, playing for like the pride, the name, the pride of their nations, representing their nations to the fullest. And right now, we have had the three best teams that will face off tomorrow. V
Mhm.
Armada, Martyrs BF Dementors, and Starry Hope. These are your three best teams of South Asia. Venom Esports tried their best, but unfortunately, their journey ends here today. As the Bangladeshi champions, they have done their best performances they can bring out here today, but unfortunately, they will not be the ones playing tomorrow. It will be their successors from V Armada, and V Opex will be feeling very proud of their brethrens making it all the way through to this point.
Absolutely, and I think we Armada are cheering at the moment, and they are really happy with their performance today because they did not lose a single match tonight. Well, they lost one, but they came
Against
back
Vainglorious.
stronger.
Yes, indeed.
Martyrs. Yep, and
Martyrs, oh, martyrs.
all right, folks, that was it for the day. And you were watching AIC South Asian Championship, and tomorrow is the final. Don't miss your chance to watch the champion yourself. So we will be taking a break, me, Nitul Islam, alongside Riddle.